Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It is good to be here. It's good to be seen. Better seen than viewed, I believe, right? Is that how it goes? Wow. Today is a huge day in the Texas v. Ortiz trial. And we knew it would be because I took half a day off yesterday, and everything happens when I take half a day off. So we have a lot to go over this morning as we just catch up with where we are in the trial. First of all, thank you, everybody, as the burner phone buzzes in my pocket. I'm going to go ahead and take that out because it's going to be buzzing all day long, I'm pretty sure. There we go. 9:01. I'm not too late, right? Tons happened yesterday. Tons happened. It was bizarre. When I left you, I believe there was, let's see, what was happening? We had, the tire track analysis was about to begin, right? We left at lunch, so tire track analysis happened after lunch. Can you hear me there? Is that working? It was crazy. It was gripping as we pulled out paper after paper to look at different tire treads, muddy tire prints on paper. But that was good, and then it took off. We had a lot of some jail call drama, as we heard outside of the jury's presence. 2 complete half-hour phone calls to Ortiz's wife, where Ortiz said some interesting stuff. And I'm getting comments from Laura. Hello, Laura. I got your message saying you can't comment because there's something wrong with YouTube. I'm saying good morning to everyone. So Laura says good morning to everyone. And I think we need to say good morning to Golden Mom, who once again has made the mistake of being first in chat. And as such, for punishment, she will receive the internet for the day. So you have won the internet. Congratulations, Golden Mom. I believe you've owned it previously. So if you could just reclaim your rights to it and save us the shipping fees, that would be great. And then you're responsible for everything. Yesterday, 80s man thought he was going to have a half day of being responsible for the internet. But because we took the afternoon off, he had to work overtime. I think he managed to successfully eliminate all the curse words from the internet, which was his main goal. And I think he kept it running as well. So lots of good things happened yesterday. But Golden Mom, congratulations. Thanks for being first in chat. You do win the internet today. Woo-hoo, says Weather Watch. I think Weather Watch, you came in with that woohoo thinking you were going to be first. But Golden Mom probably beat you to it by a fraction of a second. The 3 comments, you, Miss Chris, and Golden Mom came in the same minute. So, and I was right before 9:01 a.m. So yeah. Anyway, welcome, Miss Chris, Mal. Good morning, Abby in the UK, Katrina, Toxic Orchid, Franco, TW. Good morning, Alexi, Mary Kay, Carly, Mac. Hey, everyone is doing great. Everyone's saying good morning. It must be a good morning where you are. Tish, good morning. Good to have you here. Carol. Wow, it's everybody. Abby's already dropped the burner phone number, so if you have something you need to get to me, please let me know. And I will say thank you so much to so many of you, knowing that I was taking the afternoon off and wasn't able to follow the court case closely because of the activity I was participating in. You kept me updated on the burner phone. I got texts, I got video links, I got all sorts of things, just updates, phone messages. It was fantastic. You guys are amazing crew, and thank you for being there. And of course, everything happened when I was gone. So we will talk about that just here in a minute. If you are new here, if for some reason you opened up the internet and stumbled onto this wonderful page, I would just advise you to please hit the subscribe button because you will not want to miss what happens today or what happens next time. Today is going to be a big day in the Texas v. Ortiz case, mostly because the prosecution has rested and the defense has rested. The defense put exactly zero witnesses on the stand, which means their entire defensive strategy involved around objecting to evidence that the state presented. That's it. That's all the jury has heard from them is objections. So we will hear, they obviously have an open, they have a close, and they'll probably go over those objections in detail. But it's good there. I think I've missed a few people. Missy Pants, good morning. Good to have you. Missed your commentary in the last half of the day. I'm sorry. You didn't miss it. I was just gone. Laura, it worked. Good to have you here in chat, Laura. You made it. Mississippi Raptors and Reptiles, good morning from a very drenched North Mississippi. Mississippi, keep it. I don't want it here. We had some beautiful weather yesterday. I think it was about 70 degrees. It's 62 right now here in the beautiful state of North Carolina. Poetry is writing itself today. It just flows onto the page out of the pen. There are days when that happens, Les Poet. Those are beautiful days. Franco says Maine is also drenched. Trouble with feed, shut down YouTube and start again. Are you guys having trouble already? It might just be Laura. I think it's just you. I mean, I'm not saying that you have trouble. I think your computer might be having trouble with the YouTube. I see you half a day and it all happens. Abby, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that and what's coming up. Stephen Lee, a little early for you, buddy, but welcome. Good morning. Despite all the rumors you may have heard, I did not pee my pants at work. Somebody else peed my pants while I was at work. That clarifies everything, Stephen. I have zero questions now in my head now that you've spelled out exactly what happened. We're frozen in Minnesota. 18 degrees, 18 chilly degrees. I will say that is ice fishing weather. That is. At that temperature, ice will form about an inch per hour. and so you wait 30 minutes and you're ready to go out on the ice. Closing arguments, yes, those will come today after jury instructions. So there might be some discussion back and forth about jury instructions this morning, and meaning that the two sides have to agree on what the jury is going to be instructed. You know, the terminology that's used. Everyone knows pretty much what's going to be said, but there might be some terminology around specific things that they'll have to fight out over. And once that's decided, which it should be this morning, possibly even before the jury comes in, which is 9 o'clock Texas time. Anyway, once that's decided, they get instructed. After their instructions, then we have closing arguments, because we really want the closing arguments to be fresh on the jury's mind as they go into deliberations. Now, the prosecutor will go first, then the defense will go, the prosecutor will go the second time, and the second time is really when they hit the home run generally. The first time they're more reserved, because then the defense can pick them apart on whatever they present. And if they try to hit a home run on the first one and defense is able to pick them apart on the second part, that looks bad. So they go more reserved. They're talking about the charges and things like that, and then they'll spell it out. And then the final one is usually where you get the emotion. Anyway, so that's going to be good. Katrina says she feels your pain, Stephen Lee. It happens to other people. Cats, not people. DMB says, por favor, si los argumentos hoy. I don't know if I even said that right. I'm not even sure what I said, honestly, DMB. If you could translate my Spanish into English, hopefully it's not any of those four-letter words we heard on the stand the other day. Good morning, Scott from Mary. Good to have you. I'm falling way behind. Max here. Rick Thomas is sunny Florida. Thanks for rubbing it in, Rick. Appreciate that. Lori's here. It's going to hit the 80s today. Florida is a beautiful place to be. Okay, Terry Graham, Miss Chris. Is there anyone I missed? If you can raise your hand, if I didn't call your name, it's like we're doing a roll call here this morning. Joellen, I see you there. Sean White, it's good to see you. Have a great day. It's a great day. Do you know why it's going to be a great day, Sean? It's going to be a great day because I had, for breakfast, I had leftovers from the Christmas party last night, which included roast potatoes and prime rib. Yes, I had prime rib for breakfast this morning, which every day is wonderful if you have prime rib for breakfast. And it was delicious, I might add. There was as we helped with that party, there was a lot of food left over. Probably about 5 pounds of roast potatoes, a few pounds of green beans, and maybe 10 pounds of prime rib. And so I have prime rib coming out my ears. He's guilty of waste of time and money. Sean, this is a weird trial that way. Where else do you see a trial where there is a preponderance there's a mountain of evidence against the defendant and virtually no evidence in favor of him other than what they verbalize is, hey, I was treated wrong, which so far there hasn't really been much evidence to support that. A little bit, arguably. But I think he's doing this because he can. And the worst possible scenario is the one he would get if he went the other way. I mean, the worst case scenario, he would get the same punishment as if he pled guilty. So it's like there's a chance here. The only thing that can be is better for him. That's why we're doing this. Who was the lady that was sitting behind him? I don't know. There was I think a husband and wife that were sitting behind him that the defense went and talked to. So we've probably got family members of Mr. Ortiz there of some sort, or supporters of some sort. Let's see. I think Katrina, we got you. Hello, welcome. Golden Mom. Okay. Whoa. Anne slides in there with a super chat first thing in the morning. We're not even 10 minutes into the show, and she drops the super chat with a super sticker. It looks like a Nintendo PlayStation. It doesn't show up on my screen here, and I don't know why. I've got to figure out why it doesn't show up there, but I can see it. It's plain as day on my screen. Jumping up and down right there. Right there. That's it. But Anne, thank you so much for your support of the program. You have been a great supporter here, and we appreciate you. It would not be the same here without you. Sean, 50 and raining in Massachusetts. I want to say an extra T in there. I don't know why this morning the Massachusetts needs another T. Raise your hand and say here when your name is called, please. If there's anyone I didn't call, Abby, I'd go big or go home. That's what it is. Prime rib for breakfast. I don't think I've ever had prime rib. It's interesting. The first time you have prime rib, you're like, aren't you supposed to cook it first? Right? That's the first thought that comes to your head when you slice open prime rib, because it doesn't have the appearance of being fully cooked. Although it is, it's just those that know. You can vouch for me when I say it doesn't look cooked initially, but it is delicious. Defense had no case. They had no evidence to present or no witnesses to interrogate. They have a defense, but the defense is all legal motions. It's saying that this evidence shouldn't be admitted. It was done improper. The search was improper. It was a warrantless search, a violation of the constitutional rights. That the testimony that he gave in his interview, his interrogation, was coerced. I mean, it started at 3 a.m. They kept him up for like 9 hours and gave him a couple drinks of water and a bag of chips, and called it good. And then at the very end, he broke. So they're saying, that in and of itself was coercion. But, Abby, thank you. Virtual hug right back at you. Let's see. Dallas, welcome. I think Isabella, there's another one. 80s Music Man, we talked about you. Hopefully you were here, 80s Music Man, when we talked about you. It was right at the very beginning of the show. But thanks for the work you did yesterday, managing the internet for everybody. Breakfast for Kings. It was really good. It was delicious. Because I stink at spelling. Who was that? Was that Sean? That's why I put an extra T in Massachusetts. Day 9, no smokes. Tiffany, congratulations. That is awesome. It is a hard day. If there's anything we can do, let me know. We're here for you, and we're super proud of you. 9 days is awesome. I had bacon and sausage, Cobb for breakfast. Cobb is a bread roll. I do have rolls. TW also slides in there with a super chat. No sticker on this one, just a beautiful picture of a dog. Thank you, TW. I appreciate you. Shrimp, bacon, eggs, all in one scramble. I've never had shrimp. It's like a shrimp omelet. Is that what you're doing? Or just a scramble, I guess? It sounds delicious. I mean, I'm not hungry now, but I'm starting to salivate thinking about that because I do love shrimp. Michelle says, I hope you don't mind my text and call on the burner phone. Good morning. Michelle, absolutely not. Thank you. Thank you for both the message and the text. I appreciate the updates you provided for me. As well as I got an update about the police chase. There were 2 police chases yesterday out of California. Obviously, I couldn't run them live. Hey, TW, I just saw there was a sticker attached. It was all the way over on the other side of the screen, and it's a sticker of, I think, a fat pickle with a mug. Am I wrong there? That is beautiful. Thank you. I lost where I was going there. I think I was talking to Michelle. Thanks for the text, Lori. Thanks for I think it was Lori. Was it Lori that sent me the link about the chase? There were two chases, one of which got away, and it was a big red pickup truck, and it wasn't like the kind that he just got away because he was in tree cover and nobody could see where he was. So the police just said, "Oh, never mind," and they just backed off. The helicopter pulled off, and it's like, "Oh, we're done." And it was a cold plate. So they don't know. I mean, in theory, they don't know who it is. But they're just like, maybe whatever offense it was that we're trying to stop him for isn't a big enough a deal to cause this risk to the community. But they just pulled it off and ended. The other one was stolen. It was like a stolen work truck, like a utility truck that has like closed all those cabinets on the back instead in the cab in the bed. And they finally stopped that one after it blew a tire. They just gave up. And the passenger gets out, driver gets out, and then like three more people get out of the truck, and it's like a clown car. And the news reporters, it's hilarious. He's like, "There's another one. They just keep piling out of here." It was hilarious. We might watch that one if we get a break. Laura's cheering Tiffany on, and we are as well. Tiffany, today's going to be a good day. We're going to be here for you. Hang out with us. Drop a line in chat if there's something we can do to help you. Let us know. 9 days is a great streak. Let's make it 10, right? Who had the internet yesterday? It was 80s Man. 80s Man had it all day. He had it in the morning, and then I didn't do a live stream, so we couldn't re-gift it later in the afternoon. And he just had to keep on going. And that's probably why he's so tired today, honestly. Okay. Matthew Harris is in the house. If the Ortiz hearing is delayed this morning, my trial might be broadcast on YouTube. That starts at 9 a.m. Matthew, I need a link. Let's make this happen. This would be amazing. Are you able to give us any information, maybe identifying information for the trial, or is that a no-no? I realize being a lawyer and speaking to us presents some ethical challenges, especially when it's regarding the case you're representing. But is there some general stuff you could provide us to steer us in the direction of looking for it? Cheated yesterday. Hubby got us Chinese takeout for dinner. That is delicious. I have a Chinese restaurant over not far from me that is named. It says No One Chinese. No One Chinese. But it's full of Chinese people who make amazing Chinese food. But I think what they were going for was number one Chinese. But the sign says No One Chinese. And I don't think they're actually discriminated against anybody. It's just it's a sort of funny sign. Sometimes the translation and the understanding of the English when they choose the store name is humorous. But I give them a fair amount of business when I can. Chandra just got here. Recovery Addict has been monetized for a week, and now he's eating prime rib for breakfast. Chandra, you pretty much spelled it out. Although the prime rib was leftovers from an event we were helping, a Christmas party we were helping serve at and prepare for and take down for. But yeah, leftover prime rib, but it still counts. Michelle says, I'm truly addicted to your channel because I immediately called your burner. When you're in trouble and you call the burner phone first before your lawyer or the police or anything else, that's when we know you're an addict, Michelle. Terry sent a text. Yes, thank you. I know I have some more of them to read right now. I've got a whole stack of them that came in while I was working and overnight and everything. Weatherwatch says, Recovery Addict, I'm in the translation business, and we see some silly stuff like that all the time. Weatherwatch, what languages do you translate, or do you do multiple? Didn't Matthew put the link on Discord last night where we could see his court today? Maybe. I'll go check Discord. It's a continuation of a final hearing, says Matthew, of a breach of settlement agreement. All that is left is attorney fees, mine, and the defendant's attorney hates my guts. Should be fireworks. So he's going to be like, you shouldn't reimburse him for any of that. Well, I hope you win every penny to which you were entitled, Matthew. That is awesome. Okay, we provide over 300 languages. And those are just the ones you know, right, Weatherwatch? Fantastic. You're an amazing guy. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Texas v. Ortiz. That's actually what we're here for today, as we wait for everything to get started. Let's see. Where is it at? Where's it at? Just going to check the feeds to see if any of them start offering a camera view. And all we have is the clock. We've got the ornate clock this morning is all we have to look at, which I'll show you here briefly on camera 6. Right there. That's the clock we have. And then we have me. And notice no sunshine today. I mean, there's sunshine, and you can see shadow and everything, but it's not direct. It's sort of diffused through a layer of clouds, which is beautiful. Thank you for that link, Matthew. I will open link in new tab, and it will probably start playing. 237th District Court. I'm going to subscribe to that one because if you're a regular in that court, I would like to watch for that. Yes, get paid, Matthew. We're a big fan of people getting paid for their work. You know, fair is fair, right? I love shrimp sauce. Heartburn City, though. You've got to have the shrimp sauce and the Pepto-Bismol in the other hand. You know, is that what you do? He used to live near a restaurant called Gandhi's Chopsticks, Italian and Chinese food under one roof. That is awesome. There was back in Utah. For those who are friends of the channel who live in Utah, there's a little Chinese restaurant in a town called Centerville, which is right between Farmington and Bountiful, just north of Salt Lake City, where the Olympics were held several years back. For those of you that aren't familiar with the area, it's about 20 minutes north or so of Salt Lake City, and it has a Chinese restaurant that's tucked in a little corner of a little strip mall. I think it's called Golden Dragon or something. And it is worth every penny. You go there, and it is the most amazing food. The shrimp tastes like it just got caught and cooked, and it's like that fresh. I don't know how they do it because they're right in the middle of the western desert of Utah, but beautiful. Lori sent me a picture, and it's beautiful. Clear skies and trees, looks great. So the jury gets it today, says Mac. Oh, they're going to get it. They're going to get the jury instructions, right? That's going to come from the judge. It's going to start right about 9 o'clock. Hopefully, all the back and forth about who gets to see what or what they want them instructed to is going to be done by 9 o'clock. And so I'm sort of keeping an eye on the feed because there's a chance the judge could be early today, of all days, right? The judge could be early just to hammer out those details with the two sides so that when the jury shows up, they're ready to go, which I'm a big fan of. Okay. Still no feed there. So basically, we're going to get jury instructions and closing arguments for sure today because neither side, it's not going to take all day, but it might take into the afternoon. And if it's not too late in the afternoon, then it goes to deliberations. And this could be a quick one because the defense presented, zero evidence. Zero. I did the math in my head. Okay, apparently a few of you are still in the shrimp kick because that or you're watching a little bit delayed because the shrimp just keeps coming up in the timeline. It is delicious. Why do instructions come before closing arguments? MB, that's just the process. The judge doesn't want to have a huge block of technical instructions to bore the jury right after the very, very important and crucial closing statements. So the instructions come first, then the closing statements, and then he charges the jury and they go. So that's just how it goes. And it'll be prosecution, defense, and then prosecution again, and then they're out. What about the jail calls, Golden Mom? Yes, those happened yesterday. The jail calls, I heard both calls. I was monitoring during that. So I heard both half-hour calls, which really put a different side on Ortiz. And we see him sitting there on the defense table charged with murder, and we get this idea about him. But on the calls, he's talking to his kids, and he's like, "Hey, Chipmunk, how you doing?" type thing. And I'm not sure if you caught this, but one of the kids that answered the phone said, "Who is this?" to him. When the mom had given her the phone, that's what I heard was, "Who is this?" And you've got to realize he's been in jail for 4 years. And so for some of these kids, like half their life, maybe, depending on their age or more, they haven't known him. It's only been phone calls. But yeah, it was just a different side to see that. But the most surprising thing I saw during those calls was in the second one they played, where he was talking about reading a book about Casey Anthony's case, right? And I'm like, well, that's bizarre, a criminal reading a book about someone else's trial. Okay, that makes sense. But he was reading it, he was getting ideas. He was like, yeah, that happened to me too, type thing. He's like, yeah, I've got a DA who loves the press as well. And I've got a jail that leaks information to the news. And I've got, all this. This is the same things happened to me. Like she was wronged and he was wronged. So I think he really feels that she was wronged in her case. But I also, in hearing the conversation back and forth with his wife, I got the impression that she might not know everything. That she might not know everything at the time of that call that he's charged with, which was bizarre, because when she said, hey, I'm going to go talk to the lawyers, just see where he's at. He's like, why are you going there? Why do you need to talk to them, type thing? And it's like, wow. Defense did not call any witnesses, Pauline. As soon as the prosecution rested, the defense rested, and that was it. So it was crazy. We might find out just how fast the foreperson can write. It could be very quick. They're only what, like 6 charges or so? You've got the 4 counts of murder, and then the 2 counts against him for what he did to Erica, the unlawful detainment or unlawful imprisonment, or basically holding her against the will, and for the aggravated assault, the gun. So those 6 charges, and they haven't, other than saying he's not guilty, that's, there's not much for the jury to go off of other than the evidence from the state. And so basically they're going to say, did the state meet the elements of each charge? And it's going to be a quick vote. And if it's all yes, then they'll be like, don't shut the door, Your Honor. We're almost done. Just in and out. I mean, it might take longer to choose a foreman than to determine whether he's guilty or not. Well done with the difficult math. MB, I'm skilled at counting to 0. It's one of my many, many talents. All right. Hey, mods, can we go rogue? Next time RA doesn't show up, let's meet without him. Rowdy girl. How do I put her in timeout? Where's that timeout button? Just kidding. Yeah, that would be funny. Maybe sometime down the line, when I trust one of you enough to entrust you with my channel, I might let you co-host. But I don't think I would ever just turn the channel over to the internet. Bad things would happen. Rowdy girl, bad things would happen. And I would have to pay the price. The gun is in evidence. Yes, everything's in evidence, except for like a couple pictures. A couple pictures didn't get shown, and we don't know what they are. But Casey Anthony made me stop watching trials for a long time. That was a frustrating one. And was there talk in there? There's like somebody wrote him a letter, right? Some girl, a female, wrote him a letter and told him to read the Casey Anthony book. And that's why he was doing that, because the wife's like, oh, and you're reading it because she told you to, type thing. And I'm like, maybe, I don't know who the she was. Was it just some friend? Was it a fan, a pen pal, a prison pen pal type thing? Not sure where that came from. But Abby says there's no way he will not be found guilty. It's looking that way. Maybe Matthew can correct me here, but the defense, immediately after they rested and the judge said, okay, jury, we're going to excuse you for a bit. There's a matter I need to take up. And the defense said, we move for, was it directed verdict or, basically they basically said, hey, judge, at this point in the trial, we're asking you to stop and make a ruling because the prosecution has finished presenting evidence and they haven't proved the elements of the charge. They've used evidence that we want you to rule on, basically using your own knowledge and experience and legal analysis, and say the search was unlawful. So the search of the truck was unlawful. All the evidence gained from that is inadmissible. The confession was coerced, and so all the evidence that they gained from that is unadmissible, and then rule on it. And the judge looked at it. He's like, no, we've already talked about these issues. I've ruled on these issues several times. I'm going to stand by those issues, so I'm not going to make that decision and stop it right here. So it is going to go to the jury. They called the jury back in and said, okay, now we're going to figure out the jury instructions. So you guys go home, be back here at 9, and we'll do it all again tomorrow. Rowdy Girl is living up to her name. We're going to keep an eye on her, DMB. Can you do that today for me? Just let me know if she gets out of line. He was hung up on the Casey Anthony book, and his wife was like, your case is nothing like Casey's. But Jimmy May says, thank you, Recovered X, for being kind, soft-spoken, and easy to listen to and informative. You're the best. Jimmy, thanks for being here. I appreciate you. This is a wonderful group you've stumbled into. Hope you can return often. Tom R. says, last time I watched a trial where the defense didn't argue an actual case, the jury deliberated for less than an hour. You know, I think at this point, there's not a lot of back and forth. It's basically, they have to decide if the search was lawful, if the confession was coerced, and if both of those they're okay, then they have to just say, did the state meet the elements of the charge? Yes. Okay, done. Guilty. And so it could be very, very fast. And I think we saw yesterday the demeanor of Mr. Ortiz changed dramatically. It was very different than what we saw on other occasions. Okay, we're getting at least the seal from the courtroom now instead of the clock, but no action yet. Where is my KSAT feed? I had it here somewhere, and it disappeared. All right, we'll pull it up again. Let's see. He has groupies. Yeah. Every criminal has groupies. My very first trial was OJ. So Terry, you really got in. Did you get in at the trial, or did you get in the car chase? Because the car chase was a lot of people first heard about OJ. Because that was like the original, the OG. The OJ was the OG of car chases. Click on your picture. Oh yeah, I got a co-host recovery addict. My ADHD and his mellowness would try to kill me with an HDMI cord. Yep. Click on your own picture. Oh, this is for CB. Go to your page and there should be an edit pencil icon. Casey Anthony is probably the most hated female, but Quentin's mom will take that honor. It depends how she goes in court. I think that's really where people get the inside look at what she's really like. So it depends on what happens. I mean, is she going to ride this not guilty, fight it all the way till the end, with all the horrible truths coming out? Or is she going to take a plea deal? I don't know where that's at. Making sure I didn't miss any chats. At the same time, I need to get another feed pulled up here. I like it when I search for Texas v. Ortiz, and my channel comes up. That's just like a self-serving moment. It's like, hey, there I am. So YouTube is suggesting I watch my own channel for information. YouTube star HDMI murder trial streaming now. Hey, Matthew, can we represent you? I wouldn't use an HDMI cable. Honestly, if you want just a little too much information, let me grab it for you. Just 1 second. Let's go to a different camera so you can see what I'm doing. Well, hang on. Okay, that's all the music you get. I'm not confessing to anything, Stephen Lee, but I wouldn't use an HDMI cable because the cable would probably give way. It wouldn't support it. Instead, I would use one of these. This is a Rode microphone lavalier mic that has Kevlar in the cable, meaning that it can hold several hundred pounds with this tiny little wire and not break. And you can let your imagination go from there. But it actually comes with a warning label that basically says this can be used very effectively to choke people, so please don't do it. Anyway, that went dark pretty quick. We went there, Stephen Lee. Thanks for doing that. I'm sorry, your ear. 102 is never fun. Please, Mal, get feeling better. Break the fever. That's no fun. You're 102.9, 103. Whew. At that temperature, I start seeing things. And Kirk says, are you going to cover Sarah Boone trial next year? Yes, we are. We're actually going to cover a little bit of it this year because we have a couple things happening on the 20th of this month, which is about 13 days, a little under 2 weeks away. We have a status hearing. And that status hearing, the judge wants to know what's going on. Are people getting ready? And are you meeting with your client? Small things like that. And so we'll find out then, and probably we'll get an indication then if something changes with her representation, if she gets a new attorney, if I'm trying to make that full screen in the background, if she gets a new attorney, which would be number 7, public defender number 7, or if everything's moving ahead, or if they need if they're going to request another delay, we'll probably hear about that then. But after that hearing on the 20th, Sarah Boone's trial, we then expect really trial to start on January 30th is the current date for that. Okay. I missed you. You missed me, says Debbie. I'm sorry, Debbie. I do apologize for missing you. Rich Buddy. Diane Feinstein is most hated female. There's some political stuff in there too, but so it's probably 50-50. But let's see. How about the Menendez brothers trial? I'll have to look at that one. I have not put it on my schedule yet, but there's a lot of things out there that we don't really decide on until it gets closer to the actual trial. OJ's getting married again, wants to take another stab at it. Mac. I love it, Mac. That was good. Okay. All right. Tomar says, Recovery Addict, I have an app called Google Rewards that gives you free money for the App Store and answering surveys. And yesterday the questions were about one of your past live streams. Sweet. Google knows me. I'm on the Google. That is awesome. 80s Music Man, it happens more than we'd like, says Toxic Orchid. About what? It happened here because the case was in TV. TV guy was guilty like Ortiz. My mom was on the jury. The guy just walked because one juror wasn't sure. Yeah. All it takes is one. You need a unanimous decision. All right, team, I have to dip out. Matthew, good luck today. Maybe we'll get to see what happens. That'll be awesome. Good luck. Hope you get every penny you deserve. The Menendez Brothers is an oldie. I usually don't go back and watch the old ones. We try to watch more of the real-time true crime, just because none of us know what's going to happen next. And for me, the suspense is awesome. The analysis and trying to figure out and guess, really, in some cases, which direction people are going to go, what sort of defense we're going to see, what sort of evidence will be admitted. For me, that's half the fun. So I do like going through old cases. I know yesterday I mentioned the Susan Powell case because one of the witnesses in this Ortiz case looked like her husband, the man accused of killing her. And he's dead now, of course. But I do like some of those old cases. They're interesting to go into, but we don't do it as much on the channel. Unless we're like trying to draw similarities or something. So that's why I didn't think of that one. Yeah, Matthew Harris, thank you, by the way. At 9:15, everyone's going to abandon my channel and go watch you in your trial as you argue for a fat paycheck. If you win everything, Matthew, we expect a super chat. Just know. All right, so Color Me Abstract, I did get your Christmas card pictures. I have checked them out. Possibly Saturday, we'll try to show some of those on our recovery weekend or weekend recovery. I don't know which order to put that in. Maybe you guys can decide for me. Is it a weekend recovery or a recovery weekend? I have two screens so I can watch both. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I potentially 20 screens. Some of which would duplicates, but my current setup here, I have windows galore, where I can have things going, and I vote recovery weekends. Perhaps do a poll. Okay, I'll work on the poll here in just a minute. Woke up in the middle of the night and Law and Crime sent me a link to a weird confession, but it was cool. The cool judge we liked. I saw a amazing a Knox stream the other day, and I've sort of saved it for a dull moment, but we haven't had any yet. But it was one of those sad ones as well. It's like it's a woman that's like a walking poster board for not doing drugs, and she clearly was suffering the effects of meth with like itching all over constantly, unable to hold still, and she just went off and was telling stories about walking all over Tennessee to get to court. She never misses court and stuff. It was sort of interesting and funny at the same time, just a sad commentary on where drugs can lead you. Let's see what happened. I get confused on my Android. All right. Okay. So here's where we're at. Court-wise, we're staring at the wall. That's exciting. But we're going to keep an eye on that. As soon as the feed comes live, we're expecting the judge to be in, and possibly a little early, to talk to the attorneys about the jury instructions, which there's most likely, I mean, jury instructions are pretty standard. It's like a standard form, and they make minor modifications based on things that happen in trial or agreements they have. It's not going to be a deal breaker for one or the other. There's not going to be like, a huge argument. They'll pretty much be okay with whatever they decide. It's not going to be big changes either. Judge said 9 o'clock for start today. That's for the jury, but we know that they're doing jury instructions, so there's a chance that they meet just a tiny bit earlier. KQD, good morning, says, hey, Lindsay, are you newer here than I am? Just a few weeks. We're all new here because I'm new here. KQD, it's only been a little, a month? We started during DB. TW says, today is Sheep's Head Day at the Yacht Club. I've been losing dimes at a rapid pace. Can I get some positive vibes for today's game? Good luck, TW. Good luck at the Yacht Club. I hope you win. What's up with the judge 1 day early start, the rest always late? And I don't know. He hasn't given any reason, and I don't think he will. I mean, it's his courtroom. He's like, he rules. He's his king on the throne in his own courtroom. Very few people can really tell him what to do, unless he's up for retention on a vote. DMB says, yeah, I thought it was super new. I joined during Brooks' trial, then I realized so did Recovery Addict. Yeah, I really just picked up and pretended I had been going for quite a while. And so you guys are like, oh, I'm so glad I found this. This is cool. I'm like, well, I'm glad I started, 2 minutes ago. So it's good. Are we talking about DB? We talked just about DB because that's when this channel really started covering crime, I should say, because I've been doing metal detecting on this channel for a long time. And pretty much when I started trials, I stopped metal detecting, but I have to pick that up a little bit. You guys are going to have to give me some time off so I can go find some old rusty coins. KQD said, wow, I guess I was fooled into thinking you had been here longer by the quality of what you do. Well, I will say that the quality is mostly performed by hardware. I just happen to have way too much equipment. By the last count, roughly about $10,000 worth of equipment that makes all this magic happen, which I've acquired over years of working in IT and news-related and internet-related stuff. But I put all the pieces together, and this channel assembled itself. I love how you try to answer the questions asked, because many don't do that. Abby, I do try. What I don't promise is that I get it right. Why am I showing that? That's probably not what you need to see. Let's look at me instead. Yeah, so that was Ken's 5 YouTube channel, which is still not showing the stream yet, because they generally pick up the live stream right after the judge calls everyone to order. Debbie says, find more rings. Right, Debbie actually won the contest when I reached 1,000 subscribers, which happened like day one, pretty much of live streaming true crime. She won the contest and won the rings. And so I sent her out a whole bunch of rings, a couple gold, a couple silver, a couple tungsten carbide. So I just imagine Debbie watching the show with rings on every finger, and maybe one on a chain around her neck. Just really blinged up. Good morning, James. Welcome. It's good to have you here. It is a great morning. We're just excited for the judge to show up because we expect a verdict watch today. We expect this to be in the hands of the jury for deliberation. Tom says, have you ever used electrolysis to remove rust from old items you found? Interesting process. Tom, I am scared to death of electricity. I kid you not. And I realize it's a low voltage process that you're talking about there. But I've heard horror stories of metal detectorists found in a bucket being electrocuted, type thing. Yeah. I want to. I have some old items I found, colonial age type tools that I need to do that too. But I have not done that yet. Okay. One thing I think would help you is scheduling your morning lives. I think it puts out the algorithm for more future live premieres. Mal, I should probably do that. I mean, you guys know the schedule that I come on 9 a.m. every morning, but I should probably plug it in so that people can find me. But I will say that as soon as I plug in that I'm going to go live, whether it's like the next day or whatever, you guys just hop in chat because you know that all your friends are going to be there anyway. Even if I'm not here, I'll pop into there and there's like pages of chat where everyone's just like checking in with each other. Hey, how's it going? What's up? This is what I'm doing today. And I'm glad that it does that. The live chat's available. But maybe I'll start doing that, Mal. That's a good idea. DB says, DB's where 80s Music Man says, DB is where I first met all you addicts. Now I'm the collective resistance. I'm in the collective. Resistance is futile. Let's see. Recover Addict says, I remember watching your camera work on a local news program here in Utah. Yes, I did work. Started at 3 a.m. in the morning, working inside a studio for early morning news. That was very early. Rough time in life where sleep did not happen. I can tell you, I was going to school full-time, college full-time for electronic media communications, and I had 4 jobs. That many 4s. And so sleep did not happen, and somehow I managed to live through it, and thanks to my wife, life kept going at home as well. But Debbie says, I love the rings. They are on my fingers. I'm going to need a picture with all the rings on your fingers, except for the spinner one, which you sent to Roxanne. Color Me Abstract says, my brother lives in Asheville. Are you close to Asheville? Asheville's on the other side of the state, Color Me. I'm on the east side. He's all the way on the west. And arguably, he's in the best place to be during the fall. It's absolutely beautiful there in the mountains of North Carolina. I have never been there, so I just have to take their word for it. Lori says, I have a jar of coins totaling now over $100 just from found coins on the ground, pockets, etc. Lori, I have a video on maybe even this channel of me taking a big jar of coins to the Coinstar and dumping it in and breaking the machine because they were dirty coins that I got metal detecting. And I had tried to rinse them some, but I hadn't really polished them. And they had some choice words for me when I broke the machine. They're like, yeah, you can't be putting that crap in our machine. But that was fun. I like dumping coins in the Coinstar and having to go ching 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 ching. It's like winning the lottery. Katrina says, my grandpa used electricity to put gold on while making jewelry. Katrina, I've actually paid a guy to gold plate a quarter for me way back when I was when I first saw that process was available. I had him gold plate a quarter for me, and I carried it around so much it wore off eventually. And I think altogether, because the gold was so thin, it was like 20 cents worth of gold, but it was. KQD says, scared of electricity. Stay away from that desk of yours. Yeah, the backside of my desk is all cables. I could count the cables, but I mean, I have 4 cables on this machine. I have 5 cables plugged into my laptop. 2 more here, 2 to the camera. I think 3 or 4 on the computer. Lights, microphone, headphones, charging cables, HDMIs everywhere. Yeah, so I just stay on this side and everything's good. Exela says, do you know how many was your peak viewership? About 3,000, Exela. During DB, we had about 3,000 for one of the days, which I think was a top for me. You're now my absolute favorite YouTuber and look forward to your streams every day, says Laura. I'm looking forward to future trials with you and your chat crew. Hey, Laura, it's only gonna get better. I know Matthew's had to step away, but Matthew is working on a live streaming studio from his place of work as our resident lawyer, and the source of all true definitions of criminal terms and things like that. We're gonna bring him on, and he's going to be side by side, and we're going to commentate and be able to see each other and talk, and you're going to see him. It's going to be fantastic, but we're getting to that point here soon. So it will just get better, and at that point, we're also going to be able to bring other people on as well, because I know we have other lawyers here. I think we've got Cat Law as well that stumbles in here from, is it Ohio, and provides a viewpoint from a different part of the states. Have you listened to the police interview of Sarah Boone's ex-husband? Melody, are you talking about the one he gave right there at the crime scene when the police officer showed up? The fire department was there, and basically the officer showed up and said, "Hey, go stand over there," and then talk to him. Because I've seen that. It's not a long interview, but it does have some interesting bits in it. I broke the machine. I did, Laura, and I take pride in that. We called it the bath. 12-volt DC cleans quickly, but can't leave it in too long. Right. The items that I need to do the electrolysis on Mac are it's a drag pole, I think you call it. It's like a wedge that gets hammered into a log, and then they attach the mules to it to drag a tree out of the forest or something. And it's from the colonial time period. That's the one I want to have it done on. The cables are fine so long as the jacketing is tacked and there's no crossed wires inside somehow. I can't promise that the cables are all intact. I do try to wind them carefully, but I'm not sure. Canned Laughter says, I'm watching the latter half of the Ortiz trial from yesterday. Hearing the kiddos talking to their dad is breaking my heart. They didn't do anything wrong, but they also suffer for this. Yeah, I heard that, and that's a side we didn't see of him. And it brought out the emotion. I mean, between the kids and the wife, I think he went through a whole box of Kleenex. There's one point where he just grabbed a handful of them, just wadded them up and just put them on his face as he was just in tears listening to what was going on. But then I'll contrast that with the other caller where he's like, yeah, this DA does love the media. This judge is biased, and all this other information that was interesting as well. I thought the judge would comment on his accusation of his bias, but he didn't make any comment there. Asheville's gone downhill. It's not a place I would want to live. It does have some crime problems, and I think some drug problems as well. But it's still beautiful as far as the scenery in the area. That case is opposite of family friendly. I haven't seen his wife or kids in the courtroom, and maybe they don't want to be. I'm not sure if they're still together. I'm not sure if somebody could find out. It sounded like, even in the calls, that he was asking if we're on the same page type thing, if you're with me on this, and she's like, it might be different than how you see it type thing. This one, he talks about the steak knife in her leg. Melody, which one? Is this a different trial? The police interview of Sarah Boone's ex-husband. Okay, I have not heard that one. Steak knife in the leg. Is there a link in the Discord to that one? Because I don't think I've heard that. We'll have to take a look at that. I want to get up to speed before anything happens in the Sarah Boone case. I want to have all the material available, fresh in my mind. Miss L has saved coins for years, 6 gallons to date. You're the reason there's a coin shortage, Miss L. It's a real thing. You go to the store and they say you have to pay an exact change because Miss L has all the coins. My kids think I'm a bit of a hoarder. I don't know what to do with them. Coinstar is what you do with them, Miss L. You can go to Coinstar. You can dump them in, and I think most of them will give you the actual value, like the exact value without a fee taken out, if you get a Amazon gift card or something with it. But you can convert it. The other thing you can do, if you've got 6 gallons of coins, is pass them off to a collector who will go through them for you and find all the key date coins, the error coins, and the ones that are worth much more than their face value, because you probably have some. You probably have many and don't know it. Linda Hill says, Recovery Addict, I've really enjoyed your channel. The end of DB trial, I found you. Surprised this is when you started your coverage of trials. Keep up the great work. Linda, thank you for finding me. We try to make it better each day as far as the production value and what you receive by coming here. And we'll keep doing that. But it wouldn't be the same without you. I'm glad you're here, Linda. Thank you for returning. Let's see what we've got here. It looks like we've got a slideshow happening in the courtroom right now. Not sure exactly why. This is on the display right over the judge's desk where we saw all the pictures from the crime scene autopsies and things like that. This is where the projector presents, where the jury sees the evidence. So I'll watch this just for a minute. No audio yet on this feed. I'm noticing that I do not have my mug here today, and I need one. I'm not sure if Mrs. R.A. is listening or not right now. Their kids are probably doing school, but I might have to run away and get a mug. I don't want to drink out of the bottle like a heathen. I've been doing that in the past, and I feel bad doing it. Although, speaking of drinking out of the bottle, one of the things we did yesterday at the little Christmas party was we had Martinelli's sparkling apple juice, sparkling cider, or not cider, I think it's sparkling apple juice that was served, and there was a lot left over. And as we were cleaning up and stuff, my kids were there, and they're like, "What's in the bottle?" type thing. And we're like, "Oh, you're gonna like it. It's like apple juice and pop mixed together." Because we haven't given them Martinelli's before. You just and so sure enough, so we've already cleaned up all the cups for drinking, and so my kids grabbed these bottles, and they're just like swigging back on the Martinelli's, which is a non-alcoholic juice, and it was funny to see. So yeah, I'm not going to drink out of the bottle today. I'm going to get a mug. I wonder if there are any sovereign citizen trials coming up. Richard, I've seen a few in some of the smaller courts. I know there's at least one. I know there's at least one per se case with the guy that's like a firecracker, a lot like DB, but I don't think he's a sov cit. I will mind the laptop, Katrina. Thank you for the reminder. You're consistent with that, and I appreciate that. Not sure which is more painful to watch, Darrell Brooks acting like a toddler or Ortiz's testimony. The actual testimony was better than Ortiz sitting and waiting to start the interrogation. I got a quarter worth 70. That's a nice quarter. My son likes looking at quarters. He loves going through coins. I got him a whole case of 50-cent pieces. You can go to the bank and you can buy money, right? Which is you give them money and they give you change exactly worth what you give them. So it's like it's just making change. But I went to the bank and I said I want 50-cent pieces, $500 for 50-cent pieces. So we got $500 worth. You go through and you find the coins that have errors on them or mistake coins or something. You take those out. You trade the rest back in. And you get your $500 back, basically, plus minus whatever you took out. And then you can sell those error coins for increased value. So you can actually make money just going to the bank and exchanging your coins if you know what to look for. And he absolutely loves it. He loves finding the error coins. Because there are many more than you think. It's not just like 1 in a billion. There are all sorts of mistakes to look for. Starting to see the law and crime is panning around the courtroom a little bit. Showing us who's there today as people are assembling. It looks like a lot of smiles from family members. They're the ones wearing the shirts commemorating the victims, the memories of the victims. Still nothing from Ken's 5, nothing from KSAT. Okay, I feel a sneeze coming on, which means I have to go off camera and mute. And find tissue. Not bad. I'm very good at that. I pray Boone has a lawyer. Law student can be a great learning curve. Boone has a lawyer right now. Bankowitz is his name. But Bankowitz has been in trouble before for not being responsive to his clients. And Sarah Boone is complaining that he's not very responsive right now. Charlie Peterson said, I sold a 3-legged buffalo nickels for $300. Best find yet. That is a good find. A 3-legged buffalo is a great find. Buffaloes, in and of themselves, even without an error, are fun to find in a roll of nickels. When buying coins from the bank, you only gain. That guy, it's true, but banks don't like it for some reason. It's like you're here to serve me, right? You get interest on my money that I put in the bank. You lend it out to people, and you keep the interest. So shouldn't you at least give me something in return? But I've found that when buying coins, you have to have several different banks to go to. So you're not always just buying quarters and returning them, because they don't like having to re-roll them and things like that. My bank does not like me bringing in coins at all. But okay. MB says, Recovery Addict, I was raised with less than perfect etiquette, and one time, a boss of mine took me to a fancy corporate party. I got a beer, which I was drinking out of the bottle. Boss flips. You're like, hey, why dirty a glass? Why dirty a glass? Are you following the OnlyFans murder trial? We are, Laura. There's, I think we're in that stage of trial where we're waiting to see if she makes bond, or if she gets bond, if she's able to be let out. I think she wants very badly to be let out, but the prosecutor is saying, if you let her out, you will not see her again. She will not be back. She has the means to flee and go to another country and make money there on the internet, and she will never be back. So that's their argument. We'll see as that goes to a hearing. See if it's called an Arthur hearing is what's scheduled for her. Bless you. Thank you. Appreciate that, MB. We had a lot of sneezes in court the other day as well, so maybe I caught it from them. I got a lady at my bank that has a 00005 serial number. That's one of the almost never makes it out of the bank. Yeah, the bank, because when the bank sees them, a lot of times the bank will get them and they're in consecutive order, right? They're coming straight from the mint, basically, or from the Federal Reserve. And so they'll get them, and all the good ones, they're like, okay, and we'll take these and we'll replace them with that. Yeah, so anytime you work at a till, you sort of have the first dibs on what happens there, if your boss allows it. I know there were times when I worked in a till where the boss allowed me, as long as the till matched at the end of the day, I could buy money out of the till, like $2 bills or whatever came in. I won Addict Bingo. Thanks for the sneeze. Win. I do what I can, 80s Music Man. I didn't know you just had the one left, or I would have done it earlier for you. Usually if you ask them to order specifically for you, they don't mind much. Yeah, but they just give me that slant eye. They're just like, why? And it's just, it's like going to the driver's license division and asking them to do something that's not normal. Like, hey, can I get an extra copy of something? And it's something they could easily do because it's right within their job description. But they're like, I don't want to. Why are you making me do this extra work? That's sort of the feel I get from my bank. And maybe it's because I'm banking at the wrong place. I don't know. But I have to find different places to get coins. Okay, I always drink out of the bottle since birth, says TW. Drink beer out of the bottle since birth. Still nothing on the live feed. Oh, we'll keep an eye on that, though. My mom used to be a bank teller. She brought home all the interesting stuff. It's one of the perks of working with money as a coin collector. Never got to buy the money except face value. I want to have a car wash or a laundromat that accepts coin, because you get silver coins in those quarters all the time. My boss would let me buy money out of the till. That's a good boss, Debbie. That's a good boss. We're past 9 o'clock Texas time. So once again, I'm going to call it. The judge is late, which he has been every single day of trial, bar one. So this is not looking good for him. I'm marking it down on my paper, so if I ever move to that county before he gets reelected or retained, I'm going to vote against him because he's late, and that's just not considerate to the rest of us. MB B says, Bella, I learned to watch what others do. It was not easy moving from poverty into elegance. It was what I worked towards, but I didn't realize how different the two worlds are. If you guys want, I've got some business ideas that are very easy to replicate almost anywhere you are. That if you're in a spot where you're like, I need to earn money and I don't have much money, there are ways to do it. And a lot of times it takes money to make money, but these are some of the ways that you can make money without very much money. And it's things that I've done that sort of helped pay for some of the hobbies that bought the gear that's in front of me now. And buying and selling in a field where you know some of the items is one of them. Michelle says, recovered actor, heard Sarah Boone was on a video on Facebook putting a child in a suitcase because the child asked. Sarah let the child out of the suitcase. That was her son, right? But she testified she would never put her son in. I've heard something about that. I have not seen that video. But that would definitely go against her testimony in her interrogation. She said she would never put her son in a suitcase. The comments you highlight are blurry, but I don't know why. Richard Davis, is anyone else have seeing blurry comments? I'm watching the feed on the stream. Are you on a very small screen, like on a phone? We can troubleshoot this. Golden Mom, actually, if you can jump in on this one and just go ahead and fix it from your end, as you were in charge of the internet today, that would be great. Any idea why Sarah Boone was not released on bail? Probably because of the seriousness of the charge and maybe some prior conviction information. I don't know if she has any failure to appears or warrants or anything, but she's got some record. She might not have a lot of ties to the area. I mean, I know her family's there, but you know, it's hard to decide why she's not given bail unless the judge specifically, the magistrate specifically said why. Okay. Miss L, we've got to find you a Coinstar, or maybe a tool that will sort the coins for you and roll them for you. Judge instructed the jurors, so the jurors are waiting. The jurors are generally never late, although I think they have had one late a little bit today, or in this trial. Not blurry here. Everything is okay. Yeah, I think it might be just be you. Refresh the channel, just like go out and come back in and make sure you're watching up to the latest moment, and it might reset. Or change the setting on the replay. See the resolution setting. Change it up higher. Texas is on Central Time. We're on Mountain Time here in Utah. So KQD, it should be 8 o'clock where you're at. And Texas is 9 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock here. So I've been waiting for a whole hour longer than you guys, right? Is that how it works? Aggie Sutherland, several songs her dad wrote about himself. I saw those texts from you, Color Me Abstract. Those were some cool songs. She has a beautiful voice. That guy, a lot of times if your feed is dropping to a really low resolution, you may have a poor internet connection, and the application is automatically selecting the resolution that's best suited for your internet connection. Trust me, we're putting out 1080p on my end, and it seems to be arriving at YouTube because one of my systems is also monitoring my feedback, so I get to look at how YouTube receives it. And it is in 1080p resolution right now. Still nothing from court. KQD says, recovery addict, is it true that there will be no more daylight savings time? I've heard that somewhere. Did that pass? Did somebody sign? Did that go through Congress? Did I miss that? Because I'm okay with it not changing. I really am. Yesterday's after lunch was productive for the DA. Yes, it was. Getting those two things played in front of the open court, but without the jury, I guess you could say. It was a closed court. That was insightful for us, even though a lot of it was redacted and the jury only heard parts of it. It was very interesting, and it was the DA here has been very effective at getting pretty much everything they wanted in. There's very little that they've wanted to present that they haven't been able to get there, even though it was painful sometimes getting to that point, and some of the witnesses they used to provide the foundation for evidence were hard to listen to, and I'm looking at you, Ranger. It's some of them were very difficult, but at the same time, I loved the Ranger, as some of you said as well, on cross. That same dry, monotone voice was really funny to listen to and very appropriate on cross because he just could not be riled. Abby says, wait, it's 3 p.m. here, so I've been waiting the longest. Abby, you are incredible, waiting all the way since this morning. 6 hours is by my count. Way to go. Debbie, a credit union will let you use their coin counter for free if you've got an account with them. Debbie, none of my credit unions have coin counters. The only coin counter in my area is a bank that I'm not eligible to join. Well, it's a credit union that I'm not eligible to join because I haven't been employed by the state of North Carolina. So I need to get employed by the state of North Carolina and quickly get an account there so I can use their free coin counter. Texas has 2 time zones. The Ortiz trial is 1 hour behind Eastern time. So the state is so big it can't fit in one time zone. That's what we're hearing. Bella, you're going to need a charger cord for that iPad because we're going to be on verdict watch, I think, today, and you will not want it to go dead at the wrong time. Ginger, Texas via Aaron Dean, happening right now, actually. This is the first week. I think it's on day 3 right now of the trial. Let's see. Somebody just sent me some pictures of bottles. Let's see. Antique pharmacopoeia, chemistry items. That is pretty cool. The house I live in, I'm not sure who sent me that text. It just came in with a number. So if you haven't sent me a text before, please, the person who sent me that bottle picture, just send another text and let me know who you are on YouTube so I can link the two together. But I actually live in a house that was built by a doctor back in 1910 or so, 1915, I think. And so back in that time period, the idea of taking the trash out was going and throwing stuff in the outhouse pit. And so you can imagine that once the outhouse stopped being used, everything decomposes pretty much, and it's all sanitary now. It's sort of yucky, but the idea is you can dig up the outhouse pit and find historic items like medicine bottles and I don't know, needles and things like that. Okay. I think I've caught up with everyone who's tagged me in chat. Nope. Abby is across the pond that I can't skip rocks. It is a long throw, Color Me Abstract, but if you get the angle just right and you really put your arm into it, you've got a chance. I love this channel. Time passes quickly when you're having fun with friends. It is good to be here with all of you. Daylight saving time is permanent in any state already observing it. This change could mean that from November 5th, 2023, clocks would not be permanent standard time, a position supported by the American College of Chest Physicians and the World Sleep Society, among others. I read what you said. Oh, it would not be returned to standard time. I skipped to the middle of what you said. So it would not be returned to standard time. Is my house haunted? Lindsay, we could talk about that a little bit, but if it is, they seem to be quite friendly. Let's put it that way. I have all sorts of electrical issues in this house that are unexplained. I have plumbing situations in this house that are unexplained. So yeah, it's interesting. Okay. The judge is really starting to get on my nerves just a tiny bit this morning. Let's refresh this one. I'm going to need my mug, so we're going to need a song really quickly. And as it probably works, as soon as I step away from the desk, the judge will come in. So we'll do that, knowing that that's going to happen. Play a little bit of music, give me a minute to get my mug and get settled, and I'm sure the judge will be ready once we're ready to get back. I have the invisible mug today. As you can see here, you can it just puts a hole right through me when I use it. It's not green, it's blue, but it's close enough to the chroma key here that it gets included in what gets blacked out. Disappointing news, though. The judge did not start while I was away. Ann Kirk says, do you play the guitar? I do, sometimes. Not very well, but I like to do it. We do get an ASMR moment because nothing else is happening, so everyone, this might be your reminder to have a bathroom break this morning, but here we go. All right, we are here. Michelle says, recovery addict, love the mantle. I will tell you, Michelle, as I try not to spill water on my computer, we have a fireplace in almost every room in our house. I think we have 9 fireplaces in this house. That's sort of the time period. You know, there wasn't heating when the house was built. My cup really does get a hole in it. Yeah, so we have mantles, beautiful mantles and fireplaces. They're all coal burning fireplaces, which are shallow fireplaces that have metal doors over the front of them. But we have one of those in almost every room, as well as chandeliers. So it's interesting. I'll be careful. I'll be careful. Scott, that was mean. And I warned you. I did warn you before I did it, right? You knew it was coming. Didn't you have up black walls or screens around you the other day? MB, the lighting in this room, that's just a feature of the camera I'm using. This camera right here is a GoPro Hero 8 Black Edition, and it's great for what I'm using it for. Let's put it that way. But when it's dark outside or the room is dark, and I've got 2 lights, one up onto my left and one up here to my right, and they're pretty bright. They're like 160 different LEDs that are all fairly bright. When those are shining at me and they're not in the view of the camera, it sort of makes the room go dark, so it looks black, and it looks cool at night. Actually, I think it looks cooler at night than during the day. Sent photos of my Civil War Bible. That is cool. Have you turned every page to make sure there's not like Civil War money hidden in it or something? Now he just broke into some random's house to stream, bringing the true crime to his life. That would be funny. I will say this house is the least stream-friendly house I've ever been in. Every room size is almost identical. So there are all these square rooms. There really isn't a long shot for anything. It's trying to get this angle, one that worked, that wasn't like, sticking me in some weird corner somewhere. This was all I could do to get this to work. CB Clark says, you talk David Wilcox. What about Chris Rosser? He doesn't have a large catalog or presence on YouTube, but very much in the early David Wilcox genre. I'll have to listen to that. Chris Rosser. I do like early David Wilcox better than late David Wilcox. He seemed to go like just a little crude at the end of he's still playing, I guess, so he's not done. Bella says, did you change rooms for your setup? I don't remember the window. My house, I'm telling you a ton about my house. I should just show you the blueprints, really. That's about where we're at. My house was built in 1915. It has pillars out front, just a huge deck that sort of wraps around the side of the house, we fell in love with as soon as we saw it. It needs about $1 billion in repairs because of its age. We're constantly repairing and working to fix it up, and it's I think we're falling behind. It needs repairs faster than we can do them. So it's had to rerun water mains and rebuild the kitchen and just a lot of work. We've done a ton of painting, floor refinishing, but the house has 31 windows, all with the original glass, the wavy, hand blown type glass thing. Large doors with original glass and everything in it. It's amazing. It is beautiful. I love it. The architecture, we've got Greek key inlaid floors, hardwood floors that are just beautiful. stained glass windows that, like the Frank Wright style stained glass windows. Anyway, we've got all that stuff going on, but virtually every part of it needs help. The windows are a little better than screens. Like when the wind blows, you feel it indoors. You really do. I mean, if there's a good storm blowing the wind, you feel the airflow as it sort of the house just breathes, and so it's heating and cooling is a little bit on the expensive side here, but I do love the home. Yes. My beloved money pit is a great description of it. And it's not friendly for videoing. It's not soundproof. So every time a car drives by with a loud engine or a booming stereo or a big truck outside, I hear it, and you guys hear it. So you get to enjoy living in this house with me. Still nothing. Judge is still late. Got a quote for replace my windows. I got 10. Dude said the more windows as a family, the richer he was back in the day. Right. This was what I'm saying. This was built by a doctor. This was the doctor in the town. One of the key people who also brought the railroad to the town. Just some great history here. In a historic district. We're actually right outside the historic district. It starts like next to our property, but I'm fine with not being in the historic district. There's no benefit for me there. Matthew Harris Law today at 3:12. My hearing won't be on YouTube. Someone let RA know. Won't be on YouTube. Okay. All right. So thank you. I think, Abby, you just passed that on probably from Discord. So we will know that we are not going to watch YouTube because we won't get to see him. This monster cried yesterday afternoon, says CG in Texas, in court when listening to his wife on the phone recording from jail. Worth watching. I did watch those, CG. I followed those as we were getting ready and helping with our little event yesterday. Very, very insightful. We saw a side of him that we have not seen yet. He never was crying for the victims, right? And listening to those calls, I really get the feel that at the time those calls were recorded, which were 2 and 4 years ago, right? 2018 and 2020. I don't think his wife knew really everything that was going on, everything he was charged with, what he had said. 31 windows, winded. Yeah. 31 windows are replacing them. You can imagine the cost because they're very tall, vertical. They have the vertical sliding opening system, and they have like the window weights that are on pulleys on the side. Well, some of the window weights, because those pulleys were on ropes, those ropes were made in 1910, and some of them have just, because of moisture or anything else, they've just collapsed and the window weight has fallen down, and so the window then becomes very, very heavy and hard to lift up. But we've got all those to replace everything. Would probably put me right around $50,000 just to replace the windows, which is by, let me help you with the math here. That's $50,000 more than I have to replace windows right now. But I do love the home. It's beautiful. Imperfections in glass does not come with age. Right. This is how it was, exactly how it was created. It's the manufacturing method that causes the little waves to appear. As a matter of fact, as I'm looking out the window right now, as I move back and forth, one of those waves is in the glass in front of me, and it causes a distortion on my neighbor's roof. But it's beautiful, and it's actually a look that people pay a lot for. You can actually sell the old glass and get some good money for it if you can get it out without breaking it. 31 windows and breezy equals no mold. It's a trade-off. I will take that trade. Mold is not my favorite. Still nothing from the courtroom. Judge is almost half an hour late. He also smiled and passed notes to his lawyer. It was at times odd to smile. Very odd when on trial. Color me abstract. I watched that. I went back and watched that late last night. And I just took screenshots I was just on my phone. I was just taking screen grabs every time he was making these facial expressions, because we haven't seen him do that. We haven't seen that sort of emotion from him. He's been very, almost like Matthew Terry-ish, like in the Florida case, where he's just a stone face, just observing, almost a statue type thing. But we got just a full range of emotions from him yesterday at different times. Roughly $1,000 for each window. Lease was what I was quoted, but the 31 might get a bulk buyer discount. All right, I've got 31, and it's 2 stories, very, very steep 2-story building, as a matter of fact. The roof will probably cost me $30,000 to redo, which needs that as well. But the first floor has 11-foot ceilings, which is awesome. You walk in the room, and the room just goes up forever. The second floor has 9-foot ceilings, and so the outside windows on the outside, they charge extras like hazard pay to get up there and fix those windows because of how tall they are. I missed something very sad in court yesterday. Wombat, it was sad to hear the kids, to hear them, the little girl was trying to offer advice to help his tummy feel better, tugged at my heart. Yeah, this is a side of the murderer you don't get to see type thing, right? The alleged murderer. Yes, Suzanne, if you're going to catch up, I would start with the tire prints lady, and go through. After her, there was also a witness from the jail intelligence center that monitors the phone calls, and she authenticates the 2 recordings. There's a lot of back and forth on that one, and then you get to hear the 2 recordings, half an hour each. Shortly after that, they pretty much just wrapped, called it, and then we're where we are today. That brings us up to date. Windex, spell check got me. Spell check gets everyone, Bella. Let's see. Family members of each of the victims today wearing shirts that say they are loved with a photo of each woman. Yeah, surprising. We saw them actually. Law and Crime showed them briefly this morning as we're waiting for everyone to show up to court. But with the jury about to deliberate, it's interesting that the judge allows that in the courtroom. Florida didn't allow any of that during the Parkland case. Even no pins, no buttons, no ribbons. You couldn't even wear colors, like everyone, wearing the same color to support a family member by their favorite color. 31 windows. We're only going to charge you for 30. Hey, at that price, it's a steal. CB, sign me up. When he was talking about the Casey Anthony book in the recording and kept nodding his head, he really believed he had a point. Right. And it's like he's not reading this like everyone else reads that book, and they're like, wow, what a crazy woman, right? They're just like, this case, I remember this. This is so bizarre. It's like, how did this even happen? And he's reading, it's like, yep, same thing happened to me. I got treated the same way. Yep, I've got the exact same situation. They're treating me, they're wronging me just like they wronged her. And it's like, well, Ginger, we weren't super surprised. I wasn't super surprised that they didn't call any witnesses, just because their whole argument has been that the evidence is not admissible, right? Whether it's the truck search or the testimony that his confession, that was their whole evidence. They're saying basically you don't have a case because your evidence isn't admissible. And they're still leaning on that. They're relying on that for the jury to be like, yep. And we'll hear that in the closing. But the prosecution has done just a masterful job at laying out the whole case, at really just spelling it out for the jury. And I think convincing them that they've met the requirement for every single element of the charges. At one point, his wife says something in Spanish, but then in English says they were just prostitutes. I did not catch that, MB. There was a lot of English-Spanish mix, especially in that first call, I think. Looks like Law and Crime has got a feed. You can see the 3 individuals behind the gentleman there in the black shirt. That gentleman's very emotional when his family member, was it his daughter or sister? I'm not sure age-wise which one it was the focus of attention for the medical examiner testimony. Very, very rough. He had a hard time during that. He had to leave right after that, as a matter of fact. He only stayed for that portion and then left. Lots of matching shirts here. Lots of matching shirts. The family looks calm right now. I think they'll remain calm unless the prosecutor in the closing statements gets very descriptive again in the killings. If he's describing the situation in a very emotional way, I think you might see some emotion from them as each one's name is read and their final moments recounted. You'll probably get emotion there. Those two family members are wearing masks. I don't remember them wearing masks before. Maybe they're concerned about the super spreader event that happened a couple days ago with that investigator or the witness. Was he the crime evidence tech? I think that's what it was. So Erica can come back in the room, and she's free to catch up on this confession trial if she wants to. I don't know. Somebody, if you can let me know, does she have to stay out for the duration? I wonder what this bailiff is saying. What instructions would the bailiff be giving the members of the gallery right now? No emotion, no outbreaks. No live streaming from your phone unless you're... Oh, there he is. Camera guy, a cell phone camera guy is in the house in the back left-hand corner. So he's there. Next trial, Karen, we may switch over and try to catch up with the Aaron Dean trial, also out of Texas, that's going on right now. I think it's day 3 there. Had a little bit of an explosion at the beginning involving live streaming from the gallery, as well as possible witness coaching from the gallery. Okay, so the bailiff just instructs the gallery of things, and then people leave. Why? Cell phone guy, you're alive. We were worried about you yesterday. He's here. He's back. Is today closing arguments? We anticipate that to be on the schedule. First, we're going to have the jury instructions, which the two sides, I think, probably agree on pretty quickly. I don't imagine them having a huge conflict on that. Pauline Phillips, I'm confused. Does he really think his wife will get his pension? Pauline, I don't know the rules about that pension. I'm guessing that if you get convicted of a crime, that it might have something to do with it, but possibly, if there isn't a provision in there that takes away the pension if you fail to follow the law, then she might get it. I don't know. He's not going to be able to get it. It's not going to go into his jail fund. Okay, so that witness, is that a witness? It's got a badge on the shirt for sure. I think this is pretty much all the family that we've seen over the days of court. Doesn't appear to be any bailiff flirting today. Not yet, but give them time. The bailiff flirting usually comes right about lunch break. Bailiff is explaining why the judge is late. Yeah, it's like, sorry guys, he's always late. Just get used to it. That's what she said. She might have to stay out until there's a verdict, says DMB. That's probably what I'm leaning towards. The lead attorneys are gone. I smell a conference. It's going to be just the conference has to do with just the jury instructions. I don't think there's anything else. There's no other, motion that's really appropriate at this moment in the trial. We're sorry, everyone. Ortiz tried to unalive himself in the jail. Probably not. I don't think that's the case. I think they're okay with the shirts. They've been allowing the shirts the whole time. MB, who thought cell phone guy was a cutie? Who was it that's Ginger. Ginger. There you are. Sliding under the radar. She's got a thing for guys who take videos on their cell phone. What can I say? That's what it is, right, Ginger? It's the cell phone, not the guy. The lady bailiff was flirting hard with some other guy yesterday in the courtroom. It looked that way. Her facial expression seemed to give several of us that impression. ADA looks like Jimmy Fallon in disguise. Captain's here. Yep. I would like to sit right behind the defendant. Debbie. The message just got retracted. I don't know why. But I put it on the screen before you could retract it, Debbie. I'm not sure why you pulled that back. But are you claiming you would like to do something to him? Maybe throw things in his hair or harass him with small whispers? The poor guy with the too small mask for a large face. Cell phone guy looks like one of my college professors. All right, so we're gonna hold tight. We're gonna take a look at some of these other feeds. Why are they not coming in here? KSAT. There it is. Okay, KSAT has a placeholder, but that's it. And Ken's 5 has nothing as well. Come on, guys. You've got one job, and that's to provide a live feed for us to look at. Okay, well, we'll catch up to that one. Debbie says, I didn't finish it. Yes, that's exactly what I would do. Spitballs at the defense. DMB says, yes, Ginger and I have agreed to share him. I'm sure cell phone camera guy is pleased to know that. We'll see if we can get him a message letting him know he's going to be shared. Does anyone else know if there's an update on the case in Idaho? Isabella, every update I've heard really hasn't provided content update. I mean, there's not like additional information that's being released other than they've gone back and forth on whether or not it was a targeted killing. I think the whole purpose of those updates have been to try to reassure the public, which they have not done a good job of. And Katrina, they're going to just start as soon as I leave. Have a great day for work. I have to get ready for work shortly. Well, Katrina, not that we want you to leave, but if that's what they're waiting for, enjoy work. We'll see you. Catch you on the flip side. So, Alexis is here. It says, hi, peeps. Been busy, so was only able to listen and not interact. Well, Alexis, good to have you here. You can clearly, you're among friends. So good to have you here. Katrina, if you're able to, just check in. We'll try to keep you up to date when you do pop in. I want to sit behind the prosecution so I can give him a high five and get my DNA on evidence too. There was a lot of that. I mean, for wearing gloves, there was a lot of mishandling of evidence. But the defense could care less about the evidence. I think it's by design, actually, because it's not a requirement that I know of to handle the evidence that way. But the prosecution wants to wear gloves because this is the dirty, the fouled, the firearm type thing. You know, I don't want to touch it with my real skin type thing. So they want a sense of disdain for it. Whereas the defense picks it up and like, this is just another firearm, like all of you guys own. You know, it's just a firearm. It's just normal. There's nothing weird about this one. You know, and so I think it's purposeful that way because we've seen that in a couple trials now. Hades Music Man says, grr, that lady officer I won't share. Well, she might share without your permission. Did I say that? Yeah. We went there. Okay, I have a full day of angry cats. Wish me luck. Katrina, good luck. Anyone who's able to let alone comb, or trim a cat, you know, has my respect. I have a hard enough time just feeding them successfully. Let's go watch the other trial, says Lily. You know, as soon as we do, this one's going to start. And it's right at the key point of this trial. We've come so far. I want you to take the day off work. Well, here's some excitement. What's the excitement now, Bella? What's happening? Dallas says, I realize the Moscow police in Idaho keep releasing daily updates on their website. Then all the news station keeps reporting on what is that's said on that website as if it was their news. Yeah, it's like a press release, Dallas, and that's actually what we call the news cycle as it happens. Reporters generally don't. Most of them don't dig up their own stories. They don't find their own stories and have unique stuff. A lot of times the police department will actually update the website and then send what's called a press release to the news, you know, highlighting the differences, you know, and it might even say, please withhold this until this time. And the news stations will honor that because if they don't, they won't get the next notice, you know, next time there's something important to talk about. But I heard that Idaho, there's a possibility the couple went to another party, but they weren't sure where it was to gather info. Yeah, parties and college towns seem to go together, so that's a possibility. Do a jury out poll. Winner gets a Whataburger. I can't. I don't have a Whataburger around here to mail to you. It would have to be the Whataburger gift card. Coffee Mom needs some tips, Katrina, on a Turkish cat with some hair matting issues. Maybe you might be able to help. A bitey cat, too. Yes, press release. Thanks for the explanation. No, it's good, Dallas. It's interesting. Having been in a newsroom when those were coming in, and you'd think that a press release, as soon as it pops on the press, the news would want to carry it. But really, they come out really far in advance compared to when you think it's going to break. The news is going to break, and a lot of times there's a press release to announce a press conference, or a press release to say, okay, we're going to be announcing this on this date, and you can be there in person. Send your cameraman. So the press release sometimes is like breaking news right now, and they'll send a press release. But a lot of times the news cameras their stations will miss that because they like go through them like 2 or 3 times a day, regardless of what they know is in there. And so they're like, oh, this one just came in, and we should have been on top of that. How are you doing today, Ginger? Lovely Ohio weather. There's a Whataburger about a mile from me. Well, Debbie, you might have to buy for everybody and mail them out. Okay. Judge is now 40 minutes late. That's a big 4-0, which I believe has missed. I think that's still misdemeanor. At 45, it becomes a felony. But we're going to have to press charges. I think that's all we can do. I didn't suffer through the disc to bail out now, says Mac. Right. Not just the disc, but 7 discs of interrogation we sat through just so we could be at this moment. We can't leave now. Kathleen says, I missed a lot of this trial. What is Ortiz facing if found guilty? Life in prison without parole is the maximum, which I believe may also be the minimum. I don't know. I guess maybe the minimum could be with parole, but life in prison without parole is what he's facing. 4 counts of murder for killing 4 sex workers in the little town of Laredo, or near the little town of Laredo. And he also has 2 charges relating to the 5th person, the one who got away, who was actually victim number 4, if you look at it on a timeline, for unlawful imprisonment or something like that. It was like sort of like a kidnapping, holding her against her will, as well as the aggravated assault for pulling a gun on her. Past the mailed out Whataburger. I don't think the mail system is designed to deliver Whataburgers in the state that they are intended to be consumed. I don't think it would. What I'm saying is you wouldn't get a Whataburger. You would get a burger when it arrived, but it would not be the Whataburger still. Does anyone see the lady sitting behind the defense? She kept messing with her hair and quite fidgety. Just wondered who she is. Julie, is that the one who was doing her makeup? Who had a little compact out and was doing her makeup? I think that was yesterday. She was sitting right behind Ortiz at one point. I wonder if they're doing pre-record hearings like the Judge Dora did before starting every day, but this judge doesn't air it. Mal, with the lead prosecutor and defense attorney being not present on the bench or at their desks, and the judge also out of the room, there's a good chance both of them are in the chambers going over the jury instructions, like CG says here. There could be in chambers just hammering out the details of what he's going to announce to them, and the exact wording, because the judge knows the law. He knows what he has to tell them, but the way he tells them and exactly what words he uses, what he includes and what he doesn't include, that's sort of up for argument between the two parties. So they'll come to an agreement, and as long as they agree and it's within the law of what he's supposed to do, he's like, yeah, okay, I'll do that. That's fine. I'm going to instruct that, this is the instruction. It's going to sound exactly like this, and he'll read it verbatim to the jury. There are some advantages, just a couple words in the wrong place could make a big difference when it comes time for a verdict. So they're going to push for that as much as they can. Richard Davis says, I'm on my Surface Pro tab and everything is fine. The blurry comments was because of the YouTube app. I went through my browser and text was fine because I couldn't text. Sorry. Well, you're back. You can text, and it's good to have you back. I'm going to need some water. Luckily, I have my invisible mug to drink from. It tastes better when you drink from a true crime addict mug. Many of you can vouch for that. Mary Murphy, I saw a message, and right as I looked at it, it disappeared. So please, if you have something to say, drop a line. We'd love to see what you can bring to the conversation, or if you have a question, we'd love to answer it for you. I need water, but it's in a UPS truck. Well, when you're a runner, you need a lot of water. Stay hydrated. Are they eating Whataburgers with the judge? I think that will come later. Whataburgers are pretty much a lunch and on type thing. They're not typically consumed for breakfast. I'm not even sure if they serve breakfast. Someone might be able to tell me that. And everyone's like, I'm hungry now. Katrina, sorry. But if you eat a Whataburger now and then you go in and try to pet the cats, they're going to be like, Whataburger. Meow. Yeah. Did you see all those interviews with Judge Darrell? She's so well-spoken. It just seems like a nice lady. She is. She's phenomenal. Just really well-balanced. She's got a solid center in her life that she's built around. Great family. I think she's going to go far, and I think she's got a good chance at winning that Supreme Court position. Josh says, recovery addict, why do you think the defense did not call any witnesses? Because they didn't have any evidence to present. And I'm not saying that jokingly. I think they honestly don't have any evidence to present. If he was saying, I'm not guilty because I have an alibi, right? That would be evidence. It probably would have been raised in a pretrial hearing, but he would have said, I have video of me being, in New York the entire week that all these murders were committed. Well, that would be an effective alibi, right? I've got these people who can vouch for me. I was out of the country, at a wedding in Puerto Rico or something. That would be a great alibi. It could also be things like, this was committed in self-defense. And if he had evidence that showed that he was committing these murders in self-defense, that could also be a defense to these charges. If there was one of those situations, the judge would still see if there's enough evidence to bring it to trial, and bring it to trial if there was. And then we would see that evidence. We would see them say, yes, but, right? They might say, we're not saying he didn't pull a trigger, but there's other information you need to know that will you have to consider before you just to find him guilty of doing what he's charged with. In this case, there was none of that. There's no, I was, insane. There's no claims of that. There's no defense evidence presented at all. They're basing their entire defense on the state made mistakes. The state made mistakes by searching the truck at the Stripes store when they didn't have a warrant and they didn't have probable cause. Because of that, none of the evidence that they got from the truck, including the firearm that was used in these murders, is admissible. That's their first allegation. And the second mistake they made was that they coerced the witness, or they coerced the defendant. That they took him into a holding room at 3 a.m. in the morning, okay, after he'd been up, most of the night already, and then for 9 hours they grilled him, okay, after he's already told them that he's suffered from alcohol and medication problems. He has blackouts. He doesn't want to be here. Doesn't want to talk about it type thing. After he's done all this, after 9 hours, finally he just says, fine, I did it. And they're saying that was coercion. You broke his free will and forced him to confess when he didn't want to. And they're saying because that's coercion, everything in that testimony and all the evidence you got from that would be thrown out, including the fourth body, the fact that there was a fourth victim that the police didn't know about, all his stories about everything that happened, all that information that would be thrown out. So that's been their defense. But all that defense has been presented during the prosecution's evidentiary portion of the trial. Because every time the prosecution tries to bring something in, they say, Judge, we object. We object to this on the grounds of this is not being a lawful search. Well, the court has decided against them at basically every single turn. So all they can hope for now is that the jury thinks the judge was wrong. And is going to say, yeah, that wasn't right. We're going to weigh this evidence, and we don't feel it's right. It'll be interesting to hear what instructions the judge gives the jury regarding that, as they weigh evidence and determine guilt or not. Whataburger has great breakfast for fast food. I have learned something today, Weather Watch. We need a Whataburger here. Honey butter chicken biscuit from Whataburger breakfast. Is that like a Popeyes type thing, Lexi? Because we have Popeyes here, which makes fantastic biscuits. fresh all day long. Just amazing. They might mistake my skin for a burger. Yeah, you eat a burger and then go work with cats, and they'll be like, they will be your friend until they are your enemy. No mitigating evidence. Nothing. There's nothing at all. And you know, this is, yeah, it's unique to see a situation like this where all the evidence just stacks up against the defendant and he doesn't have anything the other way, yet he's still saying he's not guilty. But that is also his right. He has the right to remain silent. He doesn't have to present a defense. He is innocent until proven guilty. He's not guilty until proven innocent. So he doesn't have the burden of proof on his shoulders at all. He basically can show up and say, look, state, this is all on you. You have to prove that I'm the guy who did it. And that's what he's doing here. Obviously, they're attacking some of the evidence, saying, hey, you can't bring that in because you're trying to prove it wrong. You're breaking the law. And because you broke the law, you can't bring that in. So that's what we're going to see. While waiting, can we see a clip of JD crying yesterday? Possibly. Well, I'd have to search. Let me look for that. Judge, we'd like to recant the confession. No backsies. I think their best bet is an appeal after today's guilty verdict. So appeal is going to have to be on, there is going to be an appeal, right? The appeal is going to come when they say this evidence should not have been allowed. The search was illegal, and the judge was wrong to rule that it was. So they're going to appeal on that front, on both the search and the coercion front. I'm not sure if they're going to get very far on those. I think this judge was very fair in how he listened and how he applied the law, but they could have some grounds for that. But you've got to realize if they appeal, if they get a retrial, if they get a full redo, first of all, if the appeal is granted, he's let out on appeal, and then he goes back to square one for the trial. But then there's a chance if he gets tried again because of a mistrial that he would be up for the death penalty again, which he's not up for right now. So it could be a worse situation. He could end up losing the second one and having the death penalty. Am I understanding that process correctly? Alexi says we have Popeyes here too. Both are great, but word is the honey butter chicken biscuit from Whataburger is the best. From Patrick Mahomes himself, the Whataburger connoisseur. So I'm eating inferior biscuits. We're now 52 minutes late. There was some sloppy work by the LE, and really the hardest thing for me to listen to and believe was the ranger who opened the side of the car door, photographed the inside of the door, and never saw the gun sticking out of the side of the door. Red girl, I guess recovery addict, you could have skipped this morning. Why are we waiting? We are waiting because the judge is deciding what to tell the jury, and any minute now he will start. But Ken's 5 about 2 hours from the end. Easy to tell when they start playing the calls because they show only the monster. CJ, let me see if I can pull it up. I do have Ken's 5's feed up here. Let's see, recent lives. I need to make this full screen. I can't see. Okay. Oh, they have mutton bussing. That'd be cool to watch. Going through. Let's see, day 5. We already saw day 5. We need day 7. Today's day 8, right? We're on day 8 of the trial. I'm looking for it. I'm not seeing it readily. Not finding the right date. Oh, that might be it right here. That's 8 days ago. Okay, so I'll have to look for that. Sorry about that. A little longer than a few minutes. It has been a long wait. No one's saying they need to check on the judge. I think the judge is okay. I will say the neighbor across the street is mowing his lawn again. It's only been 1 day. It's only been growing for 1 day. I'm not sure why he needs to mow it again, but it is good weather to mow. One eternity later. Still nothing. So let's go into favorite moments. What a favorite moment did you have during this trial? For those that have followed from the beginning, we didn't follow the opening statements here on our feed. We picked up after the opening statements the day after. But what was your favorite moment in this trial? And if so, if you have one, why? That's what I'd like to know. I'll start. The tire. Rolling that big, huge truck tire and setting it up in the middle of the courtroom. The wheels on the bus go round and around. Yeah, that was probably the best moment of this trial for me. Favorite moment, passed out juror. Yes, yesterday, was that only yesterday? We had during the Emmys testimony, it might have been the day before yesterday, we had a medical examiner on the stand just begin to start showing autopsy pictures, and a juror went down, kaplunk, right before lunch, and it was the day before yesterday. And the juror actually got excused as a result. I think it was a man that was excused, and the judge told us that he's okay, everything's fine, he's just off the case. Unrolling the track tire papers, all 20 feet. I don't know how many times the tire made complete revolution on that paper, but they captured every possible track it could make. The audio was awful as usual. The recorded phone calls might have been clear. Those were hard to sit through. Watching the lawyer struggle to roll in the tire. It was like a two-person job. You watch any of those guys down at like Big O Tires or any of the tire shops around, and they can really manhandle those tires. But these lawyers are not professionals in that area. The strength and honesty of Erica. So Kara, that goes all the way back to Erica Panay. Her last name escapes me. It has one of the little accents on it that I can't pronounce. She was the first witness in this trial. The first witness was the one who got away. That's where the prosecution started telling the story and then built around that all the other events. And honestly, I will tell you from a standpoint of watching this, it was confusing because they started in the middle of the story. They didn't build a timeline starting day one, but they started with what they knew and built out. So you heard this case develop as the police saw it develop. But Erica did a great job on the stand. And that was one of the other times we saw Mr. Ortiz shaking his head. Every time he'd disagree with something she said, he'd be like, nope, that's not how it happened. I didn't point the gun at you. Nope, something like that. Seeing the ME go into action. Right, the ME go into action, KQD, as the moment that the juror fainted, there was a medical examiner who is a doctor, a licensed doctor in the state of Texas, on the stand just a few feet away. And she looks up at the judge, and she's like, "Judge, should I?" He's like, "Yep." And she ran over and helped him, which I made the comment that it would sort of, we sort of joked around about it a little bit. How would you like to be the guy who's laying on the ground, comes back to, and the medical examiner's looking down at you? He's like, "Oh no, did I die? And I'm having an autopsy performed, and I'm not dead yet." When they caught the perp, that was fun because it happened on video, Pam Jam. The defendant, Mr. Ortiz, was being chased. He was being hunted, and they found him in the gas station. He ran from them. They knew exactly where he'd run, or the general area, had set up a perimeter and tracked him down, and he was the last place he possibly could be, at the very top of the parking garage, and the last vehicle climbed into the bed of the truck to hide. Since we're approaching tax time, says Alexis, your favorite chat accountant has some questionable but actually legal tax advice. Return any stolen items before year end, and you are or you are subject to pay tax on it. Right. The government does not care how you acquired the items, whether or not it was legal or not. But if you did acquire them, you need to pay taxes. Just ask Al Capone, right? Isn't that what they got him on tax evasion? Michelle says, honorable mention was the glop of plaster with mud, it being called an impression. It was literally something I could make in a schoolyard playground. Just a bunch of plaster dumped on the ground, sticks, mud, grass, everything stuck to it. And they're like, this is the tire impression. But the tire expert was actually able to use it somewhat. That was probably the least scientific of all the expert testimony I saw, especially after all her analysis. She said, yes, it could have been that truck or any other of the millions of trucks with the same tires. That was the best she could do. Now granted, the tires are all made in a mold and they're all identical. But you would think that if the gun expert who got on stand and say, you give me 10 guns produced in a row off a factory line and fire one bullet from each one, and I can tell you which bullet came from which gun. Okay, that's pretty interesting. That's unique. Okay, but she says, you give me 10 tire tracks all in a row, and I'll tell you that it could have been any one of those 10 trucks that made that track. And it didn't seem to be the gotcha moment I was hoping. I wanted her to say, there was a chunk of plastic missing on this one, a unique pattern, where it clearly had been damaged, not worn down, and we detected that impression here. I wanted that level. I wanted this is a unique fingerprint. This tire track is like no other tire track in the world. But really, it was just anybody could have done it. All I can tell you is that someone drove here. Well, we knew that because we saw the tire track when they took the picture of the scene. Obviously, she's probably overpaid. Oh, let's see. What did I miss? Some more favorite moments. Nothing can top when Ortiz was in the questioning cell and had a triple walk by the outside door. Yeah, that was gripping. That moment we were just glued to the screen saying who's going to walk by next, and we had 3. When Erica yawned at the defense attorney trying to get a gotcha question from her. My personal favorite part was us in chat trying to come up with what song he was humming. Yeah, he did Wax Musical while he waited to confess. I don't remember what the song was. I thought it was like America the Beautiful or something. That's still my vote for what he was humming. Twitter update from Law and Crime. Unknown what the delay in Ortiz trial today. Court was supposed to begin almost an hour ago with jury instructions followed by closing arguments. I think Miss L, Law and Crime must be watching our feed because we knew that before they tweeted that. We knew that they were late, and they still are late. Or say it like this, Pena. You guys, every single time, Pena. You guys correct me every time, but I forget every time. When he outran the cops and bragging, Mac, that was funny. You can tell he was so proud because he's like, hey, I'm fat and I still outran 2 of your deputies. They need to keep working out, type thing. That was funny. We're talking about a bat thing. Let's see. Lori says, catch me up, peeps, please. Nothing's happened this morning, Lori. Where we're at right now is the judge is, we believe, discussing with the 2 lead attorneys, the prosecutor and defense attorneys, the details of the jury instructions he's going to be provided for them today. Those jury instructions are going to be what they hear right before the closing arguments from each side. And then the judge will briefly charge the jury, and then we'll go straight to deliberations, which, if we can get started this morning, I believe will happen today. But the longer this goes, the more the chance that deliberations will start tomorrow. The chair scraping sounds. Oh, Ginger. Oh, my goodness. My ears are still ringing at a new pitch because of those chair sounds. The microphone in the interrogation room is a potato, and they keep it on the floor right next to the chairs. And these metal chairs, they just drag across that hard floor, and it was awful. I believe that actually could be coercion or at least torture, and that would have been a defense that I think the jury could have really got on board with. We all know that thieves are very fiscally responsible, and of course would always pay the owed tax items on items confiscated. I wouldn't say confiscated. I'd say just Rehomed. That's a better word. Recovery addict. I was shocked that they did not block off the streets and allowed people to go in and out of that gas station whose lives could have been in danger. I think they blocked it off. No, they didn't, because we did see cars pull in. Hey, we've got action. Check this out. Boom, boom, boom. We've got the lead prosecutor in here shaking hands with all the family members. So he's about ready. He's not shaking hands with them. He was about to wave it. Is he starting to grow a stash? Do you guys see this? This gentleman has been babyface attorney throughout the beginning of the trial, and now I think we're seeing the beginning of a shadow on his face, which is probably the real reason why the other attorney quit, is because this guy was trying to mimic his facial hair. Okay, if the attorney's in, then obviously any judge's chamber discussion is probably over right now as well. Okay, I think I missed a couple of you. I like GQ Move fixing his hair before photos. Oh my goodness, he did. When they said, "Hey, we're going to take your picture," he grabbed his water bottle that he'd been drinking from, poured some water in his hand, and patted his hair, straightened himself up. He's like, "I'm going to look good in this jail mugshot." Maybe the judge fainted. Could have happened. I missed a whole bunch of chat, and I apologize. Most frustrating time was when the female assistant DA was questioning the DA, and the DA was in her ear. So frustrating. Anytime the DA was prompting at full volume, not like a whisper, but like in speaking tone. It's like, ask about this, finish the question with this, include this word type thing. That was frustrating. And I think that may also be why the assistant DA quit halfway through. Let's see. I know several of you had so many more things to... what can you tell us about this tire track? It's a track from a tire. Thank you. Submit your bill to my office and we'll have you paid for your expert testimony. I'm brewing my contempt of court. It's growing. It's really growing. I think we've got just a couple minutes here. Well, it's already over an hour late, but we're getting there. There was a truck. I know I know that much. Now, where's my $1,000 check? Says the tire professional. Yep. No feeds. I just ran through my other feeds. Nothing yet on any of them, but soon. Okay. Hey, here we go. Ken's 5 is at least telling us they're going to go live. There are 20 people waiting for them to come live. KSAT still just giving us a blank screen. All right, creepiest moment was him whistling Rockabye Baby. Ed says, recovered addict to tune late. Closing arguments and jury deliberations still hasn't happened yet. Ed, the judge, hasn't shown up to work yet. I'm not sure if it's a traffic issue or what, but he has not been seen on camera as of yet. We're over an hour past when he said he was going to start. Judge is punctual. He's reliably late. He was humming Rockabye Baby. Wake me when it starts. Richard, it might be lunch before it starts. KQD says, recovery addict, the mark on the left in the mud as the tire leaves is very much dependent upon the mud as much as the tire. Not true with the bullet. Right. And when the defense said this tire track could have been left months ago, has it not rained for months? Is it just is it that dry in this part of Laredo? And it may be they don't get rain at all. But in North Carolina, I will tell you this much: if there's a tire track on the top, found on the side of the road, it means it's happened in the last couple minutes, because we have so many frequent downpours that just flood everything. The no tire track would remain after just a few minutes. But the fact where that expert said it could have been there for months, that was weird. MB says, I think the cops didn't go by the book on the truck search and played the cover-up after the fact. MB, that's what I was getting at. I think I got distracted with the ranger saying he didn't see the gun and he was just taking the pictures to document it so it can be moved. it seems like that's the story they came up with, and it seems like a cover-up. I'll say that. I'll say that I think he's participating in that. That's just my impression. I'm not going to accuse him of breaking the law like openly, but that's my impression. It comes across as unbelievable. As a member of the jury, if that was me, I'd be looking like, really? I was with you all up to the point where a 29-year veteran law enforcement officer, Texas Rangers, elite of the elite, looking in a suspect's vehicle for a murder weapon, opens the door, looks in there, uses the flashlight first, opens the door, looks in there, takes pictures, and doesn't see the murder weapon in plain sight. That part for me was hard to say, yeah, that's believable. But the additional information that he gave in his testimony was consistent. I mean, so I guess it would be, if true, it would be embarrassing for him to be like, yeah, I had no idea that maybe a plea in progress. I don't know if a plea's on the table, Patty. I don't know if that's even an option right now. Kathleen says it's raining right now in Red Rock Country, St. George, Utah. Praise for water. Southern Utah does not get a lot of water, and water is life in Southern Utah. You need it, and everybody seems to want the little water that Southern Utah gets, especially downstream as you go through through Nevada and into California as well. So water is a big thing. Water rights are worth more than property in a lot of cases. I'm betting Attorney Perez is being his usual delightful self this morning. Maybe grounds for appeal. There will be appeals. I believe there will be appeals, but pretty much every conviction has them. It was the close-up photo of the door panel on the gun which made me wonder, did he remember taking that close-up? He says he remembered, and when I was watching it happen, it is on the dark side of the truck. Like the predominant lighting is coming from the passenger side of the truck. But him taking those pictures, it's interesting that the video of him taking those pictures is not provided. We don't have him actually photographing it, so we don't get to see how long he was there. We didn't even get to see him go to the other side of the truck and open the other door. But the right, I'm not faulting the cops, says MB. I'm not either. It just seems hard to believe right there. But I will say that after the fact, his behavior, his actions in the moment seem more consistent with him not seeing the gun, which that part made it more believable, like him calling out saying, hey, you may have a gun because I found an empty holster type thing. I never heard the radio traffic on that, which probably would have been more convincing for me. But Pauline, I don't think he has another case. He's blocked this one out for like 2 weeks. Scott has the cup in hand. Can we get a drink and a put down without a spill? We'll see. That guy, thanks for being observant. I am super thirsty today, and I'm almost out of water already. I've gone through nearly a full bottle. Do a quick refill. Are we on jury watch? I'm way behind right now. Tiffany, we're not on jury watch yet. The jury has not even heard the closing arguments or their jury instructions. So they've got all that. They've got jury instructions, closing arguments, and then getting the charge from the judge to go today before they deliberate. And then we'll be on verdict watch. I'm going to need some more water. We're on judge watch, which comes before jury watch. You guys are hilarious. You're thirsty from all their pickle juice. Very salty. Jill, it was the salty, but it was the prime rib I had for breakfast. That amazing prime rib. I made basically hash browns out of roast potatoes. So it was leftover roast potatoes and prime rib, and had a couple eggs on the side just for good measure. But that's what made me thirsty. I'll probably need a nap this morning as well, because that was a big, hearty breakfast. MB, are you part camel? You're storing that water and never pee. MB, Please hold for a minute. This show is sponsored by Depends. No, I'm just superhuman. What can I say? Although I'm sweating to death in here. It's getting very warm. I might have to turn on the fan. The steaks made me thirsty, but it was so good. The ribeye was so good. Tiffany says, wow, I left and came back and nothing has happened. I didn't expect that with this case. Right, me either, but that's where we are. Did the gun ever get admitted as evidence? Yes, it did, Wombat Mommy. It was admitted over objection, but it's in. The objection is basically a placeholder for a future appeal. Okay, I'm ready for the judge. I think we're on law and disorder. Unlawful and disorder is what it is. This is not lawful law and disorder. Weather Watch, that's so cool. As long as it's on TV, did you start your weather channel back up? A whole lot of nothing going on in the courtroom and here in the hospital. It's been a slow start this morning, but we anticipate fireworks later on. This judge is not rushed at all. He's the sort of person you invite for dinner and he comes over sometime that week. Maybe we need to sell some time squares for the judge to appear. Just took a look at your cups, reasonably priced, hoping to buy them for Christmas gifts for the family. Thanks, Kathleen. I appreciate that. They're reasonably priced because I make next to nothing on them. I think after taxes, I think it's 75 cents per mug. But I do enjoy that so many of these mugs have been shipped off to so many different parts of the country and around the world. Knowing that we have true crime addicts drinking out of these mugs in New Zealand, Australia, the UK, and Ireland, up in Canada, all across the U.S. I think we might even have one headed to South Africa. I'm not sure if that's happened yet, but it is exciting. I appreciate both the suggestion to make the mug and your support of the channel in purchasing them. Can we get a Scott story? I know it'll be interrupted. I need to prepare a story every day for this. Let me think if I have a story. Recovery Addict, isn't that an old song? Order in the court. Now here comes the judge. Here come the judge. That might have been before my time. I don't recall that one. Hope this delay was for a good reason, disrespectful to family. Patty, I'm sure it is. I really doubt that the judge is just like, hey, sorry guys, I slept in. I think that there's legal work being done behind the scenes that is pertinent to this case. Melody, good morning. She says, Recovery Addict, on a non-crime note, I caught a couple of Mrs. R.A.'s videos. Great stuff in there. She asked me yesterday, she said, did you plug my channel? I got a bunch more subscribers, and they were watching different videos. So thank you very much. She does a great job. She loves what she does, and she's very, very good at it. She's very good. I said this before, but I definitely married up. Recovery Addict, if people want these for Christmas, they better order soon. I ordered last week and didn't get mine till the 17th. And don't get mine. It might show up early, MB. Check your tracking number. A lot of them have been showing up earlier than expected. I think the 17th is the latest you can expect it, but they've been shipping out pretty quickly. Weather Watch is going to start fresh in the spring with your channel. Let me know when that happens, Weather Watch. That would be maybe we can bring you in or do a collaboration. Like when trial is canceled because of weather, we can bring you in with a report for an inside look at the Doppler radar or something. The jury won't be out as long as this judge is. No, I think deliberations will be shorter. I really do think so. I think we may even have a verdict today. Lori says, did he tell everyone my story yet? I have not, Lori. I was going to save it. Very, very funny story. This is my wife's channel. You're right, Abby. Thank you for sharing that. She shares information about homeschooling, about teaching kids at home. which is something that is fairly common in the state that we are in, as well as in some of the previous state areas we've lived in. And it's something she just loves doing. We've had a lot of success with it, with kids that are really excelling in that environment, and then excelling as they go on to college as well. At the end of yesterday, the lead defense attorney spent a long time talking to a couple in the gallery behind the Ortiz. Any idea who they are? Joyce, I saw that, and I think they've got to be family members of Ortiz. Possibly parents? Okay, so you guys are saying to KQD that was a song by Sammy Davis Jr. and Flip Wilson. So a couple of you do recall the song. Weather Watch, we'll have to make it happen. We're getting there. I think, I'm not sure if I want to do Zoom connections or if I want to do what's called a streaming bridge to connect to different people, and just trying to figure out what the best way would be to get the audio to match up as close as possible, so there's not a delay between the two sources. Because if you watch in the news when you've got like a hurricane's coming in or something, and you've got the news station up in New York or one of the big cities, they're like, we've got so and so on the scene on the ground. Reporter XYZ, tell us what you're seeing there. And then it does this like weather, CNN live on the scene splash, and then he cuts to the reporter. And the reporter's going, yes, Mike and Judy, what I'm seeing is, you see that delay? Well, that delay is because the transmitter and the whole process, they put that stinger in there just so you don't have a cut where they say, what's it like down there? And there's like moments of silence, the reporter staring at the camera doing nothing. And then they're like, oh, here's what it's like down here. That delay is what I don't want on the channel. So I'm trying to find the best way to avoid that or to minimize that so that it won't be perceptible readily to the people who are watching the channel. So that's one of the things we're working on that we'll be handling with possibly Weather Watch, as well as Matthew Harris as he gets his live streaming studio set up, so we can collaborate together and do live streams together. MB says, checking my tracking number would require me to open my email. I'll just wait and be surprised. Well, MB, I'm going to check your tracking number for you because as the seller, I can do that. Let me take a quick look. You say, what day did you order? You ordered your mug on the 17th. Go back through here. Looks like somebody ordered a mug this morning as well. Thank you for that. Looks like that one is going to Pace, Florida. Thanks for putting Pace, Florida on the map. Okay. Sold, shipped. Looks like it has shipped. It was sold on what day did you buy, MB? Do you remember what day you bought? MB, does your wife use Abeka homeschooling? I think she's used some of Abeka's curriculum at times, but she pieces her own together. So we have different items for different things. Like we have like multiple different math curriculums that we use. Some of it is like a very physical representation. I mean, she even uses an abacus for beginning math to teach, just number value and, association. I didn't order on the 17th. Okay, so what color of mug did you order? I'll find it here, and I will get your tracking number for sure. Looking here, I see Randall's order. Let's see. Many orders here. Friday, I think, for ordering. What was the date on Friday? That was... Oops. I think I just sent somebody a note on accident. Order the black one. Okay. Well, I will find it. Somewhere it is here. That one's delivered. double. Okay, it's here somewhere. We'll get you. Maybe on the break. Your mug, I hope it comes before the 17th. I believe it will come well before that. That's me, Pace, Florida. Tamala, thank you for the order or for ordering the mug. We sure appreciate it. I love watching the reporting and fighting to stand up against the wind and have people walk behind them looking like they're crazy. Oh man. I've got a friend who used to work at the Weather Channel, who was a director at the Weather Channel, and he directed one of those notorious shots. And hearing it from his side, where he knows his reporter on the ground is embellishing the story to make it look more extreme. Literally, they'll find like the windiest spot where the camera can set up, and the camera's on like dry ground, and he's wading out in the water like 2 steps away from the edge of the road because that's the only place the water was pooling, and he's trying to get the angle so it looks severe. And he was editing that, and he just laughed when the reporter, because the reporter is only making a fool of himself. Obviously, it looks bad on the station as well, but really it's the reporter who's really directed the cameraman on scene, what angle they want. And that is hilarious when somebody just completely, calls them on it and says, no, this is actually what it's like. It's not as bad as they want it make to look. Let's see. Everybody deserves a hug. Happy I took an extra hug. You're all entitled to virtual hugs here, except for the judge. No hugs for the judge today. For obvious reasons. Friday was the 2nd. I'll find this order for you, MB. I am stressed. I'm worried. If you order the mug, I want you to have it. Scott won't tell until it's Saturday. Right. The story we're gonna hold off on some of the stuff till Saturday for our weekend recovery or recovery weekend. Bella, no, don't worry. Don't worry about it. It's we'll find it for sure. Did I say Bella or MB? Sorry, Bella's comment was right above you. He said he's wearing a blue shirt and a blue golf hat, a big smile. So I said, okay, I'll look for the guy with no pants on. We met 10 days ago briefly. That's a good story. Yeah, he definitely stands out in the crowd, huh? Let's do a poll. Will we finish with closing arguments today, yes or no? We do have a couple polls to do, actually. We have to start. I said I would do a poll on another thing. Start a poll. It's going to be... Okay, here comes poll number 1. I think I spelled everything correctly. If not, I might apologize. The question is, what is the weekend show called? Recovery Weekend or Weekend Recovery? So we'll start with that one, and then we'll work our way through the other polls as it goes. Thanks to those who just joined. We do have a few people who have popped in. We are waiting, as is the rest of the world, for the judge, in this case, to show up to work, really. We've got Texas v. Ortiz, both sides, prosecution and defense, have rested, and we're now waiting for the judge to finish resting and come to work so we can proceed with jury instructions, closing arguments, and then the jury deliberations. So this is going to be a short poll, so if you have not voted, you might want to do it quickly. We've got some votes in already. It's the margin is narrowing, let's put it that way. So if you ever think I'm not going to vote because my vote doesn't count, now is the point that it probably will make a big difference. So please go ahead and click that link if you're able. I know some devices you're not able to see the poll. That's just how YouTube works, and I apologize for that. Tag is here. Good morning, Tag. Nice of you to join us. Busy packing today, so we'll be jumping in and out. Just wanted to say good morning before I head out. Have a great day. It's going to be exciting. We should have jury watch today. You missed it, Scott, recovery addict. When you said marry up, I chimed in that I have a date tonight. Congratulations, Bella, on the date. Is that the one, the no pants guy, right? That's awesome. Oh, Ambi just sent me an image. So it was placed on the 2nd. Okay, Ambi, I'm going to find this. Although you can probably find it almost as fast as you can, because right at the top it says track package. Let's see what we have here. November 21st, 29th. A lot came in on the 29th and 30th. December 1st, December 2nd. Okay, so I found your order. It's shipped. And it will, says it's in transit. And I've got bad news. Now it says Thursday, December 22nd for estimated delivery. Do you have a slow mailman? Okay, that sound you just heard was somebody buying another mug while we were sitting here watching. So thank you, a mug or two. I'm not sure. I have to look. Looks like a pink mug just got purchased and maybe a red one as well. So thank you very much, Seattle, Washington, on the map here now for the mugs. On the mug map, which we have not made yet. Well, the 22nd is still before Christmas, right? Yeah, Tag, we missed you. That's what happened. I'll have everyone on my phone and be listening as much as I can. Well, Tag, awesome. If you're able to drop in and say something now and then, we would love it. Other than that, good luck on packing and have a safe trip as well. It's Christmas time. That's the slowdown. We did get a package delivered to our house, and we had purchased through Amazon. I'm not sure if I shared this already, but we purchased a package, and our kids love to pick up packages from the mailman. And so Christmas time is just like heaven for them. Of course, we don't let them open anything because, surprise ruined. And I got a notice that a package was coming, so I told the kids, hey, there's a package out for delivery. It says it's going to be here in the next 20 minutes. And so the kids all run downstairs by the front door, and they're playing a game, on the floor. We've got a big padded mat rug that they played a game on the floor, some card game, and they're waiting for the package to arrive. And they're waiting, and they're sitting like 2 feet from the door. They can look out and see, if the mailman gets there. Nothing. And then my phone updates. It's like, your package has been delivered. It's been dropped off at your front porch. We opened the door, and there was no package. There was nothing. No one had been there. And they're like, hope you enjoy it. Package is there. And so I had to tell them it did not arrive. I went around to all the neighbors' houses, looked everywhere, and just couldn't find it. I let the poll run a little bit too long. I apologize. I'm going to go ahead and end that now. Just saw that last person seems to have voted, so we're going to end the poll. And it looks like weekend recovery comes in with 63%. Recovery weekend had 36%. So I will try to remember that's the weekend recovery. Weekend comes first, recovery comes second. I still need to decide what tea I'm having in my mug first when it arrives. The first one is important. You'll never forget your first, right? I kind of want to buy another mug now just to hear the cool sound effect again, says Ben. I'll turn it up and point it at the microphone. Oh, wait. I've got a better idea. Let's see. I could actually link up my phone via this little cable. Let's see if this works. And this microphone. Let me see if you hear this audio.
Actually thought it was really
okay. Yep. So now my audio from my phone is linked up. But we'll see. If it happens, it happens. You don't then you don't have to buy one just to make it happen. But if somebody does purchase a mug, we might hear the cool cha-ching sound in the background, which is the sound effect eBay makes when an order comes through. Gonzalo says, hi, Recovery Addict. I'm so happy for you. How long have you been sober? Mostly just today. No, Gonzalo, seriously, on a serious note, I chose Recovery Addict as a name because I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. I'm a metal detectorist by hobby. I have dealt with a gaming addiction in my past. By gaming, I'm talking about video gaming. But I chose the name Recovery Addict because of the metal detecting hobby, and I chose it without thinking about the implications it would have regarding actual drug or alcohol addiction. And it sort of grew on me. The name grew on me, and so I kept it. I do have a lot of respect for people who are in dealing with addictions, who are addicts and are making progress or fighting that battle. And so I'm here to cheer them on. But the name is a little bit misleading. AJ says, "Hey, just bought 2 mugs, pink for me and red for my mom. Good morning." Thank you, AJ. I saw that order come in. I do appreciate it. You were the one who triggered the pleasing sound effect. The poll didn't pop up for you. I'm sorry, Tag. It's some devices it just doesn't show up. Sort of like the judge. He just doesn't show up either. Has the DA rested yet? Tag, he has. DA rested and then followed immediately by the defense resting yesterday. Defense had a whopping total of 0 witnesses to call to the stand, and so we were going straight to jury instructions and then closing arguments. So that's why we're so excited today. We were told it was going to start at 9, and it's now 11:30 by my time, which is 10:30 judge's time. So there's no reason for him to still be asleep, but he appears to be. Lindsay says, "Do they all try to carry the box together?" That's what I'm imagining. What box? I missed what that was about. Oh, the kids. Okay, you're talking about the kids' story. No, they want to be first so they can grab it. It's very much a fight, similar to piranhas and red meat. But they try to open the door and grab it from the mailman to be the winner type thing. Our Amazon guy takes a pic of our package on our porch and sends us the pic to us. That would be ideal. At least then I would see the pic of whatever porch he left it on. I'm pretty sure it was probably in the right town but the wrong street. But I can't search the whole neighborhood, the whole town, looking for where he accidentally dropped it off, not knowing which way he, miscounted on the roads. Little Miss, they did not give us a pic of any of our packages this year. Most of them arrived from the mail, USPS, not from Amazon or UPS, which tend to do a little bit better job. Should be jury instructions and closing arguments. It should be the judge welcoming us to court is what should happen. We are well behind on that. Lori says, "Wow, I'm braiding the hair that has grown on my legs while waiting for the judge." That's a mental image that I need to bleach out of my mind there, Lori. Recovery Addict, went back to your older metal detecting videos. Really enjoyed them. You should keep doing those. Rajesh, I love doing those as well, and I need to do some more. I have a couple permissions, which is what we call it when a property owner allows you to metal detect on their property. I have a couple that I really need to get back to. There's one. Actually, I posted it just on my TikTok page, and this was mean of me. But I was on a property that was very historic, has a lot of colonial stuff in the area, within a couple acres, within like a quarter mile around that area that we found like a 2 real coin, a flying eagle cent, lots of old tools, colonial stuff, silver, tons of silvers, King George pennies, just some really neat items. And I have these 8 acres that were just all mine to detect because I knew the property owner. He didn't let anyone else detect it. And so he gave me permission. I just hadn't gone. And it had been almost a year. And I was talking to him, and he's like, "Yeah, by the way, I'm moving. I'm selling my property." I'm like, wait. I need to go detect. He's like, "Well, hurry, because it's on the market, And so I went and I was detecting on that property, and I got a signal that in my detector, the tone I was hearing was what you'd get from a penny, which is a good solid tone. It's not really chattery and jumpy, but the signal size was about 6 inches wide instead of a penny size. I ended up digging down about 18 inches, and then I hit the top of a metal box, and I broke through the top of the metal box, and it was just open inside, and I could feel on the inside. I could stick my arm way down to my, past my elbow into this hole, and I'm in the middle of this field digging, and I'm sweating bullets. It is so hot there. It was just like I'm just drenched in sweat, and I filmed this little video saying, "Hey guys, this is what I'm doing. I just dug a hole, got this signal and everything." And I had to go. I had a hard stop that I needed to go to another appointment. And so I marked where I was, and I filled everything back in. And I posted the video, but I never went back. It could be like a treasure chest, okay, full of gold and silver. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is there, but the property is now sold. I no longer have permission to search it, but I posted the video like, hey guys, like and subscribe. Watch for the next video where I'm going to dig this up. I never dug it up. And it's driving people on TikTok mad. They're like, where's video 2? Where's the next video? I sort of thought it was funny, but anyway, that just gives you a little glimpse into my mindset. You need to have the Amazon app installed, Recovery Addict, to get the pick of your delivery. I have the Amazon app installed, Little Miss. I'm actually an Amazon seller as well. I've been a seller since, about 2011. Do I have any Zimbabwean coins? I have tons of them. I've never seen a Zimbabwean coin. That is cool. USPS guy is really good. Our UPS guy is great. Our FedEx guy basically tosses the packages out the back of the truck, drive-by style. Well, you win some and you lose some, DNB. Just make sure your really important, fragile packages show up either by UPS or USPS. Defense did rest yesterday. I want to get a picture, but all I can do is, I told Amazon that it didn't arrive. I gave him the story. After 48 hours, I had to wait 48 hours. And I gave him the story of what happened, and they immediately gave me my money back. Probably because I buy so much through them, and I don't complain. I never have any problems. I don't complain about anything. I'm one of their best customers, and so they're like, yeah, this one we believe it. And then immediately I went in and bought the same thing from the same person again. I could have bought it from someone else, but I went through and I bought the same thing from the same person, and they sent it. It actually should be arriving today. Maybe we should tell the kids to watch for it. I don't think this was a porch pirate issue, just because we had kids there watching, and we have a big wooden deck. You can hear when people show up. I think this was the delivery man probably was on, like, if it's like 105th Street versus 151st Street, if he's like one street over, he could have the same house number. I think it was one of those things, but he just maybe was at the wrong address, thought he was where he wasn't. If it was a porch pirate, they didn't get much. It's a very cheap toy, and it probably won't sell for anything at the pawn shop. Yesterday afternoon was crazy. Tag, it was bizarre. Me catching up with it was bizarre. This morning has been crazy. Going on almost 2 hours of the judge being late. There's a special needs boy on YouTube called Kevin's World. He loves metal detecting. He's a great kid with ACC. I've seen a couple YouTube videos with individuals who have different developmental or mental challenges, and it's awesome. I love their excitement for finding targets, metal detecting. I actually I have plans of doing that. That's one of the things I want to do. I have ropes of rings. Okay. Like I say, a rope, it's like a paracord loop, a large loop with dozens of rings on it that are just cheap rings that, like the gold plating has worn off and it's copper underneath, or it was always just a cheap material. It was worn down. A lot of them are old, so they're just sort of like antique and 20s, 30s type thing, but just poor metal. Some of them are stamped solid gold, but they clearly aren't. It was a bait and switch for the person who bought it. But I want to use these rings and spread them out on the surface and let kids find them, because kids finding something is awesome. A kid will be over the moon just finding a penny in a sandbox with a metal detector, and finding a ring would just make their day. And so I'd love to have a class where we teach kids how to metal detect. And I have 4 metal detectors already. I want to get another because a new one just came out that I'm salivating over. But yes, you did sort of get a Scott story unintentionally. I just let that one slip out on accident. Amazon doesn't deliver to my house. They use UPS, but I'm cool with it because UPS guy is a hottie in his brown hot pants shorts. Tag, I think that's actually why they wear that uniform. It's one of the perks of the jobs, I guess. But UPS is a cool company. I like them. I don't think I could be a truck driver. First of all, you got to put in your time. You don't just start as a truck driver doing deliveries. That is like the job you work up to. And Yeah, little Mrs. calling you out tag. I had 2 deliveries to the right address, but the wrong town. Should have gone to one town south. That's a big mistake. I think that my driver probably did a little mistake. I'm ready to watch yesterday's testimony if this goes much longer. I'm going to put in disc 5. I'll watch disc 5 again rather than this. If anyone does want to call the burner phone, we have had a couple texts this morning. Very much appreciated. Leave a voice message or text. You can do that. If you leave a voice message, please follow the instructions on the message. That's the best way to get your message played. My son's getting a metal detector for Christmas this year. Can we come to your class, Recovery Addict? Ven, let me, because I know you, I might have to teach a virtual class, but yeah. Or if you want to come out, visit, that would be awesome. Can never have enough metal detectors. This is true. I actually have an idea for an invention for a metal detector so that people who are disabled can metal detect. This is my invention, and I think it might be one of those $1 million ideas, right? But I still need to work on it a little bit, and I'm not much of a fabricator. But if I ever invent it and suddenly get super rich, I will let you know. Lori says, Recovery Addict, if I bury myself in the ground, could you detect me from the amount of metal in my back? Probably, but I'm a slow digger, so I would have alternative plans of being found. But yeah, I can find metal. That's what I do. All right. No, not disc 5. Yes, disc 5. Or disc 1, which is equally bad. At least we got a few more walk-bys in disc 1. What's happening? Just came in the room, says Shane O'Neill. Shane, nothing is happening. We are waiting for the judge still to show up. He's almost 2 hours late for work. I think the bailiff has put out a bolo. Everybody's looking for him. I'm about ready to sign a bench warrant, and I mean, it's like this is unacceptable. No, just kidding. We think what's happening right now is the judge is in deliberations or preparing the jury instructions, because yesterday the prosecution arrested and the defense immediately arrested without providing. The defense had 0 witnesses, no arguments whatsoever from the defense. They just moved on, said send it straight to the jury, and so the judge is preparing the jury instructions. Once those are ready, he's going to read them to the jury verbatim, and then we'll have closing arguments and then jury watch, verdict watch. Alexa says, I'll be honest, people, I've ordered so much stuff, I don't even know what's coming anymore. It just shows up and I throw it in the spare room to wrap. Alexis, that would drive my wife insane. That would drive her crazy. She is so organized. She has a chart. She knows the costs, the values, the dates, the arrivals, the numbers of everything. Everything involving the holiday gift giving is planned out to a T, and verified and checked, and she knows where everything is. And then once it arrives, I believe it falls squarely on my shoulders to wrap it. But where I live, Amazon has their own drivers. They show up in Amazon vans. We have those here as well, but I think some of them are like third-party delivery vendors where they have their own trucks and then deliver. Shane, every single day the judge has been late, except for one. But this is the latest he's ever been. We think Mr. Ortiz is sitting in court right now, but he's about to need a comfort break for how long he's been there. The last thing, and only as far as I'm aware, I ordered online is the mug from Scott and a shirt I canceled. I appreciate you canceling them in that order. Not the mug, and yes, the shirt, but thank you. Loomis, I have 2 cousins who drive for UPS. One came here to work where I worked for pickups. Was embarrassing watching all the women go gaga eyes at him. Get a patent, says AJ. AJ, I might need a legal representation to do that. I might need a patent attorney, but I haven't yet made the invention. It's just in my head right now. But let me just say, it will change the metal detecting world, allowing you to metal detect in a way that currently is not possible. Regarding detecting, says Lindsay, how do you go about finding places to hunt? Are you allowed to freely do so in public places? This is a great question, Lindsay, and it depends. It depends on the area. There are some areas that are very friendly to hunting. There are some some cities that are very opposed to metal detecting. For instance, a large town near where I live, Greenville, North Carolina, is wide open. The parks are wide open except for two parks. There are two parks that I can't hunt, and both parks have significant Civil War history on the property. Like this was a campsite for the Civil War battle, and so they don't let you hunt there. But all the other parks, as long as you call them, you say, hey, as long as I agree to fill in my holes and not make a mess, and be a good person, yeah, go ahead. You can hunt in all the parks. You just tell us once a year and just make sure you're following the rules and you're good. And so I do that. I've had that permit renewed over and over, and it's free. The guy's really great. He's like, hey, if you find anything cool, show me. I'd love to see it. That's great. There are other towns where it's like in a federal park, you can get arrested just for having a metal detector in your possession. If you're like, say, in Yellowstone National Park, it's a big no-no. But then you've got BLM land where it's open game. You can just go out and detect and have fun. So you really have to find out the laws in your area. Generally, you look at the city rules, little municipality rules first. State parks depend on the state. In Utah, where I spent some time doing metal detecting, each state park had their own rules about how to do it. Some would charge you like $100 per day that you were metal detecting, which is ridiculous because all you do is basically pick up trash for them. And others would say, yeah, sure, come out, but if you find anything, we get to keep it, which is, a bummer, but so it's hit and miss. As far as private places, which I prefer, I knock on doors and I'll talk to people. Usually I'll make friends with people. I've got a friend who came to me now and he said, hey, my dad just bought some property not far from you. He thinks it has some Civil War trenches on it, and he'd love to have it metal detected. And I said, I'd love to. Is it okay if I bring a metal detector for him and he can join me? He's like, yeah, he would love it. So we're going to do that here this winter. But so it's just it just depends. Oh my goodness, is that from Katrina? Meet Dino Cat. Katrina, did you just send me the Dino Cat picture? That is bizarre. It's a cat with a shaved like a stegosaurus fur on the back. That might be cruel and unusual torture of the cat. Christina says, recovery addict, can you provide a link for the mug? I need one. I think, let's see. Is Abby still here, or has she got bored and fallen asleep? Can one of the mods put the link in the chat? That would be just great. Christina, I appreciate you wanting to order the mug, and maybe the sound effect will come through when it happens. That would be awesome. Let's see. Okay. All right. Wait, does tape 5 have the burger sliding between the buns and dropping in his lap? If so, I'm for viewing tape 5. No, that happens at the beginning of tape 8, disc 8, which we have not seen. We watched to the end of we watched to the end of disc 7. RA, I'm setting off the Amazon device. What does the Amazon device think I'm saying? Like, is it ordering things for you? Because I could do that if you'd like. With 6 kids and your wife has to be organized. She needs charts and graphs. There's a lot going on there. There is, but we have just amazing kids as well, and they pull their weight. What would happen if either the prosecution or defense showed up this late? You would get seriously reprimanded from the judge. But honestly, I think that that important crime stuff is happening, or important court stuff is happening right now behind the scenes. This isn't just somebody not showing up. Roxanne says, RA, look at the YouTube channel Squirmy and Grubs. He may be able to give you ideas. I'll have to look at that. If you have an idea for invention, you can find an engineer to execute the plan for you and share patent royalties. I've heard that when you share, one person comes with the money, one person comes with the idea. One person leaves with the money, and the other person is left holding the bag. Is that true? I feel an accidental nap coming on. Could you scoot a chair across the floor and wake me up when this thing gets started? We should probably save that sound. No, there was no sound. There was no sound. But I just got 2 notifications from eBay. I don't know why it didn't make the sound. It looks like we're shipping to Minnesota. Minnesota is on the map for the mugs. I think for the second time. And it looks like we've got. Looks like we have two. Those are MBs. Hang on. Let's see what color you ordered. It was a black one. That's also MBs. Why do I still have MBs ordered on my screen? Active, sold. Oh, I'm looking at the shipped ones. Sorry, this interneting is hard today. This one's going to Minnesota. And it looks like it's black as well. Okay. Possibly. I might be looking at the wrong one. Oh, three mugs were sold, a black, a red, and a pink. That's what happened. Thank you, everybody, for your support of the channel. I will try to get this audio to come in just because I think it would be fun to hear. There was one. Do you hunt lawns off public sidewalk? Yes, I do. Can you take a written request and claim this person asked me to search here for this with an item description? CB, that works on state parks, like the state parks in North Carolina, for instance. If you lose a ring, say on Fort Macon Beach, which is a Civil War site, state park, if you go and say, I lost XYZ ring on the beach, and I think it was in this area, they will give you a permit to metal detect for that on the beach, and they will stand with you. They will take a step. They will watch every single thing you dig up, and you can find your item. Anything else you find, they take. But you can search the area where you think you lost it with the armed guard basically watching you, which is not how metal detecting should be. But beaches make good hunting grounds. See people detecting all the time. I love it. I love detecting on the beach. Lindsay says, it's interesting because I'm a diehard Texas history something. There we go. Nerd. There we go. Regularly update the historical markers database if they're missing a location. Given all the history, I've always wondered what I could find. Still nothing from the courtroom, Tom. You're right. Let me scroll down. See what we have. My family has a historical house called the Boers house, built before the Civil War. It still stands. I'd love metal detecting there. Roxanne. Anything that was built before, say, 1960 has a very good chance of finding silver coins in the yard. Silver doesn't corrode as fast as copper in most conditions, and that's basically anything before 1960 here in the U.S. Was pretty much, or 1964, I guess to be specific. The coins were silver, except for the pennies. So there's a good chance of finding those. I love searching those old houses. The house is on Google. Recovery addicts say this. Are you guys? For those of you who are, I apologize for those who are just listening to the show and not watching the chat. But that guy has a suggestion for me on how to sell more mugs. Because he says I just need to give the instruction, preceded by the Alexa order, and that could work. But I think I would have a lot of returns or cancellations if I did that. Do you have an Amazon wish list? It would be nice to send a thank you gift for Christmas for all you do. A wish list? Is that like a baby shower list where you put out a list of things you want? I didn't know you could do that. What would I put on the wish list? It would be things like 10 more subscribers. Laura the Watcher says, can you recommend a good metal detector for a beginner? Laura, yes, I can. I will ask a quick question first. What area are you in, or what conditions would you be metal detecting in? Say would it be like on the beach, like a saltwater beach? Would it be, does it rain frequently where you're at? Is waterproof an issue? Is a person metal detecting, is there physical conditions such that a very lightweight detector would be preferable? Because all these things go into choosing one. I could give you a suggestion because of that. Is the jury going to be sequestered during deliberations? I'd say probably. We'll find out probably during the jury instructions. Did you hear that? Somebody just bought a mug. We got the sound. We got the sound. I've been holding my phone next to the microphone forever. Or 2 mugs, I think, were just purchased. We've got Seattle. We've got Minnesota. We have Maryland on the map, as well as, that's another Seattle. Thank you, guys. I appreciate all of you who are ordering the mugs. I will tell you, you'll love them. Everyone who's got them so far has loved them. They're gigantic and beautiful, and everything tastes better when you drink out of that mug. That's why you need to get a patent attorney first to get an agreement signed by an engineer. I'll have to look at that. Court TV says we're not being told anything to explain the delay. Defendant hasn't been brought in all morning. He's got to say something soon, because you've got the jury sitting there doing nothing, right? I'm sorry if I'm triggering all your apps. If your AI devices are recognizing my voice as a voice of authority in the household. I could say, Alexa, turn the volume all the way up. Did that work? So here we are. Just getting in. Did they not begin closings? Franco, they haven't begun the day. The judge has not even welcomed us for the day. We haven't seen him in the courtroom yet. We've got family in there. We've seen the lead prosecutor in shaking hands with people. We do need a map with a pin stuck where the mugs live. And B, I've got to figure out how to do that. It will probably be a variation of Google Maps. Judge has not come in yet. Still watching the feeds and nothing from any of them. My DTR lost a ring in the grass 40 years ago. Never been found. Think a metal detector might find it. 100% yes. Karen, if one has not already found it, if you know the area where it's been lost, that's one of the easiest ways to find it. I will tell you, Karen, first of all, I haven't seen you in chat before, at least under that name. I apologize if I missed you previously, but welcome, and thank you for dropping in. Is it on private property or public property? Because if it's on a park, there's a good chance somebody might have found it already, unfortunately. Parks get searched pretty often. But if it's on private property and you still have access to it, the area, it could be very easily recovered. There's a company called Ring Finders, and they charge a fee. Generally, they ask for like 10% of the value of the ring or something like that, and they'll put you in touch with a metal detector who might find it. But your best bet is to go like on Facebook and search your area, like your county, for a metal detecting club, and just post on there and say, hey, is there anyone who could help me find this? And you'll find a lot of metal detectors. Well, just to be kind, just to be like, hey, I'll help you out out of the goodness of my heart. And maybe they'll say, is it okay if I search the rest of the property and I get to keep what I find of the rest of the property, but you keep the ring if we find it? That's a common agreement. But yeah, it's easy to get that found if you still have access to the property. Amazon wish lists include links to Amazon products. He let the jury go relatively early yesterday. They should have stayed and banged us out all last night. This is very rude and frustrating for a jury. No jury likes to sit and wait. I mean, they know they're getting $7 a day. There's better things they could be doing. MB says, are all metal detectors waterproof? Most of them are waterproof to a point. Like most of them, you can put what's the bottom part, what you should call the coil. Most of that can be in water. Some of them are not waterproof on the computer part, the housing with the display. Some of them are completely waterproof and can be submerged and even dive with them. So there's different ones. Sequestered for the whole 10 minutes? Yep, until they get the form filled out. They're going to be locked in that room. If the jury is in court, would one be dismissed for falling asleep right now? Feels like it would be warranted. The jury is not in court because the jury cannot be there when the judge is not there, and the judge is not in the court. So Ferry says, yes, it's like a baby registry, but it could be multiple jars of pickles. Oh, I can make a pickle registry. This is something I would be willing to do because I did find those amazing pickles. The spicy maple bourbon pickles changed my life.
Really, it was an emotional moment when I first found them, and I'm tearing up just thinking about them and the fact that I don't have any more right now. So maybe I'll make a pickle list if I can figure out how to do that. Chris says, mine heard you. Yes, it worked. Did you know that the device claps for you if you tell her you pooped? Huh. I'm guessing this is like a potty training type Easter egg on the device. My Alexa did respond. He'll turn the volume up but not pay for himself. Alexa just went really loud. Okay, I'm sorry. I won't mess with your devices. I will try not to do that. I realize that puts people in a bind, and there might be people who are in a situation where that causes problems. So I'm going to try not to do that out of respect to you. But at the same time, if it happens, it is sort of funny. So I hope we can all laugh at this together. Scott's List could have pickle jars and sippy cups. I need the sippy cup for sure. Or a laptop keyboard cover or something like that. Let's see. Oh, Toxic. Hope everything goes well with your hubby. Good luck there. We're thinking of you and him. Let's see. Sorry, that clicked on the wrong thing there, Lindsay. I just clicked on your conversation with CB Clark. All right. Laura the Watcher says, metal detecting in Arizona, desert areas. Okay, Arizona has what we call mineralized soil, where the mineral level is, the amount of mineralization in the soil is higher than other areas. So sometimes it can be more challenging to detect there, but it also has neat things like natural gold occurrences, where it has quite a bit of, similar to Nevada. It has gold, it has silver, it has, just different things there. Also a lot of history. Because it was like the Wild West back there. You've got all, everything from stories of bank robberies with the loot that was never discovered and the robber was killed and they never found where he hid the stuff. You've got all sorts of those stories as well. So it's a great area to detect. It is challenging just because of the weather and in the environment and the isolation in a lot of areas. But I would recommend probably for a beginning detector, I would probably go with something from a company called First Texas, which makes a. Let's see. The first one I used from them was called the Patriot metal detector, which I think was about $250, and that's a lot of money for a detector, especially when you look at you can go to the Harbor Freight and buy one for $25. But if you buy the $25 detector, I can promise you're never going to like metal detecting. Those detectors at that cheaper price point. Actually, I'm going to go grab one. Let me show you. Okay, so I have right here a metal detector that was sent to me for free, called the TX650 metal detector, and this is worth about what you can get on recycling fees for the cardboard. This detector is a piece of junk. Let me show you. Okay, so this detector, it's easier to see on this other camera than the close-up. It's really cool because it folds and zips out, and it's all fancy that way. If I can make it pop out like this. And so you've got the armrest that extends and the arm guard. You can hold it and swing it and everything. It's a piece of junk. First of all, it weighs so much that after about 10 minutes, you're going to wish you had never picked it up because it's so heavy. The arm, the controller here on the wrist, just it doesn't lock where you need it to, and so it's at a weird angle. It can't tell the difference between a coin and a rock, and it only goes about 2 inches deep.
So there's a detector right here that they sent me this to do a review on it. And I said, I'm going to do a review, but I'm going to tell them exactly what I think of it, which is it's not worth your money. And they said, never mind, don't make the review. So so there are detectors out there that are cheap like that, and they just don't perform well. So Laura, I'm sorry, I got a little sidetracked. The Texas, what is it called? Technetics Patriot, I think is the brand. Technetics, Teknetics, Technetics Patriot is a fun one to start with, and that will work. It's not waterproof as far as, you don't want to be out in a rainstorm. You can put the coil in water if you want to, but it will get you plenty of depth. It's lightweight, just uses batteries. I think it's AA batteries, and it works great. It's the one I found the spinner ring with it. Roxanne knows what the spinner ring is. Okay. Best 2 hours of doing nothing ever, says Rowdy Girl. It's been great. It has been over 2 hours. Just crazy. Default subscriber has some ideas of why the judge might be here. Might not be here. Let's see. Let me catch up. I'm very, very far behind. Okay, let's see who's tagged me here. Yes, pickle registry. We're going to do that for sure. Little Miss says, Recovery Addict sent you a link to the Court TV chapter where Ortiz jail calls were played. Second link is to a news article, not as good as the first. My problem is I'm trying to watch all the feeds at the same time in case Judge shows up. Because if he shows up, he might go right into his explanation or apology of why he's late. So if I change any of my source feeds, I could lose it. So I can watch on my phone, Little Miss, but let's see. Okay. There's Little Miss right here. Let me... Choose prison phone calls.
That it was a blackout, that he couldn't remember committing these offenses.
Okay, so I can get the audio. I'm just struggling to get the video right now because it's on my phone. But okay, let me think about how we want to do this because I don't want to give up our source feeds for the courtroom for this. Magnet fishing, that is also something that's super fun. Knockstream is live. We can always go there. Recovery Addict, when you talked about bourbon pickles, it changed my life. You sounded like you were a real AA meeting. I'm Recovery Addict, and I have a pickle addiction. Let's see, they should show discs 8 through 12 while we wait. I think all of 8 is just the Whataburger consumption. That's where we left off on those videos. I love those stories where people move into old houses and find money in the walls wrapped in old newspapers. So cool. AJ, that might be here. I'm not kidding you. The gentleman that owned this house, after the doctor who lived here forever, was a miser, and he was hiding his money. He didn't even want it to go to his kids. And when he died, they did find some money stashed in a barrel in the garage. But he had said, you're never going to find my money type thing. So that story's there. All the neighbors know the story. And so everyone's curious about, what's in the house. Have you looked around? And I've never been in the attic. Never. I've never been up there. I'm scared to death of attics and basements. And so I don't go there. I've never crawled under the house to see what's hidden under there. There could be like $1 billion up there, and I never know it. Where were you when Scott discovered bourbon pickles and became a true recovery addict? It was a good day, I can tell you. Is there a monument there? It might not be the National State Register. I'll have to look. Oh, that's for the other story. Default subscriber is changing the name of his AI device so it doesn't get triggered. I happen to know, default subscriber, what you can change it to. So I could say like computer, or because I have one of those devices as well, and I've also changed the name on mine.
Meanwhile, on the 19th hole, Judge Ortiz case buys rounds. Pauline, I need to set up a post office box. I think I do. I don't know how much they cost, but I think I can swing that. Scott without headphones. Yes, that was the big ear reveal. If you didn't see it, that was happening. Hey, bud, what's happening? You got me some more water in the pink mug even. Thank you very much. I'll give you the blue one back if you want. Thank you.
Oh, I like this color. I like the color red.
Okay, just had two of my kids come in and give me a refill. And it's cold water. I would love for you to do a beginning metal detecting class. I've owned one for several years and still don't know how to use it well. Miss L, I could do that. Send me a picture of what detector you have, and I can, because some of them are a little different, and some of them need to be what's called ground balanced before you start using them, which is basically tuning the detector for the environment you're in. And then once it's tuned, it will perform a lot better than just turning it on and trying to find stuff, which can get really frustrating. I mean, if you think watching discs 1 through 5 are difficult in this case, trying to metal detect with a metal detector that you don't know what it's telling you is worse. It's really difficult. But at the same time, if you have just a little bit of help, just somebody who can guide you through the first little bit and sort of help you explain how it's working, suddenly it can become a lot of fun and really exciting when you can sort of understand what it's trying to tell you. Is the Patriot metal detector saltwater okay? My son has an interest. Saltwater, no. I would not use that one in saltwater. If you're going to use saltwater, you might have to spend a little bit more and go with what's called the Equinox, either the 600 or the Equinox 800, which are a little bit more expensive. But I would stay away from the Simplex machine, which is made by Nocta Macro. That one does not do well in a saltwater environment. It is waterproof, entirely waterproof, but just not a good one for the beach. Also, some of the XP devices, like the XP ORX or the Deus 2, also are really hard to use in a saltwater environment. What's the detector I use now? I have 4 of them. I still have the Patriot, the Technetics Patriot. I have a XP ORX. I have a Nocta Macro Simplex, and I have my favorite, which is I think it's on my link tree. My favorite is the MindLab Equinox 800, which was just a game changer as far as metal detectors went, because it's very versatile. Instead of having a single frequency, it has multiple frequencies it uses simultaneously, and it works very well and incredibly well at the beach. It's also even able to detect blue crabs buried in the sand. I don't know why, but the blue crabs ring up like a penny. But that's my favorite detector by far. I've spent well over probably 400 hours physically detecting with that detector. Kathleen Curtis says, I tend to be a compulsive addict in most areas of my life. If one is good, 10 is better. I'm sure a metal detector would get a little iffy if I ever took up detecting. Kathleen, if you have the patience for fishing, you might like metal detecting, because fishing a lot of times can be like sitting and waiting for something to happen. Metal detecting is more active than that, but you're dirt fishing is what you're doing, and the better you understand your machine and the better you can tune it to the environment you're in, the better chance of success you have. The deeper it will detect reliably, and there's even some technique involved that will give you a better response than some other people. So we're not going to run out in either of our lifetimes of things places to detect. Even if we switch to all digital currency, there's still gold coins being found and silver coins being found and treasure, like actual treasure being found. But now I'm reading about the best ever metal detecting finds and struggling not to buy one. History is so cool. Mal, if you really want to get in, I recommend that Equinox 800. There's a link to it on my link tree. If you click on the header in my YouTube channel, there's a little link tree, and it'll show the metal detector I use. That detector is phenomenal for a couple reasons. First of all, when you just turn it on, in most settings, it is
it's ready to go. The technology inside of it basically can adjust to the environment all by itself, and you're just ready to go. There's no waiting. Let's see, I think it's on my link tree, the very bottom link is the metal detector I use and recommend. This one is expensive though. I'll say don't do this if you're just curious about the hobby, but it's a good one if you really want to go that route. Judge still not here, so we're going to keep talking about whatever you guys want. Let's see. A Londoner, a Parisine, married hubby and moved to Austin for music and his tech company. I love the place, but we moved to avoid gun cowards and burn summer lawns. No offense here. I think we're all good. This is a good group. Maybe there's a deal in the works. Last Poet, I don't know. One of the last things we heard before the jury was excused was the defense asking for was it directed verdict, where the judge basically says, hey, it's right. The prosecution has not met the elements of the charge. They haven't proven them, and so we're going to basically find him not guilty. And the judge is like, no, they have, so we're not doing that. But I don't know if a plea. Why would a plea still be on the table right now? Do you think the prosecution is so worried about the conviction they'd be like, yeah, we'll take a lesser conviction, we'll settle with a lesser sentence just to make sure we get a conviction? I doubt that right now. I mean, all the evidence is on their table. Mal, did you see where a recovery addict found the gold coin? I did find a $5 gold coin. The best find probably of my metal detecting career. It was amazing. Mal, there's never a better time to metal detect than right now. And I say that not because it's like, the best time to plant a tree was 40 years ago and the next best time is today. But this is the time of year to metal detect that's good. Basically, you have almost virtually all the crops are out of the fields. It's winter time, so the fields are a great time to check. The weather is colder in most areas that get frost. They've had their first frost already, so the ticks and things, a lot of the bugs that are an issue for some people. I don't want to get a tick bite. Those are gone, and so this is just a good time to really start pushing into the brush and detecting areas that you couldn't get to before. People used to store money in the chimney. Have you ever checked up there? Well, I've got several chimneys to check. No, I have not. I've never checked. I do have a pickle addiction. I'm unashamed, unabashedly admit that. Buried under the house. Yes, there's actually a property. It's 4 houses away from me where they tore out the wooden deck. And it's just exposed dirt underneath there. And I need to go back and ask the guy if I can detect under his deck, because any coins that fell down in there would have just disappeared in the dirt, in the little fine dust and stuff that's under there when they fall through. And I should go detect, because the house is older than mine. It's almost a 1900 house. And I really should do that. Maybe on lunch break, I should go do that. Take you guys with me, do a live stream. Ari was shaking. You could see his hands shaking. Best video I've ever seen, especially with his little helper. Debbie, that was so much fun. That family, they're good friends of mine, and being able to have that little boy find after I had found the coin, have him actually discover it in the dirt that I had dug up for him, was amazing. I mean, that kid is just, he's over the moon. Unfortunately, I ruined the hobby for him, because that was his first find. His first find in his whole life was finding, his relative's lost gold coin. Bought a home from a widow that said her husband hid cash in the house before he had a heart attack and never told her where it was. Still isn't enough for me to brave the attic. That's me. Charlie, I'm with you there. It's an ongoing joke in my family that my aunt has jars of money buried in her backyard, and she attached the map to her will. She hasn't denied it. That is great. Gotta love that one. Yes, you might have seen the little recovery addicts just... if they got far enough on screen, we try to keep them off the camera because they're complete hams. They'll start dancing and singing and doing everything as soon as they think they have an audience. Tom says, I'll come over to your house and search those spots. I'll only take a small 25% fee for any money found. Tom, I'd feel bad if you didn't find any, because I'm pretty sure someone else did.
Hey, whoa, who's this? Who's this? Wait. Portland Trailblazers TV. I happen to be a Damian Lillard fan, having filmed him during his college career at Weber State. But how old is your kids? I have 6. The oldest is an adult. The youngest is preteen, like several years preteen. I've watched many horror movies as a teen. Now I hate small dark spaces. I hear you. Not gonna go there. It's not for me. And I don't like being places where bugs are, where I cannot get out readily. I mean, I'm fine. I'm not like scared of bugs. I'm not scared of spiders, but the thought of me being like wedged in a small hole and then feeling a spider on my back, nope, not going to go there. It's not going to happen. That's not for me at all. Is it legal to metal detect at the Great Salt Lake? Kathleen, great question, because if it is, I know where you should go. First, I'll say no. The Great Salt Lake is a state park, and it's difficult to detect. But there are areas near the Great Salt Lake that are private property that, if you have permission, you can metal detect. And especially with the Great Salt Lake being as low as it is right now is the time. And I can tell you where to go. Honest to goodness, I fought to get rights to detect this property before I left, and the landowner says, no, I'm going to sell it. I just don't want to hassle with anyone having permission on there. So he might have sold it. It might be a different property owner right now. But if you want to go out to Antelope Island, as you head down the road that leads to the causeway, right before you get out to the causeway, like right before the gate to get out to the Antelope Island, on your right-hand side, there is private property. That private property used to be like a public, it was a park. It had like different type of amusement rides types of things. A train ran right out to there. This was like the place to be. It was like a Salt Air, if you know Salt Air down by Salt Lake. It was like that, but it was up north. It had a swimming hole. It had changing rooms for people to swim into their old-fashioned knee-length jumper swimsuits and swim. They all had little lockers and keys. There was everything was coin back then. So there's gold, there's silver coins and everything, and it was on elevated docks above the water because the lake was high at that point. So you have gold and silver coins, keys, all sorts of artifacts, watches, and everything else that have dropped in there. Now, because it's Salt Lake, because it's salty, anything that's not silver or gold is going to be so corroded that it's probably unrecognizable. It'll be difficult to find anything. But if it is gold or silver, it's still there and it's still findable. So if you can metal detect there, it is private property. All you need is permission. And do a little research. You'll find you'll be able to see where the train tracks ran, where everything. It would be awesome. It would be incredible to detect there. What's the new detector you'd like to have? Says KQD. The new one from Mine Lab. The new one from Mine Lab. I'm trying to remember. They call it the Beast, but that's just the code name. I believe it's the. What do they call it here? The actual brand. I think it's the Manticore. Let me just double check. I've been trying not to look at it very much because I want it. But it's the MineLab Manticore. So MineLab is all one word, MINELAB, Manticore, and it's a little bit spendy. So it is the upgraded version of the Equinox 800, and the Equinox 600 is the little baby brother of the Equinox 800. All of them are fantastic machines, just unbelievable. I took up airsoft and axe throwing as a hobby, fast-paced and go. My son does airsoft. He got a sniper rifle for airsoft that is scary powerful and incredibly accurate. The Equinox 800 finds metal and feeds you. Yeah, at that price it should, right? As per law and crime, hearing closing arguments might not begin until after lunch. I'm pretty sure that's the case now because where we're at right now, it's 11:30 there. it'll take an hour for jury instructions. They're not going to interrupt closing arguments to go to lunch, so I'm pretty sure we're going to have a lunch break before closing arguments. I bought my current older home days after it went on the market. Months later, a grandchild of the previous owner told me that his grandfather put money paper in the newly added wall. Ooh, that would be cool. I want to tear into some. I'm going to have to tear into some of my walls. I'll tell you that much. To redo some of the plumbing here soon, someday when I'm rich and famous. But maybe there will be something back there that will make it worthwhile. I wish I had started earlier. My go-to commercial. Are you guys seeing commercials? Did I do this wrong? I'm sorry. Why are you seeing commercials? I'm turning off the commercials. I have to manually, on every single live stream, I have to turn off the commercials, and I apologize. I've now changed them so that the only commercials you see are skippable ads. That's the only one that I can't remove, but you can skip them. Let's see. The 700 and 900, the MindLab ones, have not looked into those yet. I can see them on the website. I actually, my gold story of finding that gold coin was featured on the MindLab website. I don't know, the 700 and 900, they just seem too much like the 800. I mean, what was the improvement? It's still waterproof. It's almost the identical display. It's got good target separation. I mean, other than the fact that you're basically getting a carbon fiber handle, which you didn't have before. I think that's the only upgrade. But yeah, it's a fantastic machine. Greg, thanks for saying that. Candle Actor says, Rekevidak, you said it finds crabs like a penny. Crabs have copper in their blood. We use iron. They use copper, I believe. I wonder. I didn't know that. I didn't know they have copper in their blood, but that would make sense because they sure ring up beautifully. MB says, I sent you pics of my metal detector. Let me take a quick look, see if I can recognize it. And if I can't, either way, I'll do a little research and, okay. All right. What's the brand on this one? Discovery 3300. Okay. I'll do some research. It looks like it is more modern. It's not a really old one, and so it'll have some settings that you can set to help you limit what you're hearing, which is really one of the most helpful things to do with a new detectorist, just so you don't hear, because most people don't realize that almost everywhere in the ground there is some metal of some sort. Sent you pics. Oh, I got that one. Okay. The broken mannequins. That is a freaky commercial. That is freaky. Have I heard anything about Suitcase Lady? Jojo says. Suitcase Lady would be Sarah Boone, and where we're waiting right now is actually in just under 2 weeks. We're waiting for a hearing. In that case, a status hearing where the judge just wants an update of where everything's at. We'll find out a little bit more about how that happens here soon. Handing that gold coin to your little helper was so cool. It was neat. He wanted to grab it the second it came out of the ground. I'm like, please wait, please. This is like, as a metal detectorist, that moment when it first gets exposed, you have things like the coin impression, the face of the coin impressed in the dirt and things like that. And it's like that's the moment of proof that I just found this and didn't just take the picture of somebody's gold coin that I bought off eBay or something. And so he wanted to dive for it. I'm like, no, don't grab it yet. And it was funny, but he was super happy. Scott's house used to be a doctor's house. He's afraid to crawl spaces. Definitely a few bodies under there. The one of the bedrooms actually has the old sink because it was the room where they saw patients in. So he had like a sink in there to wash his hands, and the sink's still there. It's really neat and weird at the same time. They were working on jury instructions after court. We did hear a little miss that they said that we might have to go back on the record for some of this. but the record never came back on. The live stream never came back on. I wonder if they've just met an impasse where they can't seem to agree on an instruction. Did the judge ever show up? I left due to some community patrol. Now I'm back. No. Wait. This very second, as we look. Oh, we just saw a camera angle. There's motion in the court, but nothing else. They flipped the camera for 10 seconds. And now LNC completely dropped the feed. Crazy. Now it went black. LNC's in black. Which is always bad for any sort of TV station to not have a signal. I was a Make-A-Wish clown. It was fun and rewarding. That's cool. What about searching with our whole Burning Man? I'm not sure if you want to find what was left there. Here's why I say that, Josh. Burning Man is not it's not like a profitable venue where everyone goes to make money, like a fair, like a town fair or a festival where there's a lot of exchange of currency, people's hands in and out of their pockets, like that. Burning Man celebrates a lot more of free exchange of goods and services. I use those terms loosely, so you're not going to be finding a lot of money, although you might find some jewelry items and things like that. But I believe that's BLM land where they hold that Burning Man. It may be private, but if it's BLM, I believe it's eligible for being searched. What do I do to clean older coins? Rick says, I'm not a huge numismatist. Is that what it is? The coin collector as far as coins go. So I don't do a whole bunch of preserving the coin. And I also haven't found a lot of old coins. Gold coins you don't need to do anything with. They don't tarnish. Gold doesn't tarnish. You just basically wash them lightly with water because it can scratch very easily. Same with silver, and that's it. But you can use there's a very soft leaded pencil you can use to scrape old coins, that the graphite pencils that work really well. Have you ever tried geocaching, Recovery Addict? Yes, I have a geocache that I placed in 2001. Law and Crime brought a feedback, but it's flickering in and out. I geocached one of the original geocaches, probably one of the oldest ones in the state of Utah that's still active and is up in a very rugged location. I rated it 5 out of 5 out of difficulty, and some of the kids who have found it reported being followed by a very large cat. So it's a dangerous area. Still nothing. Lily, this is what we're seeing right now. It's just right here, just the wall, but at least we have a camera feedback. So just priced the Equinox 800, $800 or so. Antelope Island, my favorite place on earth. Gorgeous. Kathleen, Antelope Island is not as easy to metal detect on. You need a permit, and you need to contact the state park to do that. I believe they limit you to, I think it's like White Rocks Beach on the backside. Just a couple areas. For the majority of the park, you can't, like around the ranch area and things like that, you can't detect there. But that is an amazing island. A great place to take pictures as well. I've flown in a hot air balloon there on the island. It was beautiful. Okay, so we might have some action here before lunch. The jury's at least going to be told they can go to lunch, right? Isabella, welcome back. Unfortunately, you have not missed anything. 2.5 hours of nothing. The judge has not even walked into the courtroom. We were all hoping for something. Even no drama at this point, we would take that. Okay. Brenda says, gosh darn donkey, opened gate to bring hay to barn, and he jumps the gate, does the crazy dance, kicking and bucking, Eeyoring. Hard head, didn't want to go back in. What a circus. You have a real life donkey on your hands, Brenda. That is awesome. No commercials here. Good. I've changed the settings again. I didn't realize I had to go in and turn off a bunch of settings. So hopefully the commercials will disappear and you're not getting spammed with ads as we watch nothing happen. Did you mute? Am I mute right now? Test, test, 1, 2. I still show audio coming out. Redoing water lines is easy with PEX piping and relatively cheap. Just redid all my main lines. It was so easy. Ours were easy as well, but it was the first time I'd ever done it. So for me, it was new. I had to we had to dig down and drill a new hole through the wall, through the foundation, put in a new line. The line we had, the previous owner had put in, was about 6 inches deep, and it was not even a water. It was not even a drinking water certified pipe. It was like sprinkler line that they'd used. But we put in a new line all the way out to the main, and now we have water pressure. It's beautiful, and it's wonderful. So, Bella says, yes, commercials when you enter site. They had a coin show, so they're listening to us. Next, metal detectors. Well, at least it's stuff we're sort of interested in, right? Now I'm interested in like judge finding tools. Is there something you can buy that can help you locate a missing judge? What a waste of time today. We missed so much on the other trial. Lily, I know, and it's painful to know that the Aaron Dean trial is going on and we're not catching that one, but I really think we're right at the end of this one, and this should wrap up just in a hurry. Shannon, you did not miss anything. Nothing has started yet today. I specifically remember the judge saying 9 o'clock for the jury, but he has not shown up yet. Joellen, jury instructions come first, then closing arguments, and then the judge will charge the jury, which is very brief. So they'll have fresh in their minds, they'll have the closing arguments from both sides when they go to deliberate. Beware the antelope. Antelope Island does have a few antelope. Mostly it has bison. It has a herd of bison that are remarkable because of their health. They're actually used to supplement other herds all over the place. They're very prolific, too. I'm pretty sure they do lunch before closing arguments, so I'm setting my scooting chair alarm for 1 p.m. because I keep nodding off. Go ahead and take a nap, CG. If anything happens and you're not here, we will catch you up. Michelle says, do you know if there are any metal detectors for people with dexterity issues, i.e. wheelchair users? Michelle, I'm working on that. I have an invention idea that would allow people who maybe are not able to swing a metal detector, because that's how a metal detector works. It has to be swung over the ground. They generally have to be moving back and forth almost continuously, like a back and forth like this, as I'm trying to show on the screen off the camera, in order to detect. If you hold them still over something, they don't work as well, depending on the type of metal detector. But they actually need to be in motion over it to find the object. So I'm working on something that would actually allow people to detect where they don't have that ability to swing, whether they're missing an arm type thing, or just don't have that motion in the shoulder. A lot of people with shoulder injuries or elbow injuries can't do that. I've got an idea for an invention that would help them, and it would also work for people with wheelchairs. My Judge Tracker app shows the judge is in his chambers with his Whataburger, or his Whataburger has not been delivered yet, which is probably why he hasn't come out. He's waiting for that the Uber Eats. Elle says, I'm indulging in completely legal adult fun. Thank you, and everyone in the comments keeping me company. Thank you. I don't know what to say to that. The antelope or the shackles used on hubby so he can't get too far when he escapes from the basement. MB says, recovery addicts, it seems a number of us who are also interested in metal detection. I wonder if that's common among true crime fans, or if there's an interest because of your interest. I do think there are some similar, we like discovery, right? We like finding things out, whether it's information or history or things like that. I think there's a common theme. Maybe finding something, metal detecting, it has the same dopamine release that finding a bit of a nugget of truth in a crime does as well. But that might be it. Laura, possible. We did just hear a recording yesterday of him saying that he wasn't feeling like self-harm was on the menu. Composite plastic, so much lighter and easier for people to use. Mal, I'm probably going to build my prototype, my initial prototype, just with PVC, but just to build a frame and then probably have the parts made. But because it's metal detecting, I have to build with plastic. I can't build my device with metal because it would interfere with the metal detector's performance on its own. So I need to figure out how to make some key components that are very close to the metal detector coil that are not metal. It might involve a 3D printer at some point. You guys say it's not a waste of time. I'm enjoying reading chat. It makes me feel I'm not alone in hell. AI is working on church stuff, or all's working on church stuff. Admin issues remind me of excuse gentlemen, but the affairs of state must take precedence over the affairs of state. I missed that one, Wombat Mommy. Probably because I read it wrong. I will try. I've got so many irons in the fire that I never get around to finishing things. Dallas says, Kathy Russin from Law and Crime Network. The judge ordered the camera off in the Aaron Dean trial, said he'd talk to media at lunch. No idea what happened or why. This is just today? That was the one we were going to be watching. That'll make it incredibly difficult to flip to. I don't know where Churchy is. We have not seen her recently. Maybe she'll pop in now and then. I do give people permission to have lives outside of YouTube watching, so that's permissible. I think hearing his child on the phone recording broke him yesterday. Do you think he's so desperate that he's going to try to do anything to stop the impending sentence? Yeah, you've got many fellow addicts with you. They all agree with you. How come the trial isn't being televised? Adam, this trial is being televised, but only when the judge is in the courtroom. And right now the judge is not in the courtroom. So instead, all we get to see is the seal on the wall. And so we're just sitting here waiting for anything to happen. But there's nothing right now. Comment over in LNC said judge ordered cameras off. Update soon, but that's a comment, so speculation, hearsay. Okay, thanks, Melody. That's referring to the Aaron Dean trial, which started on Monday. It started with a bang because they had people live streaming from their phones in the courtroom that the judge was not a fan of. I mean, obviously, the judge knew the media was there because they had cameras set up. They agreed to follow the certain rules, but the live streaming from the phone may have broken those rules. Like it may have shown jury members or something, which is just bizarre. Okay. 80s Music Man puts a robe on. I be the judge. Scary thought. You might need to call Matthew after this. 80s Music Man is taking over. He owned the internet yesterday, being first in chat, and after doing that successfully, now he thinks he can just be the judge. Keep me updated on that the Aaron Dean trial. I'd love to hear what the judge says. Clearly, he's got some issues with some of the coverage, the media coverage, whether it be professional or amateur. It's a Twitter message posted about 12 minutes ago. Cams off for Ortiz and judge talking to press at lunch. It's also in Texas. So you've got two Texas trials here. We've got the Ortiz trial and then this Dean trial with two completely different judges. And it may be because on the Dean trial they have children testifying, which is that's nice. Not nice to put a kid up on the stand and make him ask very difficult questions about a very painful experience and share that all over the world. I mean that's hard. Okay. Are any of the feeds at least showing cell phone guy? DMB, he was there. We know he's in the court today, but seated in the usual place in back, not the front row, but the back row. But we haven't seen him lately. Lori says, when my mother-in-law passed away, we found hundreds of dollars in suitcases in her attic. Just a Sarah Boone moment there. Yeah, it was that was a time period when people hid money in their homes, like they didn't trust banks, so they wanted another option. No clerk or reporter. No, I don't think that's the case. I think they would have a standby or something, because if the clerk got sick, they've got to have a fill-in. Let's see. I guess the defense has filed a motion with a higher court asking for a decision before the case is given to a jury. I don't think they can go to a higher court until a decision is given in this court. They don't have ground. They can't appeal until this one is finished. The motion they filed already was for the judge to make a decision before it goes to a jury, and the judge just to rule on it himself, specifically to rule that there wasn't sufficient evidence or to meet the elements of the charge. But the judge heard that argument, heard the prosecution's contesting argument, and then said, "No, I'm sticking with what we've ruled all along, and there is evidence, so we're moving forward." There was a hot mic moment in the Aaron Dean trial yesterday. A lot of coughing going on. Judge says the whole courtroom needs cough drops. I saw that come through chat. This case sounds amazing, and the fact that the judge is shutting off the cameras, I'm not excited about that. Lindsay, welcome back. You missed nothing at all. We're still waiting for the judge. Yeah, in the Aaron Dean trial, Zion, I'm not sure which one he prefers it said. Just a young man having to testify about the police shooting he witnessed. That was tough. If Ortiz is harmed, could the jury continue? If Ortiz no longer is among the living, the jury would not continue. They wouldn't convict him after the fact. I think they would just cancel. There's no benefit for the court to proceed with finding him guilty when he's dead. That's but we haven't received any information that is the case. I don't think we would have the attorneys present, in court waiting for this to happen if that had been the case. Sam Terry says, "Good morning, recovery addict. Would you mind asking your viewers how to keep iguanas out of your pool?" Sorry, so random. Sam Terry, are you down in Florida? Just gut instinct. Iguanas are an incredibly invasive species, and are often found. They make a mess everywhere they go. It's like having geese, like scaly geese, but not quite as tall. But they can be very mean and dangerous. They're typically scared of people, but they leave just an awful mess everywhere they go. Did this judge say which tomorrow he would start at 9 a.m.? No, it could be any of the tomorrows, I guess. Maybe we heard wrong. KQD says, recovery addict, when my mother died, we searched the house and found money in books, boxes on shelves, and even old greeting cards. We had to open everything in the house. It was thousands of dollars. Wow. Yeah, alligator. Put in an alligator that eats iguanas. What's up, bud? I'm getting refills, and I haven't finished the first one. Thank you. I think they just want to get on camera. That's it, DMB. I think you got the AM and PM mixed around. And we're just really early. I now have 2 mugs to spill on my computer. Yes, mathematically, this is not a good situation to be in, knowing my propensity to spill. But from a hydration standpoint, I'm now better off than I was before. Yes, I cannot complain about the service, and the price is perfect as well. They do it for a smile and a hug in the morning, and they're wonderful. They love being on camera, and as a matter of fact, they would love. I think their dream job would to read their favorite books on camera. They can't do that because of copyright issues, but they would love to just read books on camera. I'm watching the Law and Crime feed, which is just a as interesting as this right here. But every minute or so, it's dropping off, like it's dropping a quarter second of frames. It's going to black and then coming back. Usually that means there's a problem in the cabling somewhere, that the signal is dropping out periodically. So hopefully that doesn't continue throughout the day, assuming that something happens. Thank you, Katrina. I think you've got that on autopilot, like a copy-paste, mind the laptop. Mac, we are waiting anxiously. I'm actually going to go on Twitter and just peruse the rumor mill. Yeah, law and crime. I want to show you what's happening here. Like somebody's kicking a cable and it's loose or something. It keeps going black. As a cameraman, somebody who's been responsible for placing cables and testing them, see, like that right there. You see that? That's inexcusable. That is not a good feed. I have double vision. Never any drinks or food near my laptop or desktop. Well, if you have double vision, I then have 4 cups, which is even worse. If I purchase 6 mugs, can I pay just 1 shipping fee, or do they go by weight? Kathleen, I know that they ship in individual shipment packages, but I don't know if I can make it combined shipping. I don't know. Let me see. Has anyone who's I think it does some sort of combining of shipping if you make it all in the same order, because the people who have paid for 2 orders have paid shipping, but the amount has been, I think less. I don't know. It might be the same. I really couldn't tell you. And I'm not sure how I can figure that out. I think that it would be nice if they would package them all together. But a large percentage of young kids and teens want to be YouTubers when they grow up. Rajesh, I think it's a good profession. I mean, I really do. I think that sharing content on YouTube is a viable business. This is why I'm doing it. Honestly, I want to do this, full time. That's why I'm doing this. But at the same time, the young kids part right here, this worries me, because young kids and teens are very, very susceptible to influence from their peers. They have a strong or a very weak sense of self, and a lot of that can be influenced very easily by somebody's comments, by some anonymous person who logs in and chats and says something and says, why does your hair look so ugly or something like that? And suddenly it hits them deep. It hits them, and sticks with them. And so for that reason, I think it's not best for young kids and teens to do that. Although with the proper supervision, it can be phenomenal. It can be just an incredible avenue for confidence, for just building up information and knowledge and preparing kids for the future. But all right, how's the power situation in your area? Any better? Roxanne, my county never experienced the power loss that Moore County had. They're probably an hour and a half, 2 hours away from me. They had that power loss after somebody shot the power stations intentionally, 2 of them, and took the power out. Those that were without power should be getting their power back tomorrow. So they've been without power for the better part of the week. MB, I'll be listening and chatting as I can. I have to go do some stuff. All right, we'll probably be sitting here waiting for the judge when you get back. That's what we've done all day so far. Maybe what you're seeing is a looped tape like in the movie Speed. It feels more like Groundhog Day right now. Only it's never gets to the part where the alarm clock goes off. It's the sleeping part that we're rewatching over and over. But the reason why I'm watching 3 feeds simultaneously is to make sure that one of them isn't looping an error or something. Let's see. Yep, everything seems up to date. I'm just refreshing everything to make sure. Yep, I've got nothing from any of my sources. My daughter in Southern Pines got power back at 9 a.m. this morning. Southern Pines was in one of the hard-hit areas in Moore County. that lost power. So that's good news. Hopefully she can sort of get her life back together, and maybe insurance will kick in. I think insurance will cover loss of food in a freezer during a power outage. So you might want to tell your daughter that. Just check and see if that's something that her insurance will cover, because that can be a lot of money if you lose a freezer full of food. Okay, still nothing. I'm not seeing anything on the interweb either. Golden Mom, man, Law and Crime. It's flickering so badly. I think someone's got a loose cable, like a bad connection. And now is the time to get that fixed when the judge is not in the courtroom. CB Clark says, I wonder how many crises occurred during this power station attack. Quite a few. You have people who are on oxygen machines who suddenly the battery backup is all they have. You got people who require, whether it's like home dialysis or you name it. It's a medical device that requires power, and suddenly you've got calls from people saying, "What do I do?" Yeah, lots of people. The hospital luckily did have power. They have the ability to run off a generator, and they were doing that. We've got a feed here from Law and Crime. Looks like defendant's been brought in. KSAT is also saying that things are happening. Ken's 5 is late as usual, but it looks like we might be happening here. Better late than never, right? We are we're at noon. We're 3 hours late, Your Honor. What do you have to say for yourself? If we take the feed from Law and Crime briefly, let me just show you that we do have the cell phone guy back there in the corner. He's tucked in there. Courtroom's pretty much packed right now. Standing room only. Was that Ortiz grabbing some tissues for future use? Did you see that? He made eye contact with the camera, just stared us down briefly. We've also got a taser at the ready from the bailiff there. He's either ready to be flirted with or to tase Mr. Ortiz, whichever is needed, as the case may be. Lawyers are there. Extra cameraman. I think we've got a different angle. See the cameraman on the right? I think that's new. That's the feed we're seeing right here. Still nothing from Ken's 5. Okay, soon. Let's see. Did he plead guilty? No, he pled not guilty. How about metal detection sneakers? Then every step you could take lead to a fortune. I would not take many steps because they'd be beeping and I'd be like, hey, what's under my feet? I'd be stuck in place. Okay. Of course, when I'm about to leave the house, they get going. DMB, we're actually waiting for you to leave, and then we're going to get started. Just kidding, of course. Bullish in Seattle, welcome. He looks very uneasy today. I think he knows what's coming. He's definitely not going to be bragging about outrunning any deputies today. Lots of people in attendance. Why is the prosecutor's monitor turned around? It was earlier this morning. I'm not sure why. Possibly they were making sure the HDMI cable was working. Keep an eye on the cell phone guy. He took half the box of tissues. Maybe he's going to build a rope out of them and rappel out of his jail cell using them. I was watching a short video. What happened is going on. Little Miss nothing. He just the court feed just started.
406 District Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Oscar Hale Jr. presiding.
You may be seated.
Nice, you could make it, Your Honor. Let's see what's happening here. Let's give this a go.
So, obviously, Mr. Perez Mr. Alanis, we've been working on the charge again this morning. We thought we had it done last night, but as we discussed, there's a few issues that came up this morning. So, do each of you have a copy of the most recent version now?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
And so, subject to the what we put on the record yesterday, your objection and your request for the original version.
So they were still working on the charge.
38-2022. Is there any objections to this most recent version as the alternative charge?
No, Your Honor, just subject to our objection regarding 3823 yesterday.
Only to those two paragraphs that you had requested, correct?
Another cameraman shows up. This is normally not
Especially
allowed.
requested charge.
Correct.
Okay, yes.
Yes. So, and this one's now labeled charge of the court instead of jury instructions, but same meaning. Any objections to to this as the alternative charge from the state? Any objections from the state?
No objections, Your Honor, by the state.
Okay.
Defense, no, Your Honor.
No objections from the defense side. Okay. We're just waiting for the copies, see where they're at with the copies. So
Yeah, I've got 2 feeds as well, Rick.
we're gonna have copies available for the jury so that they can read along and.
Let's see what the timing is on
them
these.
out.
The audio is crappy on this one. Ken's 5 still has nothing.
We'll get your copy. Ms. Crowe.
Thank you.
He's a gray shirt man. That's what he is. I'm really hoping all these people in front of a cell phone guy don't block his view. He might have to stand up to take a picture.
They're bringing the copies for me. Give the 14 to Mr. Medina. Give me the one for Ms. Kerr. Here's your copy now. Should have a water here. I'm gonna need a water here.
It's a little hot mic.
I'm gonna need a water, please.
Nothing juicy, but Judge just wants some water because he's going to be doing a lot of reading. See, the jurors' chairs are in this camera shot. You're literally right there. Yeah, we need to pan right just a tiny bit. There we go. That's as far left as we should be able to go. It's weird that they let another cameraman in as the judge said his court was in session. Clearly, they want everyone wants to be here for this moment. This is like the climax of the show, really. But typically, the cameras have to be set up, and you can't touch anything when the court's in session. So this judge is allowing quite a bit. Is it verdict day? A lot of cameras and people bullish in Seattle. We think it may be. Just the stalling that happened this morning set us half a day back. So it really depends on how long the closing statements go and how long deliberation is. If this is an open and shut case for the jury, the hardest thing they have to do is fill out the paperwork and decide who the foreman is. Other than that, there's 6 charges, so basically 12 sheets of paper. You know, the guilty and not guilty.
For the jury now.
Unless there's some lesser included charges.
Bring the jury in.
So not a ton of paperwork to go through. Not like DB where they had like a ream of paper. This cameraman he makes me so nervous when he's panning left when the jury is supposed to be walking in. Judge was over 3 hours late. Can he wait for the camera this time? Dark circles under his eyes. Probably didn't get much sleep last night, is my guess. Here's how he looks right now as the jury's walking in. We go ahead and get the split feed ready so we can watch both channels simultaneously. Still nothing from Ken's 5. This is crazy. 80s Music Man says, I told that cameraman to grab a few good shots for you. And that's why he's late. Had to bribe him with a Snickers. You know, that's about all they work for. It's peanuts is really all they needed. The Snickers was a little above and beyond what was needed. So you did overspend on what you probably needed to spend to get him to do something for you. Cameramen are pretty cheap. Didn't realize how tall he is. I think it's just the angle.
You may be seated. Good afternoon now. I was hoping to say good morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I mentioned yesterday, all of the evidence has been presented
time
to
is
you.
a little bit
I'm
off.
about to read the charge of the court, also called the jury instructions to you, which is the law that will be applied to the facts of this case. After I read the charge of the court to you, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make closing arguments. Please listen carefully.
Okay, I'm going to pause for just a second. Catch it.
Members of the jury, the defendant Juan David Ortiz stands charged by indictment with the offense of capital murder, alleged to have been committed in Webb County, Texas, on or about the 3rd day of September 2018 through on or about the 15th day of September 2018. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. Our law, well, let me pause there. I'm sorry. You haven't passed out the copies? Oh, yeah. Okay. There are copies for you to read along.
That was one try of getting
And
that
you may
synced
take
up.
those with you into the jury deliberation room.
I'm
As you
an
notice, they
expert.
have
I don't
stamp
mean to
called
brag,
copy,
but
that
I'm
says
an
copy
expert.
on it. The one that I have has a stamp that says original. This is the one that has the forms, and this is the one that should be returned back to the court. Okay. Okay, everyone received a copy? Thank you. All right. So where I left off, on paragraph 1. They can pass it along, Mr. Medina. You don't have to walk in front of it. Let me know when everyone has received a copy. Does everyone have a copy now? Thank you. Okay. Paragraph 1. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of murder if he intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of capital murder when such person intentionally or knowingly causes the death of more than one individual during different criminal transactions, but pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. Individual means a human being who is alive. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Deadly weapon means a firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Firearm means any device designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile through a barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion or burning substance or any device readily convertible to that use. A person acts intentionally or with intent
potato gun would
with
work.
respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Our law provides that the time of the offense alleged in the indictment must be some date anterior to the presentment of the indictment,
So you have to kill him before you get
and not
indicted.
so remote that the prosecution of the offense is barred by limitation. The phrase on or about means that the state is not required to prove the alleged offense happened on that exact date. There is no limitation period for the offenses of murder and capital murder. Therefore, it is sufficient if the state proves that the
Harpoon
offense
gun.
alleged was committed sometime before December 5th, 2018, which is the date
Possibly. Is it
the
a
indictment was filed.
a firearm explosive that fires it,
Now,
or is
you
it hydraulic?
unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, committed at least 2 of the following charged offenses of murder. On or about the 3rd day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Melissa Ramirez, by shooting Melissa Ramirez in the head with a firearm. On or about the 13th day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual, namely Claudine Luera, by shooting Claudine Luera in the head with a firearm. On or about the 15th day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual, namely Giselda Alicia Cantu, a.k.a. Giselda Hernandez, a.k.a. Griselda Alicia Hernandez, by striking Giselda Alicia Cantu, a.k.a. Giselda Hernandez, a.k.a. Griselda Alicia Hernandez, in the head with an unknown object, or by shooting Giselda Alicia Cantu,
She had a couple names.
a.k.a. Giselda Hernandez, a.k.a. Griselda Alicia Hernandez, in the neck with a firearm. On or about the 15th day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual, namely Humberto Ortiz, a.k.a. Janelle Ortiz, by shooting Humberto Ortiz, a.k.a. Janelle Ortiz, in the head with a firearm. And you unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt that two or more of the murders alleged above were committed during different criminal transactions, but pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. Then you will find the defendant guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment, and do not consider paragraphs 6 through 9. You are instructed that if you have found beyond a reasonable doubt that at least two of the above alleged individuals were murdered pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct as instructed above.
That's
you
correct.
must be unanimous.
Mommy. The Aaron
All
Dean
12 of you
case is
must
the
agree
camera issue.
On which two individuals
Also out of Texas,
were so
though.
murdered. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, or if you are unable to agree, you will determine whether the defendant is guilty of one of the lesser included offenses, and next consider paragraph 6. We're on page 5. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 3rd day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Melissa Ramirez, by shooting Melissa Ramirez in the head with a firearm, then you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of murder of Melissa Ramirez, and do not consider paragraphs 7 through 9. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, or if you are unable to agree, you will determine whether the defendant is guilty of a different lesser included offense, and next consider paragraph 7. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 13th day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Claudine Luera, by shooting Claudine Luera in the head with a firearm, then you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of the murder of Claudine Luera, and do not consider paragraphs 8 and 9. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, or if you are unable to agree, you will determine whether the defendant is guilty of a different lesser included offense, and next consider paragraph 8. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 15th day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Giselda Alicia Cantu, a.k.a. Giselda Hernandez, a.k.a. Griselda Alicia Hernandez, by striking Giselda Alicia Cantu, a.k.a. Giselda Hernandez, a.k.a. Griselda Alicia Hernandez, in the head with an unknown object, or by shooting Giselda Alicia Cantu, a.k.a. Giselda Hernandez, a.k.a. Griselda Alicia Hernandez, in the neck with a firearm, then you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of the murder of Giselda Alicia Cantu, a.k.a. Giselda Hernandez, a.k.a. Griselda Alicia Hernandez, and do not consider paragraph 9.
I just reached out to Ken's
If you do
5
not so
to see if
find
they're
beyond a
going to
reasonable
live
doubt, or if
stream.
you have a reasonable doubt thereof, or if you are unable to agree, you will determine whether the defendant is guilty of a different lesser included offense, and next consider paragraph 9. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 15th day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Humberto Ortiz, a.k.a. Janelle Ortiz, by shooting Humberto Ortiz, a.k.a. Janelle Ortiz, in the head with a firearm, then you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of the murder of Humberto Ortiz, a.k.a. Janelle Ortiz. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty. Paragraph 10. During the course of the trial, you
Timing's a
heard
little bit off
testimony
on
from
these.
certain witnesses about what other persons had told them, in which the court instructed you not to consider the testimony for the truth of the matter asserted. You may only consider the testimony for the purpose for which it was admitted. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or indicted for
I'm going to turn up the judge's audio just a bit for you.
gives no rise to inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty and must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, and if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict, not guilty. A grand jury indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the issue of guilt of the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. You are further instructed that it is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case, or any witness therein, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he or she may have heard regarding the case or any witness therein from any source other than the witness stand. Written statements made by a witness or police reports made by officers are tendered by the attorneys to opposing counsel for purposes of cross-examination and are not part of the evidence unless introduced in evidence. Many times statements and reports may be marked with an exhibit number but are neither offered nor received in evidence. From time to time throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might properly be admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings and are not to draw any inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court does not determine what weight should be given such evidence, nor does it pass on the credibility of the witness. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the objection. You are instructed that the statements of counsel made during the course of trial or during the argument, if not supported by evidence, or statements of law made by counsel, if not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court in these instructions, are to be wholly disregarded. While you should consider only the evidence,
It looks like
you are
Ortiz
permitted
is
to draw
reading
such
along.
reasonable inferences from the testimony and exhibits as you feel are justified in the light of common experience. In other words, you may make deductions and reach conclusions that reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts which have been established by the evidence. Our law provides that a defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded a defendant, and in the event he elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to nor allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against him. You have heard evidence that the defendant made a statement to Federico Calderon and E.J. Salinas on September 15, 2018. If you find the defendant did make a statement, you may consider that statement against the defendant only if you resolve a preliminary question in favor of the state. A statement of an accused may be considered against the accused only if the statement was freely and voluntarily made without compulsion or persuasion. Therefore, you may consider any statement you believe the defendant made only if you all agree the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement freely and voluntarily without compulsion or persuasion. Unless you find the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the statement to Federico Calderon and E.J. Salinas on September 15, 2018 was in fact made and that it was made freely and voluntarily, you must not consider the statement for any purpose. You are instructed that unless you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged confession or statement introduced in evidence was freely and voluntarily made by the defendant without compulsion or persuasion,
We don't have much
or if
left.
you have a reasonable doubt thereof,
I
you
think
shall
we're
not
already
consider
to
such
the,
statement or confession for any purpose, nor any
the
evidence
last two
obtained as a
charges.
result thereof. You are further instructed that under our law, a confession of a defendant made while the defendant was in jail or other place of confinement or in custody of an officer shall be admissible in evidence if it appears that the same was freely and voluntarily made without compulsion or persuasion, provided, however, that it be in writing by the accused and show that the accused has been warned prior to making such statement or confession by the person to whom the same is made, that one, he has the right to remain silent and not to make any statement at all, and that any statement he makes may be used as evidence against him at his trial. 2, any statement he makes may be used as evidence against him in court. 3, he has a right to have a lawyer present to advise him prior to and during any questioning. 4, he may have his own lawyer, or if he is unable to employ a lawyer, he has a right to have a lawyer appointed to advise him prior to and during any questioning. And 5, he has a right to terminate the interview or questioning anytime. So in this case, if you find from the evidence, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, that prior to the time the defendant gave the alleged statement or confession to Federico Calderon and E.J. Salinas on September 15, 2018, if he did give it, the said Federico Calderon and E.J. Salinas did not warn the defendant in the respects just outlined, or as to any one of such requirements just outlined, then you will wholly disregard the alleged statement or confession and not consider it for any purpose nor any evidence obtained as a result thereof. If, however, you find beyond a reasonable doubt the aforementioned warning was given to the defendant prior to his having made such statement, if he did make it, still, before you may consider such statement as evidence in this case, you must find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that prior to and during such statement, if any, the defendant knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived the rights herein above set out in the said warning, and unless you so find, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will not consider the statement or confession for any purpose whatsoever or any evidence obtained as a result of same. You are further instructed that if you find from the evidence, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, that Federico Calderon and or E.J. Salinas told defendant before he made the confession or statement, if any, that it could be used for him, and that such a statement by Federico Calderon
that was always going to be in their hands. They could always
an inducement to defendant to make said confession, and you will wholly disregard said confession, and you will not consider it as evidence or for any purpose, nor consider any evidence obtained as a result thereof. You are further instructed that under our law, a confession of a defendant made while the defendant was in jail or other place in confinement or in the custody of an officer shall be admissible in evidence if it appears that the same was freely and voluntarily made without compulsion or persuasion. So in this case, if you find from the evidence, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, that prior to the giving of the alleged confession of the defendant, if any officer threatened or in any manner coerced the defendant or used improper influence, or if any officer questioned him persistently over a long period of time without allowing him to contact an attorney or any other relative.
Sorry, Tom, we started without you.
Fear or under duress or under any other improper influence was thereby induced to make said statement, then such statement would not be freely made and voluntary. And in such case, if you find the fact so to be, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will wholly disregard the alleged confession or statement and not consider it for any purpose nor any evidence obtained as a result thereof. No evidence obtained by an officer or other person in violation of any provisions of the Constitution or laws of the State of Texas or of the Constitution or laws of the United States of America shall be used against the accused on the trial of any criminal case. The State must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the evidence was not obtained in violation of the law. Now, therefore, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that, 1, the defendant abandoned his white truck, or 2, that the officer searched the truck at the Stripes and or the Webb County Sheriff's Office substation pursuant to a valid inventory search, or 3, the searching officer had probable cause to search the truck at the Stripes and or the Webb County Sheriff's Office, then and only then may you consider all the evidence.
The judge basically was still working on these instructions. They thought it had hammered out yesterday, but there was still a difference in the morning, so it took 3 hours to fix it.
Obtained as a result of the search of the truck. Occasionally, during jury deliberations, a dispute arises as to the testimony presented. If this should occur in this case, you shall inform the court and request that the court read the portion of the disputed testimony to you from the official transcript. You shall not rely on your notes to resolve the dispute because those notes, if any, are not official transcripts. The dispute must be settled by the official transcript, for it is the official transcript rather than any juror's notes upon which you must base your determination of the facts and ultimately your verdict in this case. The exhibits that have been admitted into evidence are in the custody of our official court reporter. Should you request to receive the admitted evidence in the jury deliberation room, you must make your request to the court in writing.
Yeah, we're going to have to
A
see the
fact may
tire
be
back
established
there,
by
for
direct
sure.
evidence or by circumstantial evidence or both. A fact is established by direct evidence when proved by documentary evidence or by witnesses who saw the act done or heard the words spoken. A fact is established by circumstantial evidence when it may be fairly and reasonably inferred from other facts proved. At this stage of the proceedings, you are concerned only with whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and will not concern yourselves with the punishment, if any, which might or might not be assessed. Your sole duty as jurors in this case is to determine whether the defendant is guilty under the indictment in this cause and restrict your deliberations to the issue of whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and nothing else.
He's tearing through
You are
these
the
pages.
exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to the testimony. But you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is hereby given to you, and be governed thereby. You must not consider any legal principles not contained in these instructions. You have no right to disregard or give special attention to any one instruction, or to question the wisdom or correctness of any rule I may state to you. You must not substitute or follow your own notion or opinion as to what the law is or ought to be. It is your duty to apply the law as I explain it to you, regardless of the consequences. It is also your duty to base your verdict solely upon the evidence that has been presented to you in court. You are instructed that you are not to allow yourselves to be influenced in any degree whatsoever by what you may think or surmise the opinion of the court to be. The court has no right by any word or any act to indicate any opinion respecting any matter of fact involved in this case, nor whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. The court has not intended to express any such opinion, and if you have observed anything which you have or may interpret as the court's opinion upon any matter of fact in this case, or whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, you must wholly disregard it. After you have retired to the jury room, you should select one of your members as your presiding juror. The first thing the presiding juror will do is to have this charge read aloud. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, to vote with you, and, when you have unanimously agreed upon your verdict, to certify to your verdict. The presiding juror will certify thereto by using the form attached hereto by writing guilty or not guilty where indicated on the form as it conforms to your verdict and signing his or her name as presiding juror. Each juror must decide the case for themselves, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with their fellow jurors. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree thereto, but jurors have a duty to consult with one another
Wombat
and
Mommy,
to
if
deliberate
that's what
with a
happened.
view to reaching an agreement, if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. In the course of deliberations, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her own views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is erroneous. However, no juror should surrender his or her honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of his or her fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. Do not let bias, prejudice, sympathy, or resentment or any such emotion play any part in
I
your
think
deliberations.
it's salmon, not pink.
Any verdict you render must be
I know, it might
unanimous.
be pink.
That means all 12 of you must agree.
Has
These
to be
instructions
unanimous.
are given to you because your conduct is subject to review, the same as that of the witnesses, parties, attorneys, and the judge.
We're almost at the end here.
If it should be found that you have disregarded any of these instructions, it will be jury misconduct, and it may require another trial by another jury. Then all of our time will have been wasted.
Yes, and it
The
was
presiding
wasted.
juror or any other who observed the violation of the court's instructions shall immediately warn the one who is violating the same and caution the juror not to do so again. Paragraph 27.
That would be jury
Suitable forms
misconduct, Tom.
for your
You're
verdict are
encouraging them to
attached to
break
the
the
charge
law.
for your convenience, if you care to use them, but they are not intended to suggest to you in any way what your verdict should be, and you may or may not, as you see fit, make use of them.
Hey,
At any
Katrina,
rate, your verdict must be in
turn him
writing
down
and
just a
signed
little
by
bit.
your presiding juror. After you have retired to the jury deliberation room,
How long deliberations
no
go
one has the authority to communicate
is,
with you except the court bailiff.
Probably
Do
the
not
most
attempt to
important
talk to the
factor
bailiff
as to what will decide that is how
or the
fast
attorney
the
or
foreman
the
can
court
sign his name
or
on the paper.
anyone else concerning any
I think
questions
it'll
you
be
may have.
fast. I think we'll have a verdict
Instead,
today.
address your inquiry to the court. Any communication relative to the case must be written, signed by the presiding juror, and shall be submitted to the court through the bailiff. Given at 12:33 p.m. on the 7th day of December 2022.
You just signed and dated it. And now, prosecution. Ready for closing.
And as I
Oh,
mentioned,
wait,
there
we're
are
probably going to do lunch.
verdict
honestly.
forms attached
We got lunch first.
that you may refer to and utilize as you deem necessary. Is state ready for their closing arguments?
State's ready, Your Honor. Ms. Karina Rios will be presenting the first part of the state's closing.
If I may proceed, Your Honor.
Warning at 5 minutes.
Okay, that cameraman is literally showing the jurors. Did you see that? Was showing the laps of the jurors, and possibly even their face. I looked up
You
and just
are
saw it zooming
ready.
in.
Do you remember when we
Oh,
sat
man.
at jury
So
selection
wrong.
and Mr. Alanis told you that this case was very important, that it was very big? Truer words have not been spoken.
Not today, Sam. Let's listen
We
to
have
this.
brought you all the evidence, and you are ready to render a verdict. You are ready to bring justice to the victims and to their families. Now, the first thing that you are going to do when you go back to deliberate is you're going to select your foreperson. And that foreperson is going to read the instructions again to you. And these instructions are going to serve as your roadmap. So where does this roadmap lead you?
She's
It's
really
going to
loud.
lead you first to definitions, knowingly. I put up the entire definition, but I want you to focus on one word, aware. He is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Intentionally. Focus on the desire.
These are the losing
The
arguments.
desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. And how do we know what desire is? Desire can be seen the moment somebody picks up a gun, wraps their finger around the trigger, and pulls, pulls, pulls. We've seen that. We've seen that in each of these scenes. 3 times that desire at Melissa's. 2 times that desire at Claudine's. 3 times that desire at Guisela's. And 1 final time that desire with Janelle.
Why do we have a new ADA? I don't believe she's done any
What's
questioning
murder?
during the trial. So this is a new face for the
A
the
person
jury to
commits
get
the
to know.
offense of murder if he intentionally and knowingly causes the death of an individual. And what about capital murder? More than one murder pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. And I'm going to refer you to page
Tom,
3.
we should not see any part of the jury. Any at all.
Paragraph 5 of your
Anything
jury
that might
instructions.
possibly identify them.
It says that you must unanimously find that he committed at least two of these murders pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. And we believe you will. We believe that you will find every single one of these pursuant to the same scheme of or course of conduct. And here are all the murders that you have. On September 3rd in Webb County, Juan David Ortiz intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Melissa Ramirez by shooting her. On the 13th of 2018, he caused the death of Claudine Luera by shooting her. On September 15th, he caused the death of Guiselda Hernandez by shooting or striking her. And on September 15th, he intentionally and knowingly caused the death of Janelle Ortiz by shooting her. And all of these were done pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the same scheme or course of conduct. Remember that you can ask for evidence. I want you to write this down. State's Exhibit 110. Disc 7, where he tells us the entire story. That's the story. As for State's Exhibit 116, the transcript. You can read what he says. You can read it as you follow along. You saw all of us referring to it while we were taking notes, flipping the pages. You didn't get to do that during the trial, but you're going to get to go back and do that now. And he will tell you in there why he did this.
I thought they weren't going to get the
At
transcript.
least 4 times he's
They
going
could
to
have it in court, but not in the
4
deliberations.
times he's going to say it in there.
Maybe I heard
I
wrong.
was cleaning up the streets. I was cleaning up the streets.
Ask for the tire.
I was cleaning up the streets. I was cleaning up the streets. And now we'll also talk about the rights that he is afforded. Because as we stood here, the first day of trial, he stood there without a single piece of evidence, and he was a free and innocent, or he was an innocent man. And as we started this trial, we started pulling together the puzzle pieces. Every single witness that came up here gave you some pieces to put together and put together and put together.
Tom, this is the prosecution.
And we accept this burden. We accept the burden of having to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a new ADA.
Why? Because we believe we've surpassed it. If the presumption of innocence is at sea level, we are standing atop the Mount Everest of evidence.
On top of a tire.
It is all there. You can look at everything. And as every single witness came up here and handed you a new piece of the puzzle, a new piece of evidence, what do you start to see? You start to see what he saw that day. In his own words, a monster. Now, if you don't believe that one of these, the two or more of these were done pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct, or you have reasonable doubt, then you'll be able to determine each of these individually. But let's talk about reasonable doubt. You have to ask yourself 3 questions. Do I have doubts? Are they reasonable? And do they go to an element of the case? I'm just going to ask you to use your common sense. I'm just going to ask you to use your perspective to determine this case. Now, you are also charged with determining witness credibility. So what does that mean? You are the ultimate judges of the facts. You can believe some, all, or none. Everything we brought you, consistent, corroborated, credible. Let's talk about Erica. You all saw the trooper's body cam. When she comes up to him and she tells him what happened to her, everything she said in that body camera, consistent with what she told you from that witness stand. Everything she told the investigators, corroborated by Ortiz's own statements. Everything. And credible, you get to decide. But she subjected herself to Mr. Bettis' cross-examination. She told you her faults. She told you her story. And more than anything, she came up here to tell you her truth. What happened to her that night. You also get to decide Ortiz's confession and whether it was freely and voluntarily made. And we submit to you that it was. It was obtained without any promise, coercion, or intimidation. I'm going to refer you to what Captain Calderon said on the stand. It was an accommodation, not an inducement. There was no quid pro quo. And let's talk about these accommodations that defense brought up. They brought them up in their opening statements. They told you, they brought up all these things that he was promised. They brought you all these things. But who's the first one to mention breaking down the door? David. Who's the first one to say, I want my wife to keep my pension? David. Who was the first one to say, I want a family picture, please give me my family picture. Here is the passcode to my phone. David. Who asked to be put in isolation because it's better for everybody involved? David. None of these things came from the investigators. He asked for these things. And they said that they would have done these things or offered or tried for anybody sitting across the table from them. This is not exclusive to Ortiz. This was not a one-time thing.
This was rapport building.
And you know what? How else we know that he gave this voluntarily and freely? He knew his rights. He was read his rights. You all saw that in the video. And let's look at his background. Let's talk about his background for just a second. He's an educated man. He has a bachelor's and a master's in criminal justice. He's a Border Patrol supervisor. He worked at the Border Intelligence Center. And you guys saw it in the videos. Maybe not when he was talking to, both when he was talking to Captain Calderon and to Ranger Salinas. He told them, I was involved in all these operations, and let's talk about those.
Shane, this is the prosecution part of the closing statements. They just begun a couple minutes ago.
Unit Stone Guard, the different crack houses that he took down, the targeted enforcement unit. He talked about arrests he'd made. He talked about chases he'd done. He talked about it all. He has been Captain Calderon. He has been Ranger Salinas. He has sat across from somebody else to do an interview or interrogation. He knows what he had to do. He could have stopped talking. He could have asked for a lawyer, and he never did. Now let's talk about the truck. They want you to believe that this was an illegal search. They don't believe it. Now let's talk about this. What did everybody tell you happened when they saw him at the Stripes? He turned and ran. He acknowledged that it's his truck, but he turns and ran in the opposite direction. And even then, no search was done at the Stripes. They want to tell you that they manipulated the truck. They opened the door. They opened the door. They took some photos, preservation pictures to make sure that they knew that it was all there, what it looked like at the time. And they did not do an inventory there. They want to harp on the fact that it says inventory search, but then it says no inventories conducted. What does that matter? It says no inventory search was conducted. And they had probable cause. At that point, they had probable cause. What did Ranger Salinas tell you? I wanted to get it in a secured environment. He could have searched that truck at the Stripes. He could have. He flashed his light into that car, into that truck, that matched the description that Erica gave, that belonged to the individual that Erica identified. And what did they see? What did he see? The pink purse, the tall boys, and a holster. He could have gotten into that truck at that point, and yet he didn't. Why? Because he wanted to preserve the evidence. Look at the evidence retrieval form. It's all there. They did their best to bring you all the evidence. They did their best to keep the integrity of the evidence for you all to decide. And now, defense is going to come up here, whether it's Mr. Perez or Mr. Fuchs.
We don't know which one yet.
And they're going to come up here, and I suspect that they're going to tell you the same thing, that the statement was coerced, that the search was illegal, that there's just not enough evidence. But I want you, as you listen to them, to stay focused. Use your common sense and rely on your life experiences. And if you remember nothing else from what I told you, I want you to remember this. When they come up here, it's not about what they tell you. It's about what we showed you from that witness stand. Your Honor, I will reserve the rest of my time for Mr. Elemis.
So that was a quick open. Defense goes next.
Defense may proceed.
We're just flying through this. I mean, we may be done before lunch. And it looks like we get the deep voice speaking. What's his name? Fuchs or something?
Ladies and gentlemen. The first thing I want to do is thank you for taking the time out of your own private lives and coming down here and listening to this case, because this is how justice is done in each and every case. And I hope that each of you appreciate the fact that anyone accused by the state of Texas
Raymond
is
Fuchs.
entitled to a trial by jury of his peers. And we have all noticed that y'all have been very attentive during this trial, and we certainly appreciate it. The prosecutor just told you that she knew we were going to come up here and argue that the search was illegal and the evidence shouldn't be admitted. Well, she's quite right, because she is right. The search is illegal, was illegal, and that evidence should not have been admitted for your consideration. In this charge, which the judge has even suggested that the first thing you should do when you go back there after you elect one of your members as the presiding juror is to go back over this. And it's very important you do, because the first part of it is definitions of different various things in the law. And sometimes people suggest that lawyers went to law school simply to learn a foreign language called the law. So if you have a question about, okay, look, I've read this and I still don't understand what it means, you're certainly entitled to send a note out to the judge, and it's in here how you do it, saying, look, we need this clarified. And please do. I mean, don't make a decision without having full knowledge of what your job is. And your job is, you judges. Okay, that's exactly what jurors are. You judge the facts. The judge is the judge of the law, and here it is. This is all the law you will need or can use in the case. You can't use anymore. It's got to be here. But you must follow this law. Sometimes people will say, I'm sure you've all heard the phrase, well, that guy got off on a technicality. Okay, I'm sure everybody's heard that. Well, there are no technicalities. It is either the law or it is not. And as minor as it may seem, as someone may say, I can't let someone go free on that technicality, then what they're saying is, I would ignore my oath as a juror to follow the law that I have sworn to uphold. And it is that serious. If one of us is denied a right, we are all denied our rights. And in this particular case, when the police deny Juan David Ortiz his rights, they're denying us all. That's just how it works and how it's felt. But when the government agents violate rights, we all lose. And in this case, they did. They started by, when they searched the truck, and they're saying it was abandoned. And one thing we kept coming up in this trial was, okay, where are the keys to that truck? At one point, Captain Calderon finally said, well, I got them from somebody. But I'll tell you one thing. You can look in that box, you can look in this one, you can look at all that, you can look under the chairs, wherever. We still don't find them. We still don't see them. And I think that is something critically important to this idea of abandonment, that if I were to leave my keys behind, maybe I don't mean to come back to get it. But if they're in my pocket, that might mean I'm coming back. It's just like when there's a vehicle on the side of the road where DPS has put that orange sticker on the window. That doesn't mean that person's abandoned that car. It means they ran out of gas, they got a flat tire. Now, if it stays there a month, that's pretty obvious. But in this case, and then Ranger Salinas, in my opinion, has the audacity to claim, when he's asked about those keys and the gun,
interesting,
that since he never saw this gun, this Texas Ranger, who has been enforcing the laws of this state for the past 29 years, who is the elite, the Texas Rangers, he's taking a photograph, looking through a lens, and claims he can't see what he's photographing. And then he says, well, since I didn't find the gun, but I found the holster, I sent troopers out looking for that gun to see if he had ditched it when he ran. I didn't hear any witness come in and say, I'm that guy that Ranger Salinas sent out to look for that gun, and I didn't find it. I didn't hear that testimony. And sometimes
no warrant for the truck. They got a warrant for the house.
Also in this charge that you can make reasonable deductions from the evidence. And certain times you can make a reasonable deduction from the evidence that that witness was lying. That witness was making things up. as they did throughout. This argument about he was promised nothing, there was no inducement. The first notice they had that Mr. Ortiz wanted to enforce his right to remain silent and perhaps to a lawyer and perhaps to terminate it was when he refused to sign the form. That's the first indicator this guy doesn't want to cooperate. Because if you're cooperating, they got the little check box in evidence, I don't know what number, but you can check the boxes. Yep, here, I put my initials. But he said, I'm not signing it. I'm not signing anything. In other words, I'm not cooperating. I'm not talking. Then, when he was asked about, well, do you want to talk to us? No. I mean, that should be an indication that
here comes a bad word.
To Captain Calderon and Ranger Salinas, no does not mean no. So they continue on. And then the idea, it wasn't a promise, it wasn't persuasion, it was accommodation. Well, if it's not persuasion, if it's not an inducement, when you say the district attorney himself's out in the hallway, he's in the other room, you want us to go put in the good what for you? We'll do that if you talk. Well, if that's not trying to get him to say things he otherwise wouldn't, saying, we can go work this case out right now.
These closing arguments are not evidence.
Were made to them.
They do get a little bit of latitude.
He also tried to enforce his, the idea that Captain Calderon said, well, we took care of him. We fed him. In the original testimony about he fed him and did all that, and that was before you saw the video. Yeah, they fed him a bag of chips and 2 bottles of water over a 10-hour period. And then, once they finally get this statement from him, shake his hand, then they go give him the treat. That's when he gets the Whataburger. That's when he gets to eat. But it wasn't until
he pronounces
the
it
statement
Whataburger
had been made that they then gave him something to eat. It wasn't like Captain Calderon was saying, no, we were feeding him. And he tells him how tired he is and all that. Says, well, good, we'll just leave you here for a couple of hours in the most uncomfortable position. And this charge also has the terminology about extended periods of interrogation. That if you find they violated his rights by wearing him down, by just doing it over an extended period of time, then that is also a reason to find that that statement is involuntary and should not be considered as evidence. The truck parked out there, taking photographs, and they say they had probable cause to search it. If they had probable cause to search it, they had probable cause to get a search warrant. The law says that a person is entitled to the protection of having a detached magistrate, some judicial person, make the decision, is there probable cause to do this search? The law is not set up for the police to decide, well, we got probable cause, so we're searching it. That's only in very rare cases where there are exigent circumstances where there would be a danger to the community if they did not conduct the search at that time. This case, the truck was towed to the sheriff's department and parked, as he said, a carport. And then they're saying, well, we didn't get a search warrant because of the time of day. None of that property was going anywhere. They violated a citizen accused of his rights by failing to obtain a search warrant. These are not technicalities. These are the law. Okay, thank you.
That was it. That's the one shot they get at it. Oh, wait, no, he's going to switch. I guess he reserves the balance of the time for the other attorney.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I
also want to thank you for your attention to this case and for your service. At times I would look over here to you all, and you were all paying and a lot of attention, and you were very attentive. I may repeat some of the things that Mr. Fuchs said because we think they're important, okay? Now, I want to say to you all that we are a nation of laws. The rule of law governs. The law matters. And when we're out in the street walking around, usually it doesn't really hit us like that. But in a courtroom, where a lot is at stake, when a lot of things have happened, this is where the Constitution comes to life.
I don't think the judge would let him
this is where you
inform them about jury nullification.
give it effect. Not in too many instances do I see that the Constitution is given effect, but for sure in a court of law. Now is the time for you to apply the law to the facts.
They did
And
ask the
Mr.
judge to
Fuchs
throw the
mentioned
evidence out.
charge.
The judge
This
ruled
is
that
the
it
law.
was okay.
And sometimes in here it tells you it's not like, well, I don't like this law, so I'm not going to follow it. As Mr. Fuchs said, you took an oath to follow the law. And I would venture to say that there's not too many times in our lives where we raise our hands and swear to tell the truth and to do the truth and to do the right thing and to follow the law, right? So it must be a very unique situation and a dire and great obligation upon yourselves to follow your oath. And your oath right now is to follow the law. Because you are the judges of the facts. So now it is time to apply the law to the facts. Now, the law applies to all of us, good or bad. It also applies to police officers. It applies to the government, to the state, and maybe even to them to a higher standard because we give them a lot of power. I couldn't come to your house and say, hey, move out of the way, I'm going to search your house. I couldn't come to any of you and say, put your hands behind your back, I'm going to handcuff you. Police officers have a lot of power, and we have to have checks and balances on them because otherwise it gets out of hand, and there's other countries that are police states. Mr. Fuchs mentioned, these are principles that our founding fathers thought about. I'm sure there were horrible crimes and bad things happening back when they were drafting the Constitution, but they didn't say, oh, the Fourth Amendment, your right to privacy, your Fifth Amendment, your right to remain silent, your Sixth Amendment, your right to counsel. Oh, that only applies to good people. That only applies to people that commit small crimes. No, it applies to everybody. Because the day we say, oh, the Fourth Amendment and the right to remain silent, that's a drug dealer. No, I mean, he deserves it. Or that's a burglar of a house, a rapist, whatever. Before you know it, we all lose it. So we need to be careful because of the facts of a case to say, oh, but this laws don't apply to this guy. Because next it's going to be someone else, and it's the slippery slope. Now, I will say this because I want to make sure that you understand at least where we're coming from. We are very, very mindful of the facts, the allegations in this case, the people that got hurt, the people that are deceased. We are very mindful of that. However, even then, the law must be applied fairly. And you have a duty to yourselves because you raised your hand and swore to follow the law. To this judge because he is ordering you to follow the law, and to your country. Regardless of all of us being mindful of the facts of this case.
It seems sort of like a rambling sort of closing statement.
Let's start with the burden of proof. The state has the burden of proof. Anything you say, well, did they prove that? You look to them. You don't look to us. They have the full burden of proof, and it's beyond the reasonable doubt. And just to give you an idea of how high it is, beyond the reasonable doubt, there's a standard that they use over as the civil courthouse. It's called preponderance. And preponderance is when it's a lawsuit and people are arguing about money. And so we allow the side that proves things by 51% to win. That's it. Then we have clear and convincing. That's where the state of Texas wants to come and take your kids because they're saying you are not taking care of them or whatever. That's clear and convincing. It's higher than preponderance, which is at 51%. To take your kids, all they need is clear and convincing, and they could take your kids. Beyond the reasonable doubt is higher than that. Why? Because beyond the reasonable doubt, when you convict someone, you're taking their liberty and their freedom. And that's why we've gone to wars. Americans have died for freedom and liberty. So that's why we make it a very high standard, the highest standard in the law.
Hey, Michelle, there was no evidence in the house.
Now, if
That's
we
not where the
start
crimes were
looking at the
committed.
facts, as Mr. Fuchs said, we'll start, for example, when the charge tells you Mr. Ortiz chose to remain silent. And the judge in the charge tells you, look, you cannot consider that for any reason. You know, you can't discuss it. You can't say, oh, well, he didn't say his side or anything. Because remember, we don't have any burden, right? So you can't discuss it. It's irrelevant. Why? Because it's not evidence. It didn't come in. What you do decide this case on is evidence that came into that you heard or any exhibits. And so anyone that didn't testify, well, they didn't testify. It's not evidence. If we talk about the idea of the violations of the law, the first one, if you recall, were when Mr. Ortiz was getting arrested. And Deputy Noe Gonzalez was prevented. He was kept from reading Ortiz his rights. And he said, he said maybe Captain Calderon or whatever. And you know, when people get arrested, they have the right to have their rights read to them. You know, and yet a law enforcement officer, and he's military, he knows the Constitution, and he immediately attempted to read Ortiz's rights. And he was prevented from doing that by one of these supervisors. I think he said Calderon. And why? Well, there's the chance that he says, yeah, I don't want to talk. I want to invoke my right to remain silent, or I don't want to say anything, or whatever. Or two, because they want to have the citizen in a controlled environment. Okay? Where they put you in a room, they isolate you, and then it bore fruit here. If we go to the issue of the voluntariness of the statement, what's the first thing? First of all, the state has the burden to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the statement was given voluntarily. And so if any of you have a reasonable doubt, you go, man, I'm not too sure. It's like, you look to them, explain why this. You have the right to do that as citizens, to protect citizens, because you see, the state has a lot of power. The government has a lot of power. Police have a lot of power. And so that's why we have, and our founders thought of that, our forefathers. They said, no, the government wants to take our rights away, your liberty, your freedom. You better be darn sure that it's going to be by a lot of evidence, okay? And so you look to them to say, what about this? What about that? And the law says, look, if a statement is coerced or improper persuasion was used, influence, persistence, long periods of time, duress, promises, and the idea, and it says there, if they say anything along the lines, oh, this can be used for you, what did they tell them about D.A. Alanis being there? And the testimony about Alanis, that he's there on a high profile case in Laredo. And at the time, district attorney, the elected district attorney of Webb County, happens to just be there, and the two chief investigators, one with 29 years experience, Ranger E.J. Salinas, and Captain Calderon, who has about 20 or 25, they say, well, he strolled by, I saw him. It's almost incredulous, because also they testified that when they put him in that room, they kept him. If you remember, he went in at 2:30, and I think they went in at 3:21 or something like that. So that's part of technique. Both Calderon And Ranger Salinas said, look, nothing that happens in an interrogation room is by accident. There's just too much experience on their part. There's too much technique, too much training. They know what they're doing. It's by design. And of course, when you say, oh, well, yeah, but you were icing him or you were making him sweat. Oh, no, I was busy doing other things. You know, they're trained in how to answer. You know, they go to school on testifying, how to testify. You know, not lay witnesses, but cops do. And so, you know, it could be, well, I was doing something else. Maybe he was watching the monitor, watching the guy sweat. That could be one of them. And so if we keep on going on that, this combined experience, when Salinas walks in and he says, starts talking, he says, are you willing to give us your side or your statement? Ortiz responds, no.
He might actually drop the bomb here. Not just no, he said.
I don't know how
no.
it comes that they say, a police officer say, oh, I didn't take it like he was trying to say he wanted to remain silent. What did the young lady just say? Use your common sense. I go up to someone, hey, you want to dance? No. Well, let me talk to you about the technique
now I have
in
visions
dancing.
of him dancing.
No means no. Hey, can I borrow some money from you? No. That's it. Can I take your car? No. No, it's no. Except here. Except here, it's not no. Because the cops say, oh, I didn't interpret it that way. If you follow that reasoning, that they didn't, because the cop, remember, we're supposed to be looking at the accused, and did he invoke his right? Yes, he did. No. When asked directly, are you willing to give a statement? No. And then the cops turn it around, well, I didn't take it like that. Their state of mind. Follow that logic. What about the next guy? I want to take the Fifth. Well, I didn't take it like that because he didn't say the Fifth Amendment. Go further. Another guy says, I want the Fifth Amendment. Well, I didn't take it like that because he didn't say he invoked the Fifth Amendment. So if you follow that logic, they can interpret it any way you want. And then the citizen that's trying to say, I don't want to talk to you. Let's say he said, I don't want to talk to you. Oh, well, he was being impulsive. We wanted them to think about it. Their interpretation should not be the measure. It should be, what did the citizen say? If he's asked, does he want to talk, and he says no, that's it.
This gentleman's
There's
done
no
a better
magic
job
word that is
presenting
required
an
under the
argument
law
in the
that says
past.
you have to say, I
This is
invoke the
quite
Fifth
super
Amendment of the United States Constitution.
logical in how he's presented it. But
Use your common
at least he's
sense.
moving along.
And I submit
It's
to
not
you
gonna take much
that
longer.
that minute, that should be enough for you to say, the guy invoked his Fifth Amendment.
We're going to go ahead and check the poll here in just a minute. So if you haven't voted on the poll,
this judge is
please go ahead and
telling
do that
me,
now.
if he invoked his rights, I cannot consider that statement. I have to wholly disregard it. And it's not evidence in this trial. If you use your common sense like you would anywhere else, at the store, at the cafe, anywhere, but in this court of law, because Ranger Salinas and Trooper Calderon say, oh, we didn't take it like that, we still have to read him his rights. No, there's no such thing. There's no law that says I still have to read him his rights. That was it. But if that's not enough for you, let's keep going. The police become aware during the questioning that, because they had the information from Erica, that they'd been out drinking and then she was doing the drugs and all that. And when they have the truck, they see the three tall boys, remember? Then they see in the video that he bought another three tall boys. So he had been drinking tallies before, as they call them, and tallies now. And they also, and no one disputed this, everybody knows he was taking all these pills from the VA. No one disputed that. So this guy is medicated, he's been drinking heavily, and they know his emotional condition and mental health condition is not the best. But they don't stop. They keep on going, okay?
This might be
Now,
our best argument about the confession.
If you look at then the technique that they're using, now, because he is not cooperating, which could be interpreted by any one of you as saying he wants to terminate the interview, okay? You can interpret it like that. Nothing stops you from that. They start confronting him with evidence. They start saying, hey, Erica said this, They start confronting with items from the truck. Remember, they brought in the purses and the syringes. They confront them with the rounds and the pistol. Hey, how come you don't have? So they're trying to give him incriminating evidence. Okay, knowing
Randall, thank you
that
for the
he's
super
been
chat.
drinking,
Good to
he's
have you
not in
here.
his best state of mind. They confront him with the victim's photos.
Took a long time to get
And then they
started, but
again
we're
ice
here in
him.
closing arguments right now.
They leave him to sweat there, and leave him over a long period of time, like the charge tells you that could be a violation. Finally, they enter at 10:55. Okay, now it's been maybe 7 hours, 8, something like that, and they've given him what, water and chips. Now,
Not just chips; those are
this is what we're
Doritos.
talking about, and the charge will tell you, and it's the judge's charge. He's telling you, look, if there's improper inducement, then it's not a voluntary statement. Now, what do? First is hey, we want to put in a good word with you for the DA. If you cooperate. There were a lot of ifs in there.
Defense put on
Help
no
us,
witnesses.
and we'll help you. We will get the picture. We won't. Everything's in the future, you see. Everything's in the future. It's conditional. Cooperate. Talk to us. Everything is conditional. It hasn't happened yet. And like I told one of the rangers, why don't you just say no? Say no. We're going to do what we need to do to get into the house. No, we don't give a damn about your picture. And the retirement is very important, the retirement. Oh, I think it was Calderon, was falling out of his chair trying to convince him, please, we can do it. She shouldn't be left without retirement. I'm going to work on it. I'm telling you, she deserves it. Please, please, please. But it's conditional. Give us this. When he talks about isolation, being placed in isolation.
Okay, we're checking
that
our
also,
poll
I
here.
don't know
We're
which
closing
of
the poll right
I
now.
don't recall right now, but it was Ranger Salinas said, yeah, but you want an isolation, but you're not what? You're not talking to us.
88%
Now,
say
whether they
guilty,
wanted him to tell the
7%
truth or
not
not, it's
guilty,
not the question. They
4%
wanted
say
him
hung
to talk.
jury.
Okay? And the fact of who brought it up is irrelevant. What does it matter who brought it up? You see? What does it matter? It doesn't matter who brought it up. It's still an inducement. Once they know they can induce him to do something if he gets that. What if they say, well, we'll get you your toolbox? Well, maybe that's not important to him, but the picture was important. Once they learned the picture was important, they started utilizing it as inducement. Okay? Now,
Once we go to break, I'm going to go back and talk about something I
at
heard
some
the other
point,
day.
after
from this-
all this
from this attorney.
improper inducement,
That was
after
hilarious.
all this time has passed, no true food, just water, understanding and knowing that his
No true food.
emotional, mental health issues.
I think
with drinking,
Doritos has
whatever
a
the
claim
case might
against
be
a case
going,
against this guy now.
he finally does start making incriminating statements. Okay? So, we submit to you that if you look at the totality, now, I saw his qualifications that they put up there. Yeah, that's his normal self. Military, masters, all that. But you got to look at the guy that's in front of you. You know, you have to look at the guy that's in front of you, that was there at that time.
He's pounding,
Broken,
he's pounding the desk.
PTSD, migraine headaches, insomnia.
The microphone's sitting on that
nightmares.
bench that he's pounding.
That's the guy that was in front of them.
MB, don't look at the man
And
behind the curtain.
they
I don't know why the
induced him,
numbers don't add up.
They confronted him with all this stuff.
They're
they
rounded,
promised
that's
him
why.
things. The DA, all that. It was improper inducement. And if you read the charge, it's very clear. If you coerce the individual, if you place him under duress, at some point it passes that threshold, and it did here, ladies and gentlemen. It passed the threshold where he involuntarily gave that statement. And the court instructs you that because he was improperly induced, because he was given these promises, it says you must wholly disregard that entire statement.
They should have
You
gone with that
literally have to
argument
take
first.
it out of your head like it didn't happen.
The Doritos were the coercion.
You know, and for any one of us that go, well, come on, a picture, because the DA asked him at the very beginning, did you promise him probation? Did you promise him that you would dismiss the charges? look, he's been there X amount of hours. He's all distraught. He's tied down. It's like you have a dog tied down that hasn't been eating or whatever. You know, you want him to roll over. You don't need to give him a ribeye. You just give him a Scooby snack. That's enough, and he'll roll over.
I had ribeye
You don't
for
need a
breakfast.
lot of promises when you have someone in that condition, because he's talking about totally different things. And so I submit to you that the statement was not voluntary. They overcame his free will, and under your oath, this is not a popularity contest. It's not because you like it. It's not because you don't. It's not your fault that the police used those tactics, excessive tactics. It's not your fault. Under your oath, you have to disregard that statement because it was given involuntary. Not to mention the very beginning, are you willing to give us a statement? No.
The one chip challenge. We
That
gave him
should be,
chips.
in
We
my
gave him
opinion,
food.
enough for any of
and a
you
little
to
bit of
say,
water.
This guy invoked his Fifth Amendment right off the bat. And this judge is telling me I must disregard it. Now, regarding illegally obtained statements, the charge talks about that there's a lot of laws, that talk about privacy. It's the Fourth Amendment, first of all, your right to privacy, your right to be free of search and seizure in your home.
This
in your
next
person,
comment
in
from
your
Charlie.
possessions. We have Article 1 of the Texas Constitution says the same thing. There's another
I like him
section
too,
in the
but not
Code of Criminal
that much.
Procedure says 3823 says any illegally obtained evidence, you cannot use it against an individual. Now, let's look at what happened in this case. These rights, again, that I'm speaking of, are all of ours, okay? And rights are not like privileges. For example, your driver's license, that's a privilege. The state, you don't really have a right to drive on the highways and the streets and the beaches of the state of Texas. The state of Texas says, oh, okay, you met these qualifications, we're going to give you this driver's license. But rights are yours. They're inherently yours. No one can take them away, okay? And so, again, you have the Fourth Amendment and the United States Constitution, the Fifth Amendment. Now, what does it talk about?
Hey, Kathy,
Seizure
thanks for
of
the
property
comment.
and search of property. And it does talk about, again, like I said, in your person, cops, it's like, hey, get against the wall, I'm going to pat you down. Let me search into your pockets. Your home, hey, open the door, let me walk in, I want to look what's inside. And any other possession, I don't know if it's a go-kart or a car or your motorcycle. You have a privacy interest in there. Now, when the trooper, Obregon, I think, asked him, is this your truck? He said yes. I'm going to give you an example because they're talking about abandonment. This is more what abandonment is under the law. A guy with a bag at the airport puts it down, and it's got 100.
This is not an evidence. Giving hypotheticals, giving examples, not permitted.
Again, in reference to the law, even as Mr. Perez said, the law is included in the instructions
Yes.
and the jury charge has been given to you.
Yes.
And anything that's not consistent with that shall be disregarded.
Yeah,
Let me-
just because they call it abandonment here, I can tell you any other thing about what I think abandonment is. Abandonment is when you put down a bag, it has $100,000 in cash, and the DEA shows up. Hey, we know there's money in that, in cash, 100,000 cash in that bag. Is that your bag? Oh no. Even if he did have it, okay, he put it down. And is that your bag? No, that's not my bag. That's abandonment. He said, that's my truck. Yes. He asserted his interest in that truck and his privacy in that truck. Having said that, what does Ranger Salinas do? He immediately calls Santuro and says, secure the truck. That means it's seized. Okay, if you're walking down the sidewalk and the cop says, stop, you are seized. He doesn't have to come and grab you. For Fourth Amendment purposes, under the law, you are seized the minute you're commanded to stay somewhere. Okay? No, nothing has to, you don't have to be manipulated or anything. The minute you're told to stay or not move, you're seized. The minute he told Santuro, secure that truck,
Her handle.
that truck was seized.
Sorry, I
it was
tried
under
to
law
change the
enforcement
picture so we can
possession
read
at
your
that
comment.
moment in time. Okay? Now,
We'll have to wait to see the
Talk about
transcript to see what
exigent
she's stuck in there.
circumstances because it's important.
Thanks for the super chat, Randall.
Exigent,
Appreciate
what
your
does it
support.
mean? Immediate, urgent, pressing, pressing circumstances, immediate circumstances. Now, why is that relevant to vehicles? Because vehicles can drive away. So if the cops are looking for some evidence in the car and they go, hey man, we need a search warrant for this car, and the guy comes over and is like, hey, I'm going to go to McDonald's, and he starts driving away, that's exigent circumstances. No.
Maybe Ortiz is going to come up and say, hey, I was promised that they would tell me that they would present the Casey Anthony book and the similarities of my case to her case, like we heard in the call yesterday.
But once it's secure, the exigent circumstances go away. And that car, for all practical purposes, is like your home. Your home can't drive away. That car, now that it's secure, it can't drive away. And I told Ranger Salinas, could a guy go in and say, hey, let me get into this truck and start driving away? Once Santuro was told to secure it, he said no. We know the vehicle is seized for Fourth Amendment purposes that all of us have.
Exela,
Okay?
the issue here isn't whether or not he told them information that only he had. It's whether or not he willingly gave
Then
that
comes
confession.
Ranger Salinas. He says how he
If
arrives
it
at
wasn't a
1:30.
willing confession,
By
it doesn't matter if he
1:34,
told them
says,
about
"I'm
50 bodies. It would be
Now,
thrown out.
There's two things, two ways on a vehicle like that where you're going to look at stuff. Well, there's the third one, but it's not really that what we're talking
There's
about.
15
The
ways,
plain
but we're only
view,
going to talk about
okay?
2 of them.
I brought up plain view. Plain view is your car is stopped at an HEB, right? I could walk by your car and say, oh, what's inside this car? Oh, man, she's got a couple of Snickers bars and, ooh, look at that popcorn. That looks really good. I could see inside your car and look at whatever. I can't touch it. I can't manipulate it. I can't open your door, but I can look. That's plain view. That's okay. What does Ranger Salinas do? And it's on that video. He's shown his slide in there, and he saw the holster. Okay? Then
Terry stop is
he
briefly
goes
stopping someone with
and
reasonable
we have
suspicion.
the pictures. He starts opening
It's a lower
doors
standard than probable
and
cause.
taking pictures and looking. A search isn't like, well, I have to grab it. No, a search is observing. It's like if I go to your house and I open your intimate clothing drawer and I open it, I don't touch.
He went there?
Am I searching by looking? Yes, I'm searching. I don't need to be grabbing stuff. There's a search. The minute they open the doors, that truck is being searched. And he did it because he saw the holster. And he told you, officer safety. So he has to call and tell him about the holster. But he wants to know, is the gun in the truck? And it's incredulous.
He's gone in a couple
It's
weird
really
places.
beyond believability that this guy, Ranger Salinas, 29 years, that he would come and testify to you that he saw it yesterday or this week on a video, finally saw the gun. That's the first thing he was looking for, the gun. Now, why wouldn't he come clean about that? Because, Judge, can you give me like a 10-minute warning? Because
Judge, can you tell me
He
when to
stopped.
shut up? Because I'm going to keep going
Santuro
until you stop me.
said no inventory search was done. There's only 2 things you can do, inventory or search. This deal about preservation photos, what the heck is that? There's no such thing in the law about, we did a
Lindsay,
preservation search.
yesterday in
There's
court
no
we
such
heard
thing as a preservation
audio
search.
recordings of
Doesn't
Mr.
exist.
Ortiz talking about
It's either
similarities in his
inventory
case and
or
Casey
search.
Anthony's in a phone call, a jail call,
And when
jail phone
they
call.
said no inventory, they're stuck with the search. And she asked them at some point, but you only saw things in plain view? Bull. I had to come back and say, wait a minute, was that gun in plain view? The things in the fender and the doorwell, are they in plain view? And all of us have cars. You put stuff down here on the doors. That's not in plain view because it's between the seat and the door when it's closed. Now he's observing things that were not in plain view. Therefore, what? It's a search. At some point he said, I asked him, did you manipulate the vehicle? No, I did not manipulate the vehicle. And the DA, and you were only seeing things in plain, it was a dogfight. It was pulling teeth. Now, if they're saying they have a right to search it there, then what's the big deal? Why fight so hard if they're saying, we had probable cause to search. We could have searched it there if we wanted to. You can't have it both ways. You can't fight a tooth and nail that, we could have searched it, like they're going to claim we could have searched it.
It's not cause for
It was
appeal.
abandoned.
They
and
knew
all
before
that
they started
stuff.
how much time they have. It's not the judge's
Then why
job
fight
to
so
time it.
hard? Because
I mean,
they
the judge
know
will cut it off, but the judge is the one who
it
says,
was
wrap
a
it up here
search.
soon.
It was warrantless. It was illegal.
The judge probably will.
And once you have an illegal search, that's it. All that you cannot consider, including the gun. And so they're stuck with this search that was illegal because now nothing can be considered thereafter. Because we know it wasn't an inventory search because Santuro signed, there was no inventory. And Ranger Salinas, because of that form, was stuck. He had to say, no, it wasn't an inventory search. So they came up with this in-between BS. Oh, it's a preservation search, pictures, whatever. I guarantee you there's nothing like that exists in the law. Now, if we go further from that, we know further that the truck is secure anyway because Ranger Salinas says secure and follow the truck when the record picks it up and takes it to the police station.
Yep.
We know the record drivers aren't going to pull over and start taking stuff, right? The truck is secure. It already is
Actually, that
anyway,
was
and it's
their
already
concern.
been searched. Now they take it to the station, and that's where now they're starting the interrogation and the like, right? So we know that at 2:30 is when they put Ortiz into the interrogation room. We know that around 3:50, 3:21 is when they walk in to start interrogating, and we know that at 3:54, Ranger Salinas instructed CSI Ugarte to start searching the vehicle. So 2:30.
They did object when the gun exhibit was first brought in. I think
they walk into the interrogation
in a
room,
pre-trial hearing,
3:54,
but the
start
judge ruled
searching
on
the
it
truck.
already
Now,
and allowed it.
I asked Sergeant Salinas, well, is it in a secure area? Could I have walked into the substation and just driven away? No. Is it some sort of chain link fence or whatever? I know it's not a bank vault, I told him, because he was like, well, it's kind of relatively. I know it's not a bank vault, but, it has to be somewhere where not you and I can
Close your
walk
drapes
around
if Little Miss is in town.
And so he said, yes,
She's going to be
it's in a
looking in your
secure
house.
area.
See how you decorate
Okay.
it.
No exigent circumstances. We know it's not going to drive away. It's like a house now. What else a cop should do? Get a warrant to get into the truck. Now, what does Salinas do? You see, he got ahead of himself, is what happened. And now they're stuck with that. There's no way of undoing
Hey, Sam, we don't know a
He
lot.
got ahead
And
of himself.
since they're not the ones that committed the crime,
Because
we
what
don't
he
really
wanted
search
to
it out
do
here.
we
We did hear the call
Ortiz
yesterday with
was
some
not
family members, but
cooperating,
I don't know what the status is right
and,
now.
and it's, again, both Calderon and Salinas said nothing happens by accident in an interrogation room. These are very experienced investigators. What does he do? One of the tactics is go and confront the guy with incriminating evidence. Well, where was the incriminating evidence? Where was it? In the truck. Oh man, by the time I get a search warrant, just search it. So they go and they do an illegal warrantless search. And then they come and confront Ortiz with this. We know this is not your wife's purse. Why? Look at this purse. It's pink, and we know. And look, there's condoms here. Those aren't your wife's condoms. And look at the syringes. Those aren't your wife's syringes. And they also took the gun out. The gun that supposedly a 29-year law enforcement officer, elite of the elite ranger, had not seen it when he takes a picture of it. They get the gun, and they again manipulate the gun because they take out the I don't know if you know how guns work, but on a semi-auto, it has a clip, and from the butt
Has a magazine.
A magazine comes out, and
Has
that's
a
where
clip
it has
in the
all
butt.
the bullets. It's not like a revolver where it goes like that. So either way, they take out the magazine.
These technical terms are
and they
losing me.
count
The
the
revolver
bullets.
goes like that.
Again, because they want to to incriminate him to see if he'll talk. They go, hey man, look, you got missing bullets. When's the last? Oh, because they had asked him before, when's the last time you shot your gun? They locked him into that. Last summer or whatever. And okay, well, why are you missing bullets from your magazine? He needed that evidence right then and there, so he got ahead of himself. But now they're stuck. You know, I asked Ranger Salinas, did you have time to get the warrant? Yes. If you had wanted to, could you go get a warrant? Yes. Nothing prevented you from getting a warrant? No. He just got ahead of himself. Because in the end, he didn't obtain that search warrant. And so...
You've clearly been in one of those meetings already,
on
Matt.
that issue...
Timeshare salespeople go
and
on
remember,
forever.
Anything that you go, even if you go back to the, hey, yeah, why when the ranger came in and said, are you willing to give a statement? And the guy said no very clearly. I have a doubt, it's causing me to question that the guy invoked his right to, I think he invoked his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. You know who has to explain that away to you? Them, the state. Hey, why didn't they get a warrant? It was abandoned. No. Did he say, like the guy with the bag? No, that's not my bag. Did he say that? No, he said, that's my truck. And where are the keys? Think about that. Where are the keys? Why open the doors? Ask him all those questions. Why open the doors?
Nobody knows where the keys
They're
are.
not going to search. And we know it's not an inventory.
The truck keys were never
And there's no
produced
such
in
thing as
evidence.
preservation search. Okay? Those are all doubts that you should say, these are, I'm not telling you a Martian opened the door of the truck. These are all reasonable questions that common sense people should be asking. And then if you have a reasonable doubt, and you say, I have a doubt. Remember beyond the reasonable doubt she said about the Mount Everest? That's kind of the convincing nature of evidence. They have to take you from probable cause to preponderance halfway up the mountain, to clear and convincing where they could take your kids, to preponderance of the,
This guy's
beyond
gonna
the
be like,
reasonable
Judge,
doubt.
10
They have
minutes?
to do it.
You should have given me a
And
warning
she
now.
said,
I've
"We
run out of
gladly
things to
accept
say."
that. Well, explain all this
Please
away.
tell me I can be done
Why
soon.
not get a search warrant?
We're just going around and around. And again,
And so, with regards to all the evidence that came out of the truck, I submit to you that the state has failed to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that they legally obtained that. And we have laws, like I said, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, Article 1 of the Texas Constitution, 3823 of the CCP, all those say, look, mostly get a warrant. There's few exceptions to warrantless because we want a neutral magistrate. Okay, just the idea of warrants. You know why we demand
I'm going to
warrants?
object now this line of argument, Your Honor. He's now getting into explaining the law.
You're consistent with what the jury instructions are.
Yes, well, look, a warrant is because you want a neutral magistrate to review the police conduct. So let's say they say, hey, we want to search that woman's truck because she's a redhead. Here, Judge, we want to search. Well, no, that's not good enough. You see, we want someone that's detached, a neutral magistrate, to check the police conduct. Otherwise, they just get warrants on their own and, go do warrantless searches like in this case. So that's why we demand mostly warrants.
we demand mostly warrants. That's a very affirmative statement. We demand mostly warrants.
For those two reasons, and the judge is instructing you that if you believe that the state failed to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt and you have reasonable questions, then you should say this evidence was illegally obtained and this judge is ordering me not to consider it. And that means the gun, that means the bullets, that means the case, well, everything that was in the truck. Okay?
No cases.
It's telling you, don't consider it. Oh, yes, Your Honor.
10-minute warning.
Now, the way the charge reads, it talks about, I've also find that this offenses happened. Now I'm getting away from the evidence, okay? The facts.
There's a lot of
right?
evidence.
Now I'm explaining how
We're
you
straying
reach
from the
a
facts of the
conclusion.
case.
And so the first thing that the charge talks about is
Most accurate statement ever.
you know, if you find that the defendant, beyond a reasonable doubt, did this killing, and this killing, and this killing, and it was all part of a common scheme and plan, then you shall find them guilty of capital murder. But remember, to get there, you would first have to decide that the statement was voluntary, and you have no reasonable questions about it, no reasonable concerns, no reasonable common sense hesitation. And you would also have to decide that you have no reasonable questions about the search of the truck, no reasonable doubts. And the charge tells you that the state has the burden of eliminating and excluding all reasonable doubt. Not 50%, not 80%, it says all. They have the duty of excluding 100% of any doubts that you might have that are reasonable. Hold them to that standard, please. Now, when we get back to the charge that I'm just talking about, at the end it says something along the lines of, if you believe it was in the common scheme or course of conduct. Now,
The judge didn't throw the
may
confession out.
arise,
The judge allowed it.
in the state of mind that Mr. Ortiz was during that time, did he really have the mental capacity, regardless of what he said, okay, to really form that intent?
I'm going to object. There's no evidence of this, Your Honor, and this is improper argument.
The jury is aware of what the evidence is. This is just closing arguments. Go ahead and continue, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you heard the evidence, you know, but the state has to
We're not
prove
talking
to
about
you
evidence.
that he had the state of mind in the situation that he has that was not disputed.
We demand
that he's
100%,
taking-
60% of the time.
I mean, from February of 2018, this young man had an impeccable record, had served our country in Iraq, had seen horrible things in Iraq. They called him Doc. He saved lives over there. He came
Thanks for being
over
here, Carol. We'll catch you on another
became a
one.
border patrol agent, was impeccable record, immediately raised and rose up to the intelligence unit. Come February of 21, migraines, nightmares, post-traumatic, insomnia, and then all hell breaks loose from February of 2018 to September of 2018. I think you have the right to say, hey man, was this guy really had the ability? Was it really that he wanted? Regardless of what he stated, was it really a common scheme and plan? Did he have the capacity to do that? You
This
have
judge
to
has
decide.
allowed these attorneys to have
That
quite a bit
guy,
of latitude
and then all
in these
these
closing
pills,
statements.
And everything that happened at the VA, all because he couldn't find a primary doctor in Laredo because he had the primary in San Antonio.
It's the doctor's
You really
fault.
have to ask yourself.
Oh man, we're
is this
charging the wrong guy.
a serial killer? Or did these things mess him up so much that no, he didn't have that capacity. And if you find that the state fails to prove to you that he did not have that capacity, then the charge tells you, now consider, because then if that's the conviction, then it's life without parole. If that's the conviction, life without parole. Okay, Your Honor. And so then
They're not supposed to consider
then
the
you can
penalty at this
consider
point.
murder.
So the
You
judge
say,
objected
well,
right there.
I think the state proved to me that he was committing murders, but he didn't have the capacity to form this common scheme and plan because he was so messed up. And so you can convict him of individual murders. Okay?
So
and I would submit to
capital
you
is being
that
convicted of multiple.
given
two or
the
more.
evidence that we have of who this young man was,
There are lesser included charges.
like I said,
as
almost
well.
a war hero, a lifesaver, a law enforcement officer, protector of our rights, to suddenly, after he starts taking these pills in February of 2018, to become this. Is this guy really a serial killer? And you have the right to say, I don't think you proved that beyond a reasonable doubt. I just have questions about that I'm sorry, I can't do that. You have it within your power. And if you decide no, then you do, and you have the right to then say, but but I will consider him of murder for killing these women individually. And I submit to you that based on that history, as opposed to a guy that, at 14 carried guns at school, and then at 18 raped a girl, and at 22 he did an aggravated robbery, and then a guy that has the history and then graduates to serial killer, okay, that's a very different situation. I am telling you, this is a very unique situation.
Is that a criminal promotion?
Young man is not a serial killer in the sense of the law. And so I'm asking you that if for any reason I have failed in informing you, if you will, that the evidence of the truck should not be considered. Literally, it's like putting the Jack in the Box back in the box, or that his statement is voluntary. Then please consider the other one, where it's individual murders.
He's got just a few moments left.
Considering his history and his service to our country. I will still say that based on how I started this discussion with you, how I began, that because we are a nation of laws,
if he
and
hits
because
that microphone,
we are
the papers, we're
governed,
going to go
and we
deaf.
accept that the rule of law, that the behavior and the conduct of the police officers, regardless of what you might think about Mr. Ortiz, based on your oath, you should exclude all the evidence of the statement, because in fact it violated his rights. No matter, remember what I told you about our founding fathers, they didn't say, oh, these rights are for good people only, okay? And if your oath is, if you're true to your oath, and only you will know will know if you're being honest to yourself, true to yourselves, that when you raised that hand, you said, I'm going to follow this oath and rule on the law. I submit to you that based on what you have in front of you,
I think that was the judge.
They violated
his soul left
his
his body,
rights.
that sigh.
By not accepting the no. That should be it, as clear as day. And then they violated his rights by all this duress. Like I said, it wasn't the ribeye. They weren't offering him dismissals and the like. But he was tied up. And anything that came in from his statement, you should say, I'm not going to consider that as evidence. Because that's what this judge is telling me, if the state failed to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt. And all the evidence that they got from that truck.
He almost said the judge told him not to consider that.
Twice.
He flirted with
I'm not going to consider
very
any evidence
untruthful.
because they failed. The police are the ones that did these things wrong. They failed to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt. I have reasonable questions. And without that evidence, you should return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you all for listening to me, and I appreciate your time.
All right. Again, the state reserved 46 minutes for rebuttal.
46. This is the DA's show. This is where he gets to really shine. So let's see if we can see both of them. There we go.
May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
He's just getting going. Here we go.
Mr. Perez comes up here and he asks, is Mr. Ortiz a serial killer? I'll answer that question. Mr. Ortiz was a serial killer then, and he's a serial killer now. And that is what the evidence has proven. This is not
The clerk's looking at
the
Mr.
law
Ortiz.
according to Perez and Fuchs. Everything that he came and told you here was by design. Using his words to manipulate and induce the evidence. look at your jury instructions. Nowhere in the jury instructions does the word warrant appear. But he came up here and said it maybe 75 times, according to him. It's right here, and I'll ask you to please turn to page 14 and follow along.
The preacher is in the house.
On section 17.
And it's time to repent. Brothers and sisters.
The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the evidence was not obtained in violation of the law. Now, therefore, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant abandoned his white truck, I'll give you an example. Somebody robs a bank. Somebody's smuggling aliens. They're going down the highway. They ditch the car. They bail out.
We're going to
They
turn this
run.
down just a little bit.
They're abandoning that vehicle. It's free game. In the commission of offense. In the commission of an offense. That's what Juan David Ortiz was doing. He ran from Trooper John Henry Bradshaw, and he ran from Trooper Javier Obregon.
They made the mistake of using a shotgun
He
mic to
never
try to
had
pick up
any
this
intent to
sound.
come back and claim
So it's a
ownership of
very
that truck.
narrow area where it picks up sound from.
Manipulation. That is
And
what
when
the
he walks in
defense
front of
is
it,
doing.
it suddenly
They
gets
are
really loud.
moving the facts and evidence around to hide the ball. Stay focused. Ms. Rios told you, and I told you during jury selection that you need to stay focused. Because you know why? Nobody is above the law. And nobody is below the law. Nobody's below the law. These four women are entitled to their rights. But yet he wants extra protections for Mr. Juan David Ortiz. All of his rights were preserved. All of his rights were protected. It's incredulous for him to come here and stand here and interject notions of law that don't apply in this case.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. Striking at the defendant over counsel's shoulder, Your Honor.
He opened the door, Your Honor.
Just again, these are closing arguments. The
Judge is gonna
jury's
allow
been
it.
instructed as to what the law is, and the jury will remember what the facts are and overruled.
Defendant's right to remain silent, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yeah, he can't comment on the defense right to remain silent.
Now, therefore, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant abandoned his white truck, yes, there's a mountain of evidence that he abandoned the white truck. You saw the video.
He's thumping
What
the
did I
pulpit.
tell you in opening statements? I said we were going to take you to Webb County, Laredo, Texas, on the day of September the 14th of 2018 and show you. We're just going to come up here and tell you.
I'm going to try to
We
get different
show
audio.
you.
This is awful.
We took you there with all the technology, and you saw his actions. He abandoned the truck. He abandoned the expectation of privacy in that truck, and everything in that truck was free game.
Is that any better?
No warrant required. The word warrant's not even in here. In the instructions the judge gives you. Smoke screens, rabbit trails. That's all they come here and give you. Stay
He has woken
focused.
up the jury. There's no one asleep right now, Randall. You're 100% correct.
Now, therefore, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that, number two, that the officer searched the truck
he's
at the
bringing his
and
A game.
or the Webb County Sheriff's Office
Thank you for
pursuant
the super chat.
to a valid inventory search. Once the truck was abandoned, the search was legal. You can take that to the bank. You could go home and sleep tonight comfortably, knowing that that was a legal search. And finally, if you don't want to use number two, because you could use one, which applies, you could use two, which applies, or if you don't want to use those, you could use number three. The searching officer had probable cause to search the truck at the Stripes and or the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
They're gonna object even when it's overruled, just to break up
When he was pressed,
the
and
rhythm
under
of this.
questioning, he said, I have probable cause. What was the probable cause? We were all here for the last week and a half. The probable cause was the aggravated assault that he committed on Erica. pointing the gun at Erica's head, attempting to restrain Erica against her will.
I think he's wearing his Spurs today too,
That's
not just the cowboy
probable cause.
boots.
I don't know what is, but it's there. And nowhere does it say that they needed to go get a warrant. Stay focused, ladies and gentlemen.
Stay focused.
focused.
We're awake. Trust us, we're awake.
We'll talk about
COVID in the courtroom.
the voluntariness
sorry.
of the confession. What did I tell you in opening statements? I said that you will be able to see, hear, and analyze the confession. That video is the best evidence. To use Mr. Perez's word, that's the best evidence. It is the best evidence. And when you see the video and you put everything into context, Ranger Salinas was not asking Mr. Ortiz to go out and dance there in the hallway at the police station.
Brings up the dance reference.
We had 4 murders. Like Captain Calderon said, you have to put things into context.
We've got a doctor on standby. I think the Emmy's in the hallway in case.
And Juan David Ortiz
he bursts
never
a blood vessel.
exercised his right to terminate that interview. This is no ordinary citizen. You can't have it both ways, Mr. Perez. This is a law enforcement officer. Look at the totality, like he said. Look at the totality of the interview and all the facts that Captain Calderon and Ranger E.J. Salinas had.
He's probably going to close with the names of the
And
victims
you will know.
and have that fresh in
When
their
you use your
minds.
common sense. You will know when you use your life experiences. And you will know, most importantly, when you follow the law, according to the judge, not to Mr. Perez or Fuchs, that was a legal confession by a high-ranking law enforcement officer who had executed arrests, 9-year veteran in the Border Intelligence Center.
Tomato, tomato, right?
Watch it.
You say dancing,
Listen
I say
to it.
murder.
Look for it. And you will never see him ask for an attorney. You will never see him terminate the interview. What will you see him do? You will see him lie, lie, and lie, and lie. And like I said in opening statements, he took that first word, blackouts, and he ran with it. Interviews are cat and mouse. Interviews take technique. There's a lot going on there, but nothing illegal. Captain Calderon and Ranger E.J. Salinas were professional. They never coerced him. They never intimidated him. They never even used the word promise. The only word they used was permission. And like my co-counsel stated, the initiation of accommodation was Ortiz. Can you get me this? Can you get me that? Can you do this? Can you do that? It's a two-way street. There was no inducement. Remember what I said in opening. This is a high-profile case. The entire town of Laredo, Texas was scared. These crimes were happening. Law enforcement was there. Law enforcement converged in the observation room to see what was going on. Why? Because we care.
He was the
There.
DA that was in the hallway, right?
Just like you care.
Or was it his predecessor?
Look at the demeanor. Look at the descriptions. Look at the choice of words. And what do you see? You see a man, Juan David Ortiz, trying to manipulate two experienced law enforcement officers who are armed with evidence. They are armed with information. They are armed with facts. And his facts aren't checking out. There was never any mental breakdown. How do we know that? Starting in this 6 and this 7, when he starts to cooperate, you remember, he himself reveals that everything.
Debbie, the judge showed up 3 hours late. He was late because he was preparing the jury instructions.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oop, there's the beep.
I don't know her. Crumbling the papers, throwing them to the side. All of that he himself revealed was a lie. It was a lie. With all of the facts that finally he comes around with whatever little semblance, little grain of sand, of some form of decency that the agents were able to find, that he confessed. You saw it. Can you take off my handcuffs? Just like I told you in opening. Can you take off the handcuffs? I did it. I did it. I've disgraced the uniform. I've disgraced the country. I've disgraced the blue. Those were his words. They're not my words. Those were his words. What did I say in opening? He betrayed the badge. He betrayed his family. He betrayed his community for his own selfish needs. Use your common sense. This was going on for a long time. If Erica knew him for 5 months, and she had seen him previously with Melissa, he was living this life much longer than 5 months.
The jury will get a break, but just realize they didn't start till lunchtime. So they had quite a bit of a break. The judge is pushing through lunch. They may have eaten beforehand.
He decided that he had enough. What did I say in opening? He played judge, jury, and executioner. I got off the truck and took her out. Just like that. Cold, callous, calculating. Just like that. You know what's incredulous? For him to sit there and say, well, then I went home, took a shower to my lovely wife and my kids, and I went to work the next morning. Wow. That is incredulous. That is shocking. That is shocking. And it is terrifying. It is terrifying to have the enemy within the ranks of law enforcement. He knew it. He did disgrace the uniform. He did disgrace his country. He did disgrace the blue.
He's getting
but
the
that's
stink
not
eye.
all he said. That's not all he said. In his own words, the monster comes out of me. They are turds. Mierda in Spanish. They are dirty. Why doesn't anyone take out these bitches? I wanted to clean up the streets. I grabbed it by the horns. What did he say about
Here
Claudine?
comes another four-letter word.
Pay attention. He said, with this one, there was no paranoia. With this one, there was no paranoia. All the other bitches, I took them to 35 North, and I'll keep cleaning up the streets. And at one time, he says, I'm like, fuck, let's go do it again. And he was going to keep doing it if it wasn't for one person. And who was that person? Who is our hero in this case? Who did we put on first? With all of her flaws, with all of her defects.
She was very much an imperfect witness. But she did a great job on the stand.
Erica Pena. She came here and she broke the case on September the 14th, 2018, when she escaped. She revealed the 5-month relationship.
What font is he using on that?
Had.
Does that
She's
Comic
on-
Sans Serif?
Ramirez.
Just kidding.
She led to law enforcement.
It's an interesting font
right
that
to
he's
his
using.
doorstep. And most importantly of all, like my co-counsel stated, she testified truthfully. She had nothing to gain in coming here to testify, other than to tell the truth. She was put under rigorous cross-examination. That is the purpose of questioning witnesses so vigorously and so personally. And she admitted all of her flaws. But she made the connection. She was the key to breaking open this case. There was no doubt that on September the 14th, when she came here and testified, that back then in 2018, when she went out to that bus stop, that she had been laying low and she was scared. All of the women that were working in that area were scared. They were scared because two of their friends had died. Remember, Melissa Ramirez on September the 3rd of 2018, and Claudine Luera on September the 3rd of 2018. I would submit, and Mr. Perez, Mr. Fuchs, yes, they're here for Juan David Ortiz. But who else are we here for? Who else are we here for?
Mommy, this is the DA. This is the elected official.
We're here
We're going to hear their names, each one.
for Melissa Ramirez. Melissa Ramirez is gone. Her life was ended early because Juan David Ortiz decided it was time to take her off of this earth. Took her from her family, took her from her friends. Nobody has the right to do that, ladies and gentlemen. She was not a perfect human being, but none of us are. And everyone is entitled to the protection of the law. We're here for Claudine Luera. One gunshot wound to the back of her head. Remember I told you in opening that we would take you back to those horrific moments right before they died? You see, every moment has a story, has a theory. We will go into that shortly as to what happened in those last seconds. Those last seconds before this self-proclaimed monster put a bullet in the back of her head. We're here for her. We're here for Griselda Cantu. Shot twice and beaten almost beyond recognition. Blunt force trauma. Again, by the same self-proclaimed monster that said he didn't want to hear her talk about the Lord. He didn't want forgiveness. He told her, San Antonio is that way, Laredo's that way. Get walking. And when she made that fateful turn to come back to his truck, he decided, I'm taking this bitch out. And leaves her in the street. We're here for her. And finally, Janelle Ortiz.
Yes, this is the chronological order.
We're here for Janelle Ortiz, who in his confession, he's so obnoxious. He says, I didn't even know that one. I thought she was gonna put up a fight. She asked me, are you gonna kill me? Yeah. Get off the truck. The only one that didn't put up a fight, as he put one .40 caliber Smith & Wesson hollow point in the back of her head. And what does he do? The evidence showed. Went back to San Bernardo. Thank God that the bolo was out and that Trooper Bradshaw had his head on a swivel and was able to spot the truck. Imagine for a second.
TBR, all the pictures are mugshots, basically, I
Came out
believe.
of that restroom
But they have
and
prior
continued
convictions.
to hunt. He was
Like I
on
said,
the
they're
hunt.
imperfect witnesses, but that's why he picked them.
And again, the jury knows what the evidence is.
So what I want you to do, and I'll ask you and I'll plead for you, that when you go into the jury room, put these pictures up. First thing, put these pictures up on the wall, on the side. Because that's who we're here for. For these 4 victims. They will guide you through the evidence that was obtained from their bodies in placing Ortiz at the crime scene. They spoke. He tried to silence them.
You're right. I could be wrong on that. It's definitely
But the science doesn't
a
lie.
government photograph. Let's put it that way.
Right? Remember what Daniel said? The science doesn't lie. And it was the science taken from some of these victims' bodies.
I think my mugshot would look better than my driver's
puts
license pic, to
Ortiz
be honest.
there
Maybe I should get one of those
as
done.
the killer.
Nomás. Ponte aquí nomás, déjame hablarle. Ok, nomás ponte de este lado, please. Es que tengo que agarrar algo de ahí. Ponte aquí nomás, real quick. Ahorita te ayudo. Just tranquila. Ponte aquí, mira. Let me just get something from you.
No me vaya a ver.
No, no lo voy a ver, no lo estoy viendo.
Me asusté bastante.
Alright. ¿Y dónde está el muchacho?
Trae una troca blanca.
¿Ya se fue?
Sí. Ay, me asusté bastante, sir. Sir.
Okay, just hold on, okay?
Me quiero sentar.
¿Quieres file un report?
Tengo miedo que me vaya a ver. Me quiero sentar, sir.
Hey, this is 3215. Can you send PD to my 20? I'm right here at the Circle K on McPherson and in Loop 20. It's in reference to an assault on a female. You know which one, right? The Valero, right here at the intersection of Loop 20 and McPherson, like going towards the Border Patrol station.
Yes, this is body cam footage. This is Erica in the screen here. She just barely ran from
I'm waiting here
Ortiz
with the female.
from behind that Circle K.
All right, thanks.
Tengo miedo, me puedo sentar ahí, sir.
Espérate. Oye, entonces, nomás tengo que saber algo. Entonces, ¿tú te subiste a la troca de un muchacho?
Yo me subí, sí. Él ofreció comprarme cigarros y compró unas beers. Y dijo, ¿vas a dar la vuelta conmigo? Y yo le dije que sí, sir. Nomás que yo nunca me voy lejos, so I noticed de que él estaba manejando muy para acá. Y le dije...
¿Y dónde estaba el muchacho? ¿Este
se
side?
parqueó ahí.
Ahí donde está la troca es esta y el carro.
Allá, está el trailer. Ay, sir, me quiero sentar.
So cuando yo estaba aquí, ¿estabas adentro de la troca?
Sí, me vine corriendo, me sacó la pistola y me quería subir y me empecé a gritar, help me, help me.
Hyperventilating, panicking, terrified, she broke open the case, giving law enforcement the probable cause to go and look for Ortiz. This started way before the stripes, ladies and gentlemen, and it was this young lady's courage and her will to live that made his arrest possible.
So just after this is when the police start looking for
Sometimes
Ortiz.
when you have the
But
video,
between the
this
moment
is
that body cam was
Trooper
taken
Hernandez's
and they
video,
capture him, he killed
his
2
body
more
cam. And
people.
you'll have the chance to go and study it. But sometimes when you study things a little bit deeper, you find more out. We know that his home was on Burr Oak. But listen to what she says when she's trying to remember some of the streets around the area.
But she knows that guy's name, like the first name and where he lives, though. Well, just the first name, David. And, yeah.
Más o menos vive por aquí.
Y vive por una casa que se llama, ¿cómo se llama la calle? No, nomás dime qué calle es.
Aquí como por San Isidro.
Por San Isidro, it's a big house. Por Sand Hill or something like that, right?
Es una calle, más o menos
Sand Hill, I think that's what it is.
C-H-A-O-S.
I'm right here in McPherson and Luke 20.
C-H-A-O-S. Where she got that, how she got that, we will never know. But listen to that video. And in her mind, and in her moment of panic, she spells chaos. She spells chaos. The chaos being created by that man who's sitting over there, Juan David Ortiz. Study the videos, study the demeanor, and you will see, and you will be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that this mountain of evidence, that we have reached it, and we have kept our promises, improving the scheme, improving the crime, and proving his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Troopers Bradshaw and Obregon.
That's a family
Let's
member, I
follow
believe,
the
of
story.
Janelle.
They were the ones that spotted him, and you saw the video. Don't take our word for it. We showed you, right, when they pulled up. You heard the orders by Bradshaw. They were clear. Then, Trooper Obregon takes over, giving his commands. And what does Ortiz do? He runs away. He evades law enforcement. The timeline. He's spotted at 1 a.m. He runs away from the troopers. He abandons his truck. He hides at the Ava Hotel, and he's captured at 2:30. And what I told you in opening statements since the time of his arrest, and you heard it. You heard when he said, "Now's your time." You can play it back. He says, "Now's your time. Take your trophy pick." And what did the veteran Noe Gonzalez, the SWAT guy, say? When another veteran
Said, we're not about that.
This veteran, "Hey, take your trophy shot." What was the response? "We're not about that, bro. We're not about that." And they treated him with dignity and respect. The confession. They've come up here again and tried to put up these smoke screens to get you to think that confession was not legally obtained. We know it started at 3:20. They are investigating 4 murders and an aggravated assault. They're armed with information. Ortiz, what does he do? Deny, 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 deny. Then he goes into blackouts. Then he goes into alcohol. Then selective memory loss. Dr. Shankar, I'm under all these pills. But yet, he remembered the most mundane things. Paying the gardener, going to buy pizza, what time his work schedule was back on September the 3rd. He remembered those things, right? What does that prove? Lies and inconsistencies. And you'll see the transcript. What were E.J. Salinas and Captain Calderon after? And we said it in jury selection. They were after the truth. That's what they were after. And what are we after in this courtroom today in Bexar County, San Antonio, Texas? We're after justice. And you are the ones that will deliver the justice. The voluntariness. He nods his head. His demeanor. What is the totality of what was going on? He consented to the search of his home. He consented to the search of his phone. He consented to DNA swabs. You have the video. He stood there and agreed to the GSR. He was cooperative. And that was Captain Calderon's goal. He told you. We were trying to get him to be cooperative. We were establishing rapport. There was no hidden tactics here, folks. This is a grown man, a law enforcement officer with a bachelor's in criminal justice, with a master's in business administration, 9-year veteran. He could have at any time explicitly said, guys, I know my rights. I want my attorney. I'm shutting it down. But he never does. He never does. You can listen to that and watch that CD 100 times. He never does.
Hey, Mommy, thanks for being here. Take care of whatever you need to.
Let's get to the crimes.
We'll catch you another day.
Melissa Ramirez. Melissa Ramirez, she knew Juan David Ortiz the longest. How do we know that? Through Erica's testimony, right? And even through the confession when Ortiz is talking about when he was with Melissa and they saw Erica one time. He was involved with Erica, both as a client and something else. The evidence has shown that. In his confession, he says that he took her to go buy her heroin, go get her drugs. Then he's driving around, he thinks about dropping her off at the hospital, but then he's afraid the cameras are going to pick him up. That's another interesting point. Look at where he always stops his vehicles. In every video, outside the view of cameras. Always concerned about where's the camera. Let me park behind the stripes. When he pulled the gun out on Erica, on the street behind the store. When he buys his beer at Murphy's, it's on the furthest lane. When he goes to the stripes on San Bernardo, it's to the furthest left by the dumpster. He knows what he's doing. He's calculating. So he comes here, he go during the confession, he says, she got off, she had to piss, she had called me a pendejo several times, and I said, that's it. Fuck it, I'm taking her out. And after she squats down, that's when I take her, while she's not looking. Pay attention. Pay attention to the evidence. And Dr. Stern, in this picture, I'm going to show you just this picture. Look at where the injury is. Look at where the injury is. The injury is on the inside of the wrist where he's left-handed, okay? The bullets went right to left. She gets up. Ortiz appears on her side, points a gun at her, and what would any of us do? She puts up her hand. The first bullet hits her right in the wrist, and it comes out. She saw the face of her killer when he pulled the trigger the first time, and he pulled it 3 times. That horrific last moment in Melissa Ramirez's life, she saw the face of her killer staring her down, a .40 caliber H&K, and shooting her 2 more times.
The lapel mic is for the court reporter. We don't hear that
projectiles
audio.
were taken that entered her face, near the ear and near the mandible.
We're talking about the
And
font
what
on
did
the projector
Daniel tell you?
or
They
on
all
the
came
screen.
from the H.
When he has
Okay.
large text up there, it's unique font. It's sort of hard to read.
That fact, that evidence, Melissa is telling you in the last moment what she did. She wanted to live. She did not want to die. Claudine Luera, September the 13th.
They've grouped all the casings for each one. Here's the
many
text we're
casings
talking about. Oh, it's gone.
Were picked up at that crime scene, if you all recall.
They're bringing the casings for each crime scene and just assembling
However,
the evidence for each one.
How many injuries did she have to her skull? It was 1. She was killed by a transgender. It was a big word, but the angle was.
He almost said he was
bullet
killed by a
split.
transgender.
The jacket separated from the projectile. She was hit.
A big word which you couldn't remember.
One time. But yet, there was 2 casings. When I first looked at these photos, I was trying to wonder and asking myself, why are all her personal belongings strewn all over the grass? What was happening? What story is this telling us? What story is this telling us? That Claudine Lueda, in her last moments of life, was trying to get away. She was trying to get away. She had her bag with all her goodies. She's struggling. All the contents of her bag are empty while she's fighting for her life. And then Dr. Stern comes here and says that the injury was caused more than 18 inches away. The first shot as she's running, boom! He misses. Gets closer, boom! Second one hits her in the head. She goes down and she's still crawling. She was still alive when she got to the hospital. When she was found by that truck driver, she was still alive. She died and succumbed to her injuries at the hospital. Claudine was a fighter. She fought for her family. She did not want to die. That is what the evidence tells you. Her tennies thrown there at the crime scene. And her last breath.
These are some graphic pictures. The camera's just looking for something to look at other than the image he's holding up, which is a crime scene image.
He didn't try to scare her. He shot and he missed. I mean, this poor girl, what harm was she going to do? But he wasn't satisfied with that. He finished her off. Call it coincidence? Or
So
maybe
we get to
not.
see the court clerk
What did
because we don't know what else to
Salina
look
say?
at. This cameraman's
On
like, what do I
September
focus
the
on? What do I
12th,
focus on?
I called the BIC and I requested information on a Claudine Lueda. I was looking for Claudine Lueda. On September the 12th, he testified to you that he made a call to a small intelligence center where this guy was at work, and he's asking, hey guys, I'm looking for this witness named Claudine Lueda. Next day she's dead. Coincidence? There are no coincidences in this case.
They didn't stress that point during the trial. It's
So what does
interesting
he
they
do?
Assembled the
What does
connected the dots here in the
Juan David
closing.
Ortiz do? And I told you in opening statements that we were going to show you what he was doing in between and after murders. After Erica Peña escapes on September the 14th, he decides it's time. He's going to go clean the streets. But before he's going to go clean the streets, remember what time she escaped? It was about 9 o'clock. He goes, he buys his usual beer, the three Bud Light tallies, and then he goes out to hunt. This video from 10:54 p.m. that Friday night, he buys those 3 beers that are in his truck before he hits the streets to go pick up his last 2 victims. Griselda Cantu and Janelle Ortiz. The evidence has shown that in less than 2 hours, from 10:54 up until the time he was caught, he killed those 2 women. Use your logic. Use your common sense. Do the math. Play the video.
Roll the tape. It's been edited now, so we're not showing all the useless parts we watched
Mr.
before.
Bettis will want you to believe that on September the 14th of 2018, that this was a broken man. He was a man that could not function. He was a man in distress. He was a man whose life was falling apart, who could not make the mental or reach the mental state.
It's a really good editing job.
Look at his actions here. Are those the actions of somebody that looks like he's in distress? Or are those the actions that look like somebody who's just going about their business like anybody else does? Buying his 3 tallies, getting in his truck, entering the pin, no problem remembering the pin, and walking out. He goes home, remember? He goes home, he tells Calderon, and he gets his house ready for an ambush. He takes out his weapons, puts them on the kitchen counter, his 9mm, his AR. He's getting ready.
If they retry, it might be hard to go for the death penalty, especially if it was retried because
They're gonna come and get me.
some evidence was wrongfully
But they don't
admitted.
go. It takes time. So what does he do? He gets back in his truck and he goes to look for more victims. We said that Cantu. How many rounds were at Guisel Cantu? 3 rounds. You have them there. Another fighter. Why? Because he shoots her twice in the neck. 2 gunshot wounds. 3 casings. What does that show? His intent was to kill her. Then the blunt force trauma. She made the fateful decision of turning around and going back and talking to him about forgiveness. Again, you all know, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but all of the consistencies and similarities, we hammered them home during the entire trial. You know them. You can go in there. You could write them down.
The families asked for the death penalty to be taken off the table.
Similarities
The victims'
and
families.
consistencies between the 4 victims in this case. Janelle Ortiz. 1 bullet to kill Janelle behind the head. And you saw in his interview, there's one more you don't know about. You want voluntariness? He volunteered that. Law enforcement didn't know. He volunteered where she was at and how he killed her, and the question he asked her right before she asked him right before, "You're going to kill me?" Sign up.
And we just lost our audio feed. Let's see if we can bring another one in.
The murders and obtained the voluntary confession. You saw his questioning. He was professional. He did an excellent job in this case. Working together with Texas Ranger E.J. Salinas, who went back and found the additional casing, found the abandoned truck. They never, this is what's incredulous, that Perez comes up here and calls it a preservation search. That term was never used. It's preservation photos. Preserving the area, the integrity, and that's what he was saying. He didn't search, he was taking pictures. He wanted in a more secure area to conduct a very important search for the evidence. His concern, when he saw the flashlight and the empty holster, you saw quickly he backs up, gets on the phone. Guys, empty holster, careful, this guy's armed, he has his gun. That's where E.J. Salinas' focus was, on his brothers, who he didn't want to get ambushed. That's where his focus was. Dr. Corrine Stern, all the injuries were from the neck and up. All of them had issues with substance abuse. All of the injuries were executions, neck up. Sean Daniel, remember, he connected all of the murders to this 40 caliber H&K. All of the 9 casings, the 6 projectiles, all came from this gun. This government issued weapon that he had in the side door panel of his truck, with the government issued ammunition. Yes, sir. Science does not lie. 12 bullet capacity in the magazine and Ortiz H&K, 1 in the chamber, 13 total. When this weapon was found, there was 9 in here. Do the math. You add the 3 from Griselda's crime scene and the 1 and the 1 topped off, it's 13. Like any law enforcement officer, look at the evidence. His magazines were fully topped off. 37 rounds he had in his truck before he went out on the road looking for more victims. 37 rounds. Lonsberry, the tire. It's the first time I ever see a tire cast matched the tire. It's right here. Look at the imprint.
So first time he's ever seen a tire? Did he say that?
The Ortiz's truck. Evidence, babes.
We
All they have is my
jumped ahead
confession.
just a little bit here.
Well,
Hang on.
he's wrong. Ortiz's only concern on that. Bettis is wrong, and Fuchs is wrong. You have a mountain of evidence. That's the whole story. And I'll finish with this. And I told you in opening statements that there's moments in your life that are marked when things happen. And this is one of those moments. That's when time is divided into 2 areas. Before the event and after the event. You've lived through this event now. And only those strong people can move forward and find the truth. No matter what. And the truth here is that Juan David Ortiz committed capital murder of Melissa Ramirez, Claudine Luera, Griselda Cantu, and Janelle Ortiz in a common criminal episode. He is guilty. He is guilty. And when you go to that verdict form, you have it. You turn to that last page. On page 19, we, the jury, find the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, guilty.
He circles it for them
Of
in
the
a big red
offense
marker.
of capital murder as charged in the indictment and as instructed in this charge. He is guilty.
Are they both factory mags or some aftermarket? Tom?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the closing arguments. I have the charge of the court. I'm going to hand to our bailiff, and he'll place it in the jury deliberation room. And once all 12 of you are there, you may begin your deliberation. Delgadillo and Rhonda Swift, please remain in the courtroom for now. And
2 of the jurors just got told to wait.
Correct.
So the judge has already selected the 2 who are not going to be in there.
We have food for the alternates. Yes, they can.
So we're now on verdict watch. Start your timers now, right? Hey Siri, start timer. That won't work. We need a stopwatch. Okay. Timer's going. How long will they take? Great question.
Ms. Graciela Delgadillo and Rhonda Swift, you were our 2 remaining alternates. We want to thank you for your service. Again, as you know, we had 2 alternates that had to come in and take the place of 12 of the original jurors because of things that came up. So we thank you for your service. I'm going to excuse you at this time. Thank you.
Wow, he excused them before they come back with a verdict. That's interesting. What if this goes into deliberations for like 4 days and one of the jurors falls ill?
The court will stand in recess at this time.
Okay, it's decision time. 2 hours or less. Okay, that's awesome. You started the stopwatch on your phone. I started mine as well. We're going to keep watching. There are a couple really good, for those of you who are on Twitter, there are a couple good accounts that are really good at updating us when a decision is made. Basically, the judge will say, hey, they've reached a decision, and we'll give everyone like 30 minutes to get to the courtroom type thing. I was going to go in and explain some details about ammunition right here, because we have some 40 cals. The other day in the testimony, let me see if I can bring this full screen. Okay, there we go. And I'll make mini-me disappear. But in the testimony we had from the gun guy, the expert, you see the tip of this? This is a hollow point. He didn't have a hollow point bullet to demonstrate with, but you can see little notches and like striations in the bullet portion of the gun. Those little marks, that's where the outside, the jacket, this gold part, this copper part of the bullet portion, bends back and tears along those striations. It makes the petals that we was talking about. The inside, the lead core, that's going to be the part that continues on and mushrooms inside and causes all the damage. But I was going to bring that up the other day, and apparently we don't have any more time because we're on verdict watch. So this is what we're going to do. I probably need to. I was going to say I want to stop it and restart it, but they could be very fast. They're probably just now all getting settled in the jury room. And we know that they've been instructed, at least we've heard that they've been instructed that the jury foreman will reread the instructions from the judge. I'm not sure if that happens every time, but they've said that he will reread the instructions from the judge. And then they select a foreman. Well, they select a foreman that he rereads them, and then they probably do a straw poll. They sit down and say, "Hey, let's do a quick vote. Where does everyone stand? Is everyone not guilty? Is everyone guilty? Where are we?" And it's like, "Hey, yeah, everyone's guilty. Okay, look, it looks like we're done. Do we all agree? Yes. Should we sign it? Done. All counts. It could be that easy. But it could also be more difficult. It could be, yes, I believe he's guilty, but not of the capital murder, but I believe he's guilty of individual murders. The lesser includeds." So, interesting stuff. Abby says, "Thank you, Recovery Addict, for all your hard work in bringing us this case. We all love your channel." Thank you, Abby. I appreciate you being here. You are one of our excellent mods. I appreciate you. I like the CSI toy bullet better. Well, Tag, it's bigger, but bigger is not always better. In this case, his was a full metal jacket, and mine is a hollow point. So I think I have a more accurate demonstrate exhibit. You have primer beef gravy on your hands. It was prime rib that I had this morning for breakfast. If it's a typical hour per day, that's 8 hours. So tomorrow, I think they're going to be done today. I really do. How quickly, the foreman, how quickly can you focus on your name? Really, the person with the fastest handwriting is going to be elected as foreman right now. Poll number 2, is the jury asked to examine the tire or any evidence? Ed, let's do that. Let's do a poll. If you were on the jury, this is basically how I want you to treat this poll. The question is, as a juror, do you want to view any evidence? Okay, it's up. As a juror, do you want to view any evidence? Yes or no? Maybe they'll skip lunch and be done in half an hour. There's a chance it could happen. Go to Joe Realty says, Recovery Addict, don't think the jury will have to rewatch the dreadful video footage. No, I don't think. Disc 1 and 5 are safe. 1 through 5. There's no chance. Maybe they will bring in, the actual confession part. I think that's mostly in disc, 7? Plot twist. Each juror had a signature stamp made yesterday. They're going to just fly through this. If we have a verdict already, we'll know that they talked to each other when they weren't supposed to. Okay, so we are going to be carrying the verdict live here and discussing that as that happens. Just checking online. Remarkably, Ken's 5 television, San Antonio's news source, has not carried any of the proceedings today. They showed every excruciating moment of discs 1 through 7 and are not here for closing arguments or for the verdict. So maybe they'll come in here at the last minute. Maybe their camera guy was sick. I'm not sure, but it just seems bizarre that they skip everything else, or they show everything else and then skip this. Maybe see the entire 12-disc set again. Yes, we'll just take a week to watch it and possibly on half speed in case we missed something. 4 life sentences plus, what does that equal? TBR, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's probably means he's not getting out. Paul Brankel, thanks for being here, says, Recovery Addict, I was surprised to hear the judges refer to 2 alternate jurors by name when he asked them to remain in the courtroom. I backed the video up several times to confirm. He did. He said their names. Some judges are like, we'll only talk to them by juror number. But it's interesting. A couple of you are saying, a couple of you feel that some of the evidence, that the defense argument is holds weight with you, that the search was unlawful. It was a illegal search, and that the confession was coerced. If that's the case, and the jury comes back with a conviction, okay, basically the jury is saying the judge has ruled that it wasn't because he allowed the evidence, and so based on the evidence, we're going to, convict. If that's what happens, then what the next process is an appeal, and that appeal is going to go to, I believe it's like 3 judges who will look at that and say, was this done improperly? Was this evidence admitted that should not have been allowed? And if they agree that it was admitted and it shouldn't be allowed, then it's saying, okay, we grant your appeal. He's let out of prison, on that appeal, and he gets retried. But on this retrial, you have the issue that the state basically can't come in and say, well, we're going to present this evidence again because it's literally, they granted the appeal because the evidence was not admissible, and it had been. So now you've got the state once again trying to prove murder, but now they don't have 2 key pieces of evidence and anything that comes from it. They don't have anything from the truck that was searched. So they don't have the murder weapon. They don't have the women's purses with all the belongings. They don't have the 3 tallies. They don't have Erica's blouse. None of that. They don't have the spare clips, the spare magazines, for the P2000. That's just in the truck alone. And then if you throw out the confession and say that was a coerced confession, they don't have any of his story. So all they have to go on is basically, Erica said you pointed a gun at him in your truck, and she thinks you're the killer. I don't know if he ever said to her that he killed the other ones. I don't think he ever told her that. And so that's all, and that's not very much evidence to try to convict somebody of murder, let alone the death penalty if they tried to go for that, which would be difficult to do. Watt's jury just went out. What is typical for a jury? As far as the time, well, you saw with DB, they got right to it. We are on verdict watch. I'm going to update the description here of the video to include verdict watch. Okay. All right. Let's see. The jury was sent off. Oh, I'm way back in chat. I scrolled way too far. I'm super far behind, and I apologize. Let me go ahead and end the poll first, because the jury might bring back a verdict before the answers come back in. 39% of you would want to see more evidence or see evidence again. 60% say they've seen enough and they could make a decision based on what they have. Do they have the death penalty in Texas? Yes, they do. But why didn't they go for it? Because the families asked that it be taken off the table. The families of the victims are hoping that he spends his life in prison, not to suffer,
but some have said that maybe he might repent, that he might change his life. They're giving him a chance when he didn't give their family members a chance. So it's remarkable. So the prosecution has apparently agreed to the family's request and have taken that off the table. The jurors don't have the bloody boot. I never saw the bloody boot come in. I never saw that come in evidence. And I don't know why. Because why? Why would you not include that? Why would you not have a swab of the blood on the boot? We know that they got his shoes because he was barefoot in the interrogation room. Yeah, clips are different than magazines, although they're used interchangeably in movies and things. They do have his gun. Okay, well, Emwa, they have the bullets that were in the victims, but they don't have his gun if the search was illegal. They have the truck tire's tread, but they don't have the truck's tire. So all they have is the mud cast. So that's what I'm saying. If these items of evidence get thrown out on appeal, he claimed to own the truck, but if the search was illegal, there's nothing they got from the truck, including the tire prints, that they can use as evidence. So if those two things are thrown out, the state has nothing. Hey, True Celtic, much love to your channel. Say hi to everybody over there. Thanks for being a big fan here. We appreciate you. I guess technically I could say hi to everyone over there because you're restreaming. But hey, everybody, welcome to True Celtic Mutt's channel. Mutt's a good guy. Even if they considered them not legal, how they were proceeded, half the information they provided would still make me vote him guilty. No, okay, Adam, I think I see what you're saying there. You might have, I think you might have typed faster than you were thinking, but you're basically saying even if they did it wrong, he confessed to a murder they didn't know about. So can't you just convict him for that? And what the defense said in their closing arguments is no, you can't. They have to follow the law. Everybody deserves protection under the law, including the defendant. And the law is they have to follow these steps to admit evidence like that. If they didn't follow those steps, if they didn't follow the law, no matter what the evidence was, if they discovered he had a huge marijuana grow farm in his basement of his house and they did an illegal search of the house, guess what? All the marijuana they found, everything, not admissible in court. They can't be used against him. And the same is with these murders. If they coerced him in his confession, then the evidence he gave during that confession, that information he provided, cannot be used against him. Now, granted, they can't go back and unfind the body, right? You can't unring a bell like that. But all they can go on is basically saying, okay, we found a body. We have to look at it with these blinders on. We found this body, and whatever evidence is here, and anything else we could find that's not that excludes the information the defendant gave us in his coercion testimony, that's all we have to base our evidence on. We can't say he confessed when we go to trial, because that confession isn't admissible. So the jury, all the jury will hear is, hey, we found a body. There was a truck track there, but it could have been his truck. We don't know. There were bullets there. It could have been his gun, but we don't know. There's really not much to go on there. But that would only happen if first of all, if there's a conviction, because you don't appeal if there's not a conviction. But if there's a conviction and the conviction is upheld, then they rule that the search of the truck and the testimony was coercion. That's what would make this scenario come to pass. And also, death penalty would be less likely to get a conviction. It's harder with less evidence. It's harder to get that death penalty conviction than easier. This case caused me to buy a big blue bag of Doritos. Not a big fan. So, Sherry, advertising worked. You heard the crinkle of the package during, what was that, disc 3, during the interrogation when he got a bag of chips. And and you know, like Pavlov's dog, you responded appropriately. This is why companies pay big money for advertising. Maybe they're saving the boot. It wouldn't be excluded if the evidence is tossed. Edward, it's possible they could have additional evidence they didn't submit, but I doubt it. They really did go through. I mean, if they went through the mud track, they pretty much used everything they had. I want to grant an M1. Is that Richard? You want the? It's a nice firearm. TBR says, well, it's nice for the chat group to be one part of 250 plus addicts. The day will come when this site has thousands. Just too good not to. TBR, thanks. I appreciate the kind words. It is good to be here with all you fellow addicts who love true crime and love following this. I love doing analysis and information on this and learning from you guys, because a lot of you are smarter than I am. I just happen to have the camera on me. I appreciate you being here and making the channel what it is. It would not be the same without you. Maybe it had someone else's blood on the boot that hasn't been found. It could have been. Maybe that's why they didn't bring it in. Maybe it was his own blood. Maybe he cut himself shaving. Tom R. says, Recovery Addict, I sent you a message on the pic on the burner phone showing the mags I was talking about. Let me check the burner phone really quickly. Tom. There's Tom's image. You also sent me some Christmas lights the other day, and that looks great. Okay, so you've sent a picture of two. Can you take a picture of the bottom of these magazines? We're looking at a picture like this just for the information. And Tom had said that that on his particular magazines for his pistol, I believe these are 9mm based on the count, and I think he told me that as well. You can't fit 15 .40 caliber bullets in a standard gun without an extended base, even stagger stack. But I'm wondering if one of these magazines is aftermarket, is made by a different manufacturer. But it doesn't mean they have to be, but it seems weird that the same manufacturer would make a 14-round and a 15-round mag. Usually they make a high capacity and a 10-round, and then you can get some aftermarket ones that are different. All I will have is Erica versus Ortiz. Right, they just have the two charges. They'd have the aggravated assault for him drawing his gun, and they would have they wouldn't even have the blouse. They'd have the ag assault and the unlawful detention or unlawful whatever. Basically, it was like kidnapping. Michelle Johnson says, Scott, we in chat, I think we would agree you deserve a comfort break. I appreciate you agreeing. I'm good. They have Erica. They will have that. And they would, arguably, they'd have the search of the house, which didn't really provide a ton of evidence other than there was some supporting evidence about Erica, her throwing up in the yard, things like that validated her story. That's good. My kids are like giving me a cough drop. Apparently my voice is getting a little hoarse. A little nay. Thank you. Oh. Hello, Mrs. R.A. Thank you for the cough drop. Appreciate it. They have a bloody boot, DNA, blood samples, and fingerprints. Fingerprints on what? Do they have any fingerprints on any evidence of the crime scene? Because I don't recall hearing any evidence of a crime scene fingerprints. Can the jury convict on his confession even though they don't think there was enough other evidence? Yes, I believe that, who was it that asked that? Ginger. As long as they say that his confession is not coerced, they can use that as evidence. But I think that the state has to prove every element of the charge. So they have to prove that he basically took this illegal action. We can go through. The judge read it at the very beginning when he started the description. He says, these are the elements of the crime, basically. In Texas, criminal accusations are nothing to take lightly. Let's see, here we go. What are the elements of a crime? A crime is the intentional commission of an act usually deemed physically or socially harmful and specifically defined, prohibited, and punishable under criminal law. It occurs when any unlawful act or unlawful omission of an act violates a legal statute. So they basically have to prove that he committed the crime, that it was him, and that he knowingly did it. So you've got the criminal act, which is the actus reus, which is criminal intent, or the criminal intent, which is mens rea, the concurrence, and causation. So criminal act, criminal intent, concurrence, and causation. And they have to prove all those. And I think they did. Florida man says, recovery addict. Movies and TV also make hammer cocking sound every time the Glock is drawn from the holster. Yeah, you know, we're just conditioned to think that that's the sound the gun makes, even though it's completely different action. Debbie, did you get my text I sent a few hours ago? Debbie, I got one. I think you were reaching out to Shane on the text and Roxanne as well. I did get that. I just haven't had time to go through everything yet. If there was coercion, the evidence about the other body is not admissible. Right. So the fourth body, they basically would have a body in the morgue that they couldn't charge anything on because they have no other information. Now maybe down the road, somebody somewhere said, "Hey, I'm so and so is missing," or they could have done some police work and found evidence that might have linked it to him. But everything we heard is they didn't have any of that. So basically, you'd only have three bodies in the trial, 3 charges, murder charges instead of 4. But would the jury still vote him guilty because they have just seen stuff that makes him look very guilty? Adam, they need to, follow the law, which is beyond, reasonable doubt. Funny, isn't it? You get charged for thought crimes, but an offender can walk. Fruit of the poisonous tree, right? We can't have any of that fruit from the poisonous tree, with the poisonous tree being the illegal search or the coerced confession, admissible in court. No matter what it is, no matter how damning it is, no matter anything, it can't be allowed if it's excluded. Soliciting is not worthy of the death penalty in the U.S. So if they get to this point of appeal and evidence gets tossed, at what point does it trigger a mistrial? I think we're past the point of mistrial. Mistrial would be where an error is so egregious. An error has been made in the court proceedings. It's so egregious that you cannot proceed, that you cannot have a fair trial proceeding. We saw the defense move for a mistrial when one of the witnesses mentioned the firearm before it was admissible in evidence, and the defense had objected to that firearm being admitted. The judge still hadn't ruled on whether they could admit it or not. And as soon as the guy said, he said gun, he said they have the gun in front of the jury, and you haven't ruled on whether or not we'll allow it. We say it's not admissible. And so we call for a mistrial immediately. But I don't know. Songbits Laura Kai says, I was just messaging you. Apparently everyone is messaging me right now. The phone is really blowing up, and I apologize for ignoring all of you. Let's see what we've got. Okay. Yeah, those are Smith & Wesson brand magazines for sure. That's interesting that you've got 114 and 115. I'm assuming it's not mismarked. You can probably load it and count it and tell for yourself, but I hadn't seen that before. As far as the truck, he abandoned it when he ran. That's the state's argument. Are we on jury watch now? We are. It's verdict watch. We're waiting any minute now for an update. I grow outside in the garden. Are drone pictures allowed in court? Mac, yes. Basically, the Supreme Court has ruled that anything that can be seen from a public space, including the sky in most situations, is admissible evidence. But they wouldn't be able to use like a thermal camera to detect the heat inside your house without probable cause, because that's actually like searching beyond. It's looking to inside something that's not apparent to the naked eye. But yeah, they can just get aerial photographs or go up in a traffic plane and just look around with their binoculars at things, and anything they see, it could be allowed in court. So be careful with that GROMAC. MB says, recovery addict, as much as I hate when law benefits a criminal, I would defend that argument. It's the best system we have. It really is. And it sucks. It's frustrating when we know someone's guilty and they get away with something. But at the same time, we as a people, under our system, they're not guilty until they have been found guilty in a court of law. It's like innocent until proven guilty. So we say, hey, we know you did it, but criminally they're not guilty unless proven guilty. And if they never get proven guilty because there's not enough evidence to find them that way, then officially they're not guilty, even though they may have done it. I'm looking at you, OJ. I'm pretty sure if he walks, someone will be waiting for him. Tom R. says, recovery addict, isn't whether the evidence is permissible or not up to the judge. Yes, the judge rules on that, and he has, and the judge allowed it. Even right before closing, right after the audio calls from jail were played yesterday, the defense said, hey, once again, we're going to move for this directed judgment because we feel that these shouldn't have been allowed, and now we'd like you to rule that way. And he said, no, I'm going to stick by what I said before. So because it was permissible, it's up to the judge. Maybe you're asking about the jury. Why is the jury able to now decide? Well, the jury gets to weigh all the evidence. Every piece of evidence, they get to accept all, part, or none of that evidence for truthfulness. And so they have the ability to accept all of his confession, part of it, or none of it, for whatever reason. They don't have to give a reason specifically when they're deciding. I mean, they're just going to discuss it, but it's not going to be written in the paper. Better a guilty person go free than an innocent person get convicted. Right. We didn't see him finish the burger. Was coercion related to that? Too few pickles, wrong cheese. Did they take the rest of the burger after he got one bite? I mean, that could be grounds. Great product placement in this trial already. And I'm not just talking about like firearm, but we've had Office Depot's pencils featured prominently in this trial. What else did we see? We saw the Doritos Cool Ranch, the blue ones. You're right. I'm not sure if the water. Did anyone see the brand of the water that's been consumed by the judge, as well as in the videos from the confession? The state might have had casings from a service weapon aside from it being in his truck. That's possible, but they didn't present that. And if they do, they might be able to go back now and try to put them together. But I don't see it happening. If it goes to mistrial and those two things are thrown out, I think he gets off. I think they wouldn't be a retrial. Other than the Erica charges, the two ag assault and the other one. Yeah, they lost the truck key. Nobody knows where the truck key was. Apparently, it wasn't in the truck when they confiscated it, and it sure wasn't on his body when they searched him, because that was done on camera. The keys he did not have a truck key in it. But nobody knows. Maybe I should go down there with my metal detector, see if I can find it. What kind of chair do you sit in for these live streams, Recovery Addict? 7. I'm just squatting. I'm doing like a half sit, like a wall sit with no support. It's just a really good exercise for your core. No, I'm sitting in a Sam's Club special, just a little office chair. It's got a little webbed back. Not sure if you can see there, but it keeps it nice and cool. But it's not one of the really fancy ones. It just does the job. But I highly recommend it. I mean, it's lasted me really well. Who said I was here for true crime? I thought this was a recovery support group. Well, darn, wrong room. Sorry, Tag. I apologize for misleading you. But you're welcome to come back anytime if it's helpful. I'm falling so far behind. You guys are chatting so fast. I'm going to scroll. If you want me to respond to a comment, please tag me like KQD did right here. Recovery Addict. How would they explain Erica with no blouse? In the trial, I don't know. You basically have her testimony, which this part didn't come out very well in the trial. The whole blouse story, when she was on the stand giving her testimony, she was like, "I don't know where the shirt went. I don't know what happened," type thing. And I mean, we can all put it together. We know it's in his truck. We know she was wearing it before, and that she wasn't afterwards. But under her testimony, she just didn't describe it very well. It's possible, KQD, that that the blouse. Was the blouse seen? Was it clearly visible when he looked in the truck? Would that, what I'm saying is, would the judge have allowed the blouse to come in as evidence from inside the truck, but not the gun, if the search was unlawful? So there's a possibility there. Realistically, they could just wait a month or two until he kills a bunch more people and then try him for those murders. Patricia, I think you have an idea about what he may do if he's let off. Courtney Alero says, "Sorry if this is a stupid question, but did they really need a search warrant for the truck since it was his work truck and therefore not the registered owner?" I hope that made sense. Yes, they did. They did need it. I believe it was what they call a work truck, like an oil field truck, but it was his personal vehicle. I don't believe that was a Border Patrol vehicle at all. If it was a Border Patrol vehicle, that would be a different scenario. Did Erica testify in person? Yes, she was the first witness on the stand. Witness number 1 for the prosecution. DMB, oh, there you go. Sorry, I've missed a lot of chats here. I'm trying to catch up. I'm going to go fast. DMB says, "From what I can tell, 90% of recovery addicts' entire body is just one big bladder." That's funny. Tiffany Marie, "Such good children you have, recovery addicts, and the missus. They are amazing." And I think the missus is watching right now. She takes great care of me, but she's an amazing woman on her own without needing a 7th child to take care of. Michelle Johnson, "Recovery addicts defendant swab of his own area of his mouth." Defendant swab his own area of his mouth. Okay, they did do that. They've got the gunpowder residue swab, which I'm not sure if I didn't hear any results from that. Did that come in? That he had gunpowder residue on his hands? Because the GSR they did during the confession, so that might be thrown out too, as well as the swab. All of his willingly participation at that point, does that get thrown out? Sent a pic and figured out what was going on. There's included in that text. Thank you, Tom. Can you explain the witness being killed bit, the closing argument? Emma, what part? Explain the witness being killed bit in the closing argument. There were 4 witnesses there were 4 victims, and I think during the closing arguments we heard that one of the victims was facing Mr. Ortiz when she was shot, and that she had her hand up, sort of like a instinctive blocking type motion, and so they're basically saying she saw him, was looking at his face when he pulled the trigger the first time. If he's released due to the fruit of the poisonous tree, where's the liability if he murders someone else? There's no liability, Karen, because basically it's following the law to release him if those things are thrown out. So there's no liability there. There's regret. And everyone's like, I wish we had have done that right. But it's just embarrassment for the Rangers for breaking the law and making the evidence that they found not admissible. No, I meant Randy. Okay, sorry. Let's see, who else is... KQD says, "Recovery addict. The jury also gets to decide now how important the gun and the tire are to the case. They're the judge of the facts entirely. It's all up to them." Did the subject of sequestration come up? Shannon, I imagine it did in a preliminary hearing. Sorry. Got a hiccup/burp that just came from nowhere. I imagine that came up, but I don't know. No, I'm not squatting. Can you imagine? My leg muscles would just, I'd be like Thor if I could just stand here half sitting for hours at a time. 9 hours, as we did the other day, almost 10. Mary Kay says, "Recovery addict, send a message, if done right, of my Arrowhead addiction." I've seen some Arrowhead pictures. I think I just got another one. Oh my goodness. We'll share that one. I love the arrangement, the Aztec sort of arrangement. That is a lot of arrowheads. That's pretty cool, Mary Kay. Probably Saturday we'll share those pictures on our weekend recovery show. See you, Bella. Thanks for being here. Hope you can be here for the verdict. Whoa, long crime. Just somebody just tripped on the camera. Seriously. Someone just full on just kicked it and it spun in the courtroom, and now we're looking at who knows what, some part of the ceiling. I pictured Scott bouncing on one of those exercise balls. Do I bounce too much, MB? I could probably get one. She said she squirmed out of the blouse and got away. Right, but she also, Florida man, she didn't really say how she got out of it. She didn't really make it clear. KQD says, recover addict. What I mean is how do they explain to the jury that their witness runs around with no blouse? They would still have her testimony that she was wearing it in the truck, and then she wasn't until she ran away and she was struggling to get away. So I think they would cover that in part just fine. If anything, it would paint a better picture of what happened in the truck. They probably would focus more on that and have it presented a little better. Emwa says there was a phone call from police to Border Intelligence about a missing witness. Then that witness is one of his victims. Was he killing for a cartel? No, not for a cartel, but it sounds like he got the call. He got the call that can check the system. Specifically, they were calling saying, can you check the camera system that tracks license plates in and out of the country? Can you see the last time this witness's license plate went through the border? So that's what they were calling for, and he was the only one with the information, and he knew that they were calling because she was a possible witness to the first, or a close associate to the first one. So he knew who she was, and then he killed her. That's what I gathered from that. Missing witness discussion was with the DA in his closing minutes. AJ says, if you were a juror, would you be convinced of the alleged coercion? AJ, I've shared here on other live streams, I've been interrogated for hours at a time. I've been there, and I've seen what happens in an interrogation and how they can lie to you, how they do lie to you, and how they try to break you or get you to say things. It was not fun to be there and experience it firsthand. But I'm at the same time, I say, if that is coercion, if that's not allowed, what does it leave law enforcement the ability to do, other than basically wait for evidence to just turn up? So we as a society sort of have to decide legally what we are okay with, what we're okay with them doing. I think they flirted with the line very closely. I'll put it that way. I don't think they, yeah. Sorry, I'm showing nothing. I'm showing me. I'm still watching. That was Mrs. R.A. that walked in, came in and pointed at my monitor. It's like, you're showing the wall. Yeah, somebody tripped on the camera. That's why. So I don't think it was coercion personally, but I think they came very close to that line. You're right, didn't hear evidence of the defendant's swab his mouth or the GSR, the gunshot residue test. There was a phone call, so he was killing for himself, not someone else. That was the phone call. Right. I think it was for himself, not someone else. Erica said he grabbed her blouse and she got away. My face disappeared. Thank you, Ashley. I'm way behind on chat, so you guys have been trying to tell me this all along, but I missed it. Another Walmart shooting, this time in Marietta, Georgia. Injuries. Police said there was no threat to the public. I guess shopping at Walmart is a danger. Shop online. I guess that's the moral of the story. All right, so I did want to say we sort of got a couple of them right during the important parts didn't want to talk over. But thank you to all the super chats. I appreciate those who donate and support the channel that way and allow us to keep doing what we like doing in this forum. You guys are amazing. But those who just come here and participate in the chat, thank you as well. That's what makes this channel so much fun. Emwa says, I disagree with coercion elements. Making him wait cannot be coercion because they'd have sent him to a cell when he would have, guess what, waited. Right, but in a cell, he would be in control somewhat. Obviously, he can't walk around by himself. You know, he can't leave freely. But he would be able to use the restroom without permission. He doesn't have to wait for someone to uncuff him from the chair to use the restroom. He would be able to, have a drink of water. Jill Klein says, what's the timer say? Jill, the timer shows right now 41 minutes now. So we're at 41 minutes. They better have a foreman by now, or forewoman. What was you going to say about defense lawyer at break? Oh, Rick, thanks for reminding me about that. I was watching the audio after I went off. I took half the day off yesterday, as some of you know, and the part I took off, everything cool happened. We had the audio tape from jail played, and there was a lot of discussion. There was a lot of back and forth from the two sides about what should be allowed in these audio tapes and whether it should be admissible, whether it was relevant, and everything. And defense tried really, really hard to not let any, I think it was, what was it? It was item number 239. I don't know why that sticks with me, but it was item number 239, the jail call in. And they're fighting, and one of the last questions, they said, well, let me ask the witness, do you personally have knowledge that this is his wife, and you recognize the voice and everything? And she's like, yeah. And you can see they're just sort of deflated, and the defense attorney turns to the other one, and if you listen on tape, he says, well, we lost on that one. It's just like, yeah, you did. You lost on that one. Dallas K says 7 hours live streaming. 7 hours today? Holy cow, 7 hours and 20 minutes. It's been a great day already. The first 3 hours, nothing happened. Debbie says, I supported the pickles the other day. Yummy. Pickles are fantastic. You guys buying pickles helps keep pickles being produced, which is an important thing to do. So that is also a way you can support the channel, is support your local pickle farmer. I guess there could be a trial called the Walmart shooting, but no one would know which of the 3 dozen it was. Right, there are so many some in progress, almost, in the news, and some in trial. I would have been running around butt naked to get away from Monster. Erica is a hero. Yep, she did a good thing. They would not have found him without her. They would not. Okay, anyone think that his wife behind him in the pink? I don't think so. I don't think she's been present in the courtroom, and I don't know if they're still together. The last we heard, those jail phone calls, there was some talk basically like that she wasn't quite on board with where he was on how this was going down. I mean, she was hopeful, optimistic. She had faith that God could do miracles type thing. But at the same time, some of the time he talked, she's like, well, she just didn't seem like she was there. And I wondered if maybe she, during the 2 years since then, determined that it wasn't worth sticking around for and cut and run. We could probably check the divorce records to see. Is there a stated time for a prisoner's suspect to be allowed to be cuffed to a chair? I think it was well within any reasonable time period. 9 hours is a long time, but they get to say basically it wasn't 9 hours. It was 2 hours here and then a bathroom break and then 2 hours, then a bathroom break and then 2 hours, then a bathroom break. So we are doing a marathon stream. We are as well. With Jury Watch, we don't want to leave because at any moment something could happen. He would not be handcuffed to cell. He would also not have had Doritos. Right, no Doritos in jail cells. There's a stark lack of them. Smash the subscribe button and hit the bell for notifications. Thank you, Toxic. Please support olives too. We won't everyone think of the black olives, the green ones with the little red filling. I'm scared to eat them. I really am. I've never had one in my life. They might be fantastic, but I can't bring myself to eat one. I'm not sure what's inside. That's what it is. Katrina asked her hubby to get a burger because we've been talking about them all day. Pauline says, just got a commercial? I have not been sending any commercials. As a matter of fact, I could tell you that on my screen, on my live screen, as I'm monitoring the YouTube feed, I get prompted over and over and over to send a commercial. Like, this would be a good time for a commercial break. And every single time I deny it and I close it. I'm like, no, I don't want one. If I was watching it, I wouldn't want commercials. So Katrina's grooming a little fluffy dog right now. We're going to need pictures, Katrina. I know you can take them. Tom says, we only have half the viewers that hit the like button. Everyone go to this, take a sec and hit the like button for Recovery Addict. Keep him employed. This is my job. It does not pay very well, but it is my job, and I love it. Has any more... Emma says he wasn't any more sleep deprived in that room than in a jail cell. They'd have been popping in and asking questions. It's possible, Emma, that if he was in a jail cell, first of all, he might get a call to a lawyer, his initial call, and that lawyer may have given him instructions where he would behave differently. So I think had he been put in jail instead of just held there, things would have worked out differently. I don't think he would have confessed. Kara Green says, have you had lunch today? I have not, but I had a fantastic breakfast with leftover prime rib and roast potatoes along with 2 eggs. So it was, I'm like, that will tide me over till dinner. So far, RA has not shared the pickles. I don't intend to. I really don't. I may share my, what did you say, an Amazon wish list with pickles on it. I might create that because they are delicious. Olives are not to be eaten alone. They're to be eaten with something else. And while that goes against all my training and experience, when it came to like Thanksgiving dinner, the olives, you put one on each finger till you have 10 olives on your fingers, and then you eat them off your fingers. See, now, I see what you're saying here, Brenda. The red thing in the green olive is pimento, but I don't know what pimento is or what it comes from. And lost you for a few seconds. You said, did I go away? We check the feed, stream settings, analytics, stream health. It says we're excellent. I just did a full health checkup, and it says I'm excellent. Hollow Point olives are behind the glass at Walmart. They're all Hollow Point olives. Green olives are fantastic. Can have almonds, garlic, cloves, pimento pepper. Is pimento a pepper? That's not as scary. Olives in linguine and a cilantro base. Now, as I start to drool, any hospital ER must be guilty of coercion. Therefore, the next time I receive a bill, I will claim that. So it's basically a bell pepper, says Canned Laughter. It's a bell pepper that doesn't taste like anything. Then why is it there? Because just looking at it freaks me out. It's like an eyeball. It's like the iris of an eyeball. I might have to try these based on your recommendation alone, Canned Laughter. I appreciate that. Debbie is also chiming in. Oh, they're very salty. Little red thing is pimento peppers. Tastes the same as olives, just different texture. I see the olives in a martini. I don't drink though, so I don't have that combination available to me. The trick is to keep trying olives until you find the right olive for you. There are enough different ones to keep you trying forever. I tell you, that's how it is with pickles. And I am going to buy another jar, hopefully tomorrow. I think tomorrow's shopping day. I'm going to buy another jar of those spicy, what is it? Spicy bourbon? I forgot the word. I have to look at the picture. I took a picture of the label. Spicy maple bourbon. That's what it was. Spicy maple bourbon pickles. I've had excellent reception here in Utah. Roasted bell pepper. You can't put it over your finger if it's not an edible olive. TBR, I outgrew olives. They don't make them big enough for me anymore. As people are sending me pictures of what pimento is. I don't know why you're getting ads. I told it not to. But Mrs. R.A. says even she's getting ads. She's not exempt. Well, Mrs. R.A., I hope you watched the entire ad and then clicked and made a purchase, because that's the only way I get any money. Still on verdict watch, having seen nothing on the interwebs as we're keeping an eye on this. I imagine it's not going to come in under an hour. I just can't see that happening. Please don't tell me you don't like the sweet pickles. They're abomination and a poor excuse of a pickle. Tom, I will eat bread and butter pickles. I will eat all the pickles, really, literally all of them. I will eat them all. But the ones that are really good are those spicy maple bourbon pickles. The Sam's Choice brand is what I tried. There may be other brands that are much better, but I tried them and it changed my life. Really, I'm a different person now, having eaten them. And I did eat all of them. I ate the entire jar of pickles in one day with no regrets. And I'm not ashamed to tell you that. 80s music band. Rick, thanks for reminding me. Had some family in Pearl Harbor. Wow. I've never been to Hawaii. I'd love to go look at Pearl Harbor, the memorial there. Recovery Addict, the only ads I get are before the video starts, and it's always Medicare or AARP. I'm in my 30s. Well, the algorithm isn't always accurate, canned laughter. Sometimes, maybe somebody older used your computer at some point, and that cookie is stored deep down in the dark recesses of the web. And as such, you're going to get AARP ads for the rest of your life. Chandra says, I made fermented dill pickles over the summer. I have not had these. I need to look for them. Do they sell them in the store, or is it something you sort of have to do at home? Is it sort of like a homebrew type thing? Ola, no. It's not too many. Spicy maple bourbon pickles. The flavors, they happen in different regions of your tongue. The heat is very much at the back of your throat. And the sweet, the little bit of sweetness, sort of the bread and butter type pickle sweet, is at the tip of the tongue, and it's not so sweet that it assaults your mouth, Patricia. It's good. Hey, KF7AIK, good to have you here again. Welcome, and hope work goes well. We still have to catch up sometime. KQD. The longer this goes, the more likely there is some disagreement. I'm one of the few who guessed there would be a hung jury, and you're still sticking by that one. I think it won't be hung. I think we'll have a verdict here by the end of the day. I don't think the jury did hang the pictures up in the courtroom though, as District Attorney Allen has asked them to. That's not their instructions. $15 delivered, 24-ounce jar. It's a little steep. I will tell you that the most of the food items you buy on Amazon delivered, they tend to be about $10 more than you could find them at the store. So you probably would find it for $5 to $7 at a Walmart or something. So if the $10 is worth it to you to save you a trip to the grocery store, I would say yes. But a 24-ounce jar, I mean, that's commitment, right? You're getting the big jar. You're buying a ton of them. You're all in at that point. So you have to really know you want them at that point, at that price point too. My ads are always about bathing suits. Well, 'tis the season, We're in December, and now's the time you want to be thinking about what you're going to wear next summer. Michelle says, Recovery Addict, what national parks would you suggest to visit in your state? Thank you. In North Carolina, I have not been to any. Well, take that back. I've been to a couple state parks. As far as the national parks go, I would go to the Wright Brothers the Wright Brothers Monument out by Kill Devil Hills, the Outer Banks area. It's amazing to actually see where flight began and how it began, to walk on that same road and walk the distance that glider flew, to go up the little hill and feel the breeze that the Wright brothers felt and said, this is where we're going to do it. This is where we're going to do our tests. Not just that, to see how many times they failed and how much work they put into it and how dangerous it was, taking their life in their hands, seeing the actual tools, the drafting tools they used to draw up their designs. And it's so much of that whole event was preserved so well. That it's just an amazing experience. And we all know the Wright brothers in flight. They're the forefathers of flight. It's sort of funny because the Wright brothers are not from North Carolina. I forget which state it is, but the other state, if somebody can Google this and tell me, it's like Ohio or something, I don't know. The other state on their quarter, they claim them as, it's like, our state, we invented flight because the Wright brothers are from our state. And North Carolina on our quarter, we've got like the the glider from Kill Devil Hills, the Wright brothers glider, like, hey, we're first in flight. So if that first in flight claim is held by several people, we like to claim it because it happened here, and they like to claim it because they originated from the other state. Is it safe to go to Walmart these days? Melody, apparently not. Or some Walmarts, I'll say that. There's a Walmart in town that I won't go to, that I won't let my kids go to. It is scary. But $10 might be worth a trip to save yourself from a shooting if that happens at your Walmart. KKD, if they did put up the pictures, I hope they also put up a copy of the amendments to the Constitution. Right, both sides want the jury to walk into that room and address the big question, whether or not he's guilty or not, from the standpoint of either their individual approaches. So the prosecution wants to go in there and says, right at the forefront of your mind, keep the victims right here. We've got to do this for them, type thing. That's the goal. And the defense is like, hey, right, it's sad. We have victims. We have people who were killed. But did the state follow the law? And so depending on how they approach that might impact the verdict. Speaking of verdict, do we have anything? I'm not seeing anything yet. Has anyone seen what happened in the Aaron Dean trial where the judge ordered the camera turned off? What was the result of that? That's on day 3. And they've already rested. The state has rested. 13 minutes ago, the state rested in Texas via Aaron Dean. No court tomorrow or Friday. Defense will begin their case on Monday. So that one is over. Ed's teasing us. Verdict is in is a phrase I look forward to hearing. The pause for dramatic effect was appreciated. There's a free Lifetime National Parks Access Program for all veterans and active duty families if anyone qualifies as an interested. Coffee Mom, that's right. And for my for those that are also in the homeschooling world, there's also a 5th grader pass where if you have, I think it's a 5th grader, you can get a pass where your family can get into a national park free, as they have a Discover the National Parks program. And having 6 kids, we've had a couple of 5th graders. Weather Watch can vouch for it. Says, to your point, my Walmart has the same 24-ounce jar of pickles for $3.84. Weather Watch, if you could buy them all and ship them to us, that would be great. Kathleen has news about Moscow, Idaho. The Peeping Tom, purpose an injured arm, and possible past murder charges. Is this just, we don't have to look. Ohio, that's the other state that has the claim to first in flight. I'm trying to catch up on chat, but you guys are talking very fast. Wright brothers are from Ohio. Right. And Kirk, starting to get the feel your wife feeds now that I'm subscribed. Yes, I think she puts out a video almost every week, usually on Monday mornings, and it's fantastic. If you're into homeschool or interested in teaching your kids at home, even not necessarily education, but just building family culture, building a stronger family unit, she has some great stuff out there. Weather Watch is headed to Walmart after work to get pickles. We learned it's pronounced Moscow instead of Moscow. Yeah, it's like Moscow, like Russia, right? Moscow, Russia. It's pronounced the same way. Moscow. Let me ask the Idaho residents in the room. Is it Moscow or Moscow? Moscow. It's Moscow. Okay. That is my wife's channel. Thank you, Abby, for linking that. If you're interested in homeschool videos, that's the place to subscribe. Toxic says, I'm hyper after surgery. Do they give you a weaker upper? When I got my wisdom teeth out, here's a little story time. You get a free story today. Look at that. You just tricked me into sharing this. with your remark. When I got my wisdom teeth out, I went there and I elected to be sedated for it, because there's some things you just don't want to remember, and having teeth ripped out of your head is one of them. Especially when they have to crush them into pieces and then pull out all the bits and stuff. It's just a lot. I mean, if I were a juror watching someone get their wisdom teeth out, I would probably faint. And so I went, paid the extra money to get knocked out for it. And I'm all sitting in the chair, and they're getting everything ready, and they hook me up to it was like an IV drip or something, and they start the drip going. They're like, okay, I want you to count down from 10. I'm like, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They're looking over at me, and I'm looking up at them, and they're like, so how are you feeling? I'm like, good. Yeah. And they're like, do you feel any different at all? I'm like, no. And they're over there flicking the little thing. Is it drip, 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 drip? Like, you don't feel any fogginess or nothing? I'm like, nope, I'm feeling good. Doctor comes over, the dentist comes over, surgeon is looking at it. It's like, what's wrong? No, it's going in his vein. It's all good. Checks the whole line to make sure there's no kink. I'm like, if I'm paying for this and it's not going to work, I'm going to be seriously upset, because through all this, if I have to pay for the sedative and I'm awake through it, what good is that? I hope I get a refund, right? And so they turn up the drip, and so it's not going drip, 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 drip. It's almost like spraying into my vein. And he's like, you're not feeling any different? I'm like, I'm feeling fine. I feel the same. And then right as I say that, I'm thinking, I feel a little different, like something's happening. And I said, goodbye, cruel world. And I was out. Those were literally my words. I literally said that. And I was out. And the next thing I remember is that same surgeon saying, we can give him something to wake him up, but usually they're not under this long. It caught up with me. It built up in my system. And I was out for my entire procedure, as well as like one or two people after me. But yeah, so that's how I get. I don't remember the ride home from that. I know I got a ride. I was not driving, but I felt like I could drive at the time, which I imagine most drunk people feel like. But I was on a lot of stuff, and Lortab was one of them. But crazy. Don't like Lortab, by the way. What did I miss in chat here during story time? Can't you buy anti-drone drones at Walmart yet? Get shotgun loads there anymore? You can't get shotgun loads at Walmart? That's like a common hunting round. Okay, catching up here. I forgot to tell you, at the Plant City Strawberry Festival by me, they have a strawberry-infused pickles. Strawberry-infused pickles? Very, interesting if I go this year. Is this like a watermelon wine type thing? Tom, what part of the redneck area are you from? Sorry. Where are you from that they do strawberry festival with strawberry-infused pickles? That sounds like a very unique and a geographically centralized food. If DB had a defense team, do you think his trial would have gone on longer? No, I think it would have been shorter. Because so much of his trial was him stalling. Found out I'm allergic to propofol. It makes my stomach feel like someone is stabbing me. Oh, that's no good. Yeah, I'll pass on that one. Jenna W. says, I pay for the gas, $75, the only thing my dental insurance doesn't cover. And it's worth it, though. It's worth it to not be there, to not hear the sound of the drill and have that sound in your head. Had 2 wisdom teeth pulled at once and was awake. Ginger, you're a better person than I am. I could not do it. I'm like, put me out, put me under. I thought everyone was out to kill me. Evidently a common thing after long surgeries. I showed my dentist my homemade bear tooth necklace afterward, told him I was a dentist too. And can I keep the ones you pulled and add them to my necklace? Recovery Addict, I wanted to let you know this channel is awesome. Thank you, Lori, especially for someone like me who struggles with anxiety and dealing with people. The support here is fantastic. Well, Lori, we do have a great group of people here. Just amazing. I love that you all are here, and it's a good group. It's good to be here and be part of it. But Lori, as I've said before, it wouldn't be the same without you. Thanks for being here. Ed, you should write a novel about a guy who solves a murder with a metal detector. I've already helped with some crimes with the metal detector, so maybe I could. I don't know. I haven't tried my hand at writing a novel. I'd need like a ghostwriter to sort of fill out the parts of it, and then I can correct the parts about the metal detector so it's accurate. Lower tab makes my husband see things. He hallucinates. Yeah, it makes me feel awful. Walmart went woke. That's why they can't sell anything. My bones were attached to my wisdom teeth. I freaked out because I could hear the beep in the monitor going slower and slower, but I couldn't do anything about it. Debbie, oh man, I can't have any memory of teeth crunching and ripping out or anything. Even the little vacuum thing in my mouth was a little too much sound. Recovery addict. Dentist, why won't you go to sleep in the beginning? Yeah, he was like, it normally works, but they really cranked up the dosage. I wonder how much they gave me. Probably nearly a lethal dose because I was out for a while. Yeah, sorry, I did that hick in there just a little bit, Tom. You live in the heart of strawberry capital of the country. Okay, where is the strawberry capital of the country? Are we supposed to guess, Tom? Plant City, Florida has a strawberry festival. It's wonderful. So is it Florida? Redheads are here to sedate, not you, obviously. Redneck hiccup. Okay, what do you have in your mug? I'm investigating. I will tell you the pink one is empty. The pink one is empty. The blue mug, which I will say these are useful for gender reveal parties as well. The blue mug has water. Burns like a good, water, just water. I woke up during the wisdom teeth surgery, but barely remember it. Nope, not for me. Won't do that. Okay, still listening. Surreptitiously. Surreptitious? Can I have a pronunciation guide? I can't say it. Surreptitiously? Is that it? Okay. Thank you, Mrs. R.A. Can you believe only 66 years between Wright Flyer and Apollo 11? We made incredible progress. We really did. Last time I was sedated, I woke in the middle of them resetting my dislocated ankle. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. Katrina, thank you for the review. I will take that under advisement next time I'm looking for a dislocated angle resetting. What is the time on the jury? Hey Siri, show timer. Oh. Of course, it just shows me. Hey Siri, show timer. It's not a timer, it's a stopwatch. Okay, I have 1 hour and 8 minutes. 1 hour and 9 minutes and 5 seconds. So we're just over the hour mark. Keeping a track on Twitter. Let's see what it says here. What did he say, Jen? I don't think they've asked for any evidence. Not at all. So we're following Law and Crime. Law and Crime has a Law and Crime Verdict channel on Twitter, and that's what I'm following right now, just to make sure nothing's happened, and I'm not seeing any yet. All right. Monterey County, Florida, strawberry capital of America. We have strawberries here in North Carolina. Some of the pick your own stuff, I think, but I'm not sure what makes Florida better for strawberries than the rest of the world, because they grow in a lot of areas, even cold areas. You can grow them in Utah, and probably up in Idaho, even if you wanted to, if you had any land that wasn't growing potatoes at the time. During the peak strawberry season, you can walk up my back door and just smell strawberries. I'm surrounded by strawberry fields. That does sound good. How do they keep the birds off the strawberries? Do they have nets? That always seemed to be a problem for me. Send a pic of a strawberry pickle, says Tom R. I'm going to take a quick look and see if it tickles my fancy here a little bit. Let's see, Tom. Ooh. Okay, so let me just show you guys. This being the strawberry pickle. That's pretty cool. Does it taste like a strawberry but look like a pickle? I mean, does it still have any vinegar to it? Is it sweet? I need inquiring minds want to know. I'm asking for a friend, really. 1 hour and 10 minutes. I think we have a hung jury. Yeah, it's been forever. Doubled up on the drugs and they put me back out again. I love all your stories about surgeries and stuff. It makes me feel so much better about mine because you guys have been through some crazy stuff. Best strawberries are English ones. Just saying, Abby, you might have a fight on your hands. You've got strawberry capital of the U.S. Represented here in chat. Can't understand the delay. Maybe they accidentally wrote on the wrong form and you need a new printout. You need strong heat/sun for the sweetest strawberries. Okay. Recovery addict. It still has a classic taste of a regular pickle. Yes, with a slight sweet strawberry taste. Really good. See so it'd have to be a dill, right? It's a dill pickle. You couldn't do a strawberry infused bread and butter pickle because then you have two different sweets fighting for space on your tongue. You've got the sweet strawberry and the sweet of the bread and butter pickle. Some people put pepper on strawberries to bring out the sweetness. Well, people put ketchup on bananas too, but that doesn't mean it's good. Just kidding, Ola. I've never tried that. I might have to try it. I won't eat them now since I saw on YouTube a video of worms in them. Okay, so Abby, did you watch the video where the guy has like a tray full of maggots, like or mealworms or something like that, and then he puts like fruit in it, and you watch a time lapse of it being consumed? Is that the one you watch? Because I've seen the same one, and it is. I try not to watch it when I'm eating, but it's very interesting from just a scientific standpoint. Strawberries and salad is good. Last night we had strawberry with pomegranate seeds in it, and pralines. Like the pecans. Remember, the jury had to eat and take comfort break before putting pen to paper. I think they could do both. Really, I mean, a quick comfort break. There's only 12 of them now, right? Because 2 of them got excused, so they can get through that bathroom line a little bit quicker. And I think they can pretty much fill out forms while they eat their sandwiches. 80s Music Man says, I've had teeth pulled out bit by bit in the back. Never put to sleep. Dentist admired the fact I heal so fast from the next visit. Did he have to like stand on the chair and like pull? I mean, did they like strap your head down to get some leverage? I don't want to know how they get my wisdom teeth out. I just want to know that they're gone and everything's good. I know you need to do a weekend taste test and take dates from the audience. Well, I'd have to take my wife as the date. That's my default date. I'll just say that right now. But we do like going out and trying new things as far as menu goes. Tiffany says, I just watched the prosecutor point right at Ortiz and say, Mr. Ortiz was a serial killer then, and he's a serial killer now. He didn't say it. He yelled it. It was a powerful statement. Don't mind me. I'm catching up. Tiffany, that's fine. We enjoyed that. That was early on in the closing argument, the second part of the closing argument. Katrina has provided way too much information about maggots appearing while grooming a dog. Strawberries, baby spinach, red onion, cucumber, and feta cheese is lovely. I was with you up to the feta cheese, and I do like different cheeses. I like some hard cheeses, even some stronger cheeses. But the feta, I haven't been able to bring myself to eat. Same with blue cheese. Not a fan of blue cheese. Oh, it says I meant dares. So I thought you were suggesting that I date people from fellow addicts from the channel. That's what I thought you were saying, Ola. I'm like, Ola, I like you and all, but I am married, right? I can't take dates out to try new foods. But thank you for clarifying that you meant to take dares, not dates. I'm relishing in your embarrassment right now, Ola. Thank you. It was funny. No harm, no foul. That's good times. The smoke out of your mouth from the drill smells weird. Yes, and I've I've experienced that, and that's not as bad for me. For me, it's the pulling the teeth. The drilling and fixing the teeth is not nearly as bad as pulling a tooth. And you think you got a hung jury after an hour? Yeah. What's that?
Well, it's a quandary between basically you have to decide. I would put him in jail. I would vote he's guilty because the choice is between.
Mrs. R.A. is telling me what she would vote on right now. You can't hear her very well, but go ahead. Do you want to be on camera?
No.
Okay. You can't talk if you're not going to be on camera. These are the rules. She's saying that she just voted on the poll and saying she would probably vote for guilty on this one. Right?
Yeah, but it's not because, I mean, it was obvious that he was guilty. But what was killing me is that it's also obvious that they did not do a good job, that they actually broke the law. And so there was all this quandary inside of me to say, I'm going to have to choose somebody's rights over somebody else's rights. That's what's happened here. He had the right to privacy, and these women had the right to life. And whose rights do I choose to take care of? Because that's what it's come down to. And when I put it like that.
All right, she's still explaining. Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to talk over you. They just can't hear you, so I have to tell them something. Hang on. Okay. I have to move. I'm
using your camera. I'm using your thing. Okay, so here's the deal. I've been having a really hard time. No, not you. You're little. I've been having a really hard time with
talk right into it.
This whole time, it just seemed really obvious to me that he's guilty, right? He confessed he's guilty. But what was really hard is that they messed it up. I think it is equal. Okay, scoot.
I'm being kicked off my own show. You guys see this? Somebody send help. Send help. I'm being booted off my own show.
Okay. We got two things going on here. We have the obvious, oh, aren't we cute? The obvious, he did it. He confessed, the end. And then we have also the equally obvious, they messed up. They broke the law. They are not protecting his rights as a citizen of the United States. And those are constitutionally given rights. And so I've been thinking about it. I'm like, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to, if I were on the jury, how would I choose whose rights to defend? And I think I've decided the way to go, you defend the right to life before you defend the right to privacy. Both should be defended. But when you're put in a quandary like this, he's guilty of killing people. So I'd have to vote guilty. There you go. Done.
Thank you. And they said they could hear you all along, by the way.
You're joking.
So, yeah, Tom says, I could hear her the whole time. Thank you. I appreciate that. You can tell I married up. She is much smarter than me. Very good at rationalizing and thinking things through. But thank you, Mrs. R.A. Woman power, says Pauline. It's a coup. Right. It's a coup. She's taking over. Show him how it's done. You guys are turning on me. You're turning on me. Everyone's like, oh, man. And here I thought you were my friends. Crazy. Good point. Well said. You have a lot of people agreeing with you right now. But let's see if the jury has made any decision here. Let me check with Twitter. See if we have any updates. Not seeing it yet. Okay, still nothing. Okay, and that's all right. We can have some time. I give them up to 2 hours. After 2 hours, then I start to worry and think maybe they aren't as united as we think, because 1 hour could possibly be lunch, and then 1 hour is possibly 45 minutes would probably be like talking about lunch, and then the other 15 minutes would be filling out the papers. So after 2 hours, then I start getting concerned. It'll also help if we know that maybe they're asking for evidence, which we haven't seen any sign of yet. It's Mrs. R's channel now. Recovery Addict, to move over. I have to. Yeah, she does a better job than me. I'm going to skip through all this praise of Mrs. R.A. Because I've just got pages of people saying, well said, total wisdom, Well said. I love your logic. Exactly. Definitely agree. Yeah. So she does run the show, and Ginger's just laughing through it all. I appreciate you all being here, and I thank you for supporting her as well. She's amazing. I love her. She's great. She's smarter than I am, though. So if you want intellectual stuff, you might have to go to her channel. We know who does the pickle shopping. I will tell you that if it's going to be the maple or the spicy maple bourbon pickles, it will be me that buys them. Christmas photo of you two with the holiday backgrounds, Michelle. We've got the green screen set up. We could probably make that happen. You should make Mrs. R a host once a month. She's got so much on her plate that she likes doing. I love that she supports me, but I don't think she has the time to come here and just hang out on my channel as much as I'd love her to do that. She's a busy woman. Apparently you missed Mrs. R8. You're gonna have to rewind because she completely kicked me off the show. MB, I was barely hanging on through the edge. You can see here where I fall off the screen right here. See how my hand's falling off. The mask is what we call that. And I was almost completely off the mask. It was gone. She had the microphone. It was just like show's over. It was funny. She is awesome. When your viewer count goes down, you'll know where we went, and hers will be climbing. She's amazing. I've tried to talk her into doing a live show, but her audience predominantly is doing homeschool stuff when she would be live, when she would have the opportunity to be live. So it's a hard audience to reach for her. So she does pre-recorded things. So KQD says, each time law enforcement breaks the law to get a conviction, my rights and your rights and the rights of all of us are being trampled. That's what the defense raised, that, today it's him, tomorrow it's you, right? Only a man could invent spicy maple bourbon pickles. Well, if it was a man, more power to him. They are incredible. I hope you buy some or buy stock in the company that sells them because they are amazing, and we're going to purchase them in bulk. They can search your car for any probable cause. Cop smells weed, they see stolen goods, or a woman's purse reported in a crime. I think it was sloppy police work, but not abnormal or violating your rights. Maybe it is the problem then, canned laughter, that the report says they didn't do a search. No inventory was conducted, but they did. Are they just trying to make it so that the paperwork matches the actual scenario? She could do a regular spot. I'm going to need a bigger table is what I'm going to need. My desk is completely, if I show you here, my desk is completely taken up by hardware and mugs. But I'm going to need a bigger table where she can be brought in. I do have the sound system can take up to 4 guests. I mean, I've got other sliders where I could have different people's microphones and everything. But it's okay. Just more for me. More for me. Tom says, if they sell jars of those strawberry pickles, I will send you a jar. Last year, they didn't have jars for sale. I wonder does anyone make them commercially, or is it just a unique to that area thing? The invention of the spicy maple bourbon pickle is as well documented as the Wright brothers' first flight, and for good reason. AJ, really, they're delicious. All right, so we're going on 8 hours. Comfort break will have to come up here soon because although I'm superhuman, I'm not a robot. So we're probably going to have a little break, but we know that as soon as we go to a break, something's going to happen. So I was not going to end the stream. I'm going to keep it going. We're going to probably do a split screen where you can see the courtroom, or at least hear the courtroom. So let me turn the sound on from the courtroom feed. Courtroom sound is on. It's not there yet, so there's nothing to hear of. Florida man, no, they are not super sweet. There's a little bit of sweet, enough that you can tell that it's based its roots in the like a bread and butter pickle, but it's not super sweet. It's fantastic. It's the perfect mix of everything. Okay. My issue is searching the car because they see illegal air freshener on the rearview mirror. So you're saying like they might see an air freshener that's like the shape of a marijuana leaf or something, And so they're like, we got one. We'll find reason. Pull them over first because the blinker wasn't working, or we thought you didn't have a rear view mirror or something. It's I do believe, Ed. I think you're onto something. I think police officers can and do. They know how to get what they want in a situation and what to say, both in the moment and after the fact. And then I believe there are probably some who do that. I'm not sure if it's the majority, but yeah, that would frustrate me. Police are extremely close to crossing the line. However, considering the circumstances, I believe they did what they needed to do. Right? They did what they needed to do, but did they stay within the legal line? I mean, was it crossed? Was there any coercion? Did, after him saying, no, I don't want to talk, or I don't want to sign, or I don't want to continue, did they coerce him into continuing? Did he overcome his free will? So Ed says, technically illegal. No, nothing hanging on the rearview mirror. Anything hanging is obstructive view and illegal. Man, there's a whole industry that you just put out of business, Ed. All those little tree hanger things, like the car wash giveaway, guess they're all illegal. Local farmer stand. Okay, so Tom, what we need to do, you and I need to get together. Because if these strawberry pickles are as good as you say they are, we just need to let the world know that they're that good. And so if we can talk with the farmer and start to have him produce them in bulk, and we can label them, put them under our own Tom and R.A. label is what we'll call it, Tom and R.A. strawberry pickles. We can start selling them on Amazon for $15 a jar, and we'll be made. We'll have it made. We can retire in comfort on the beach of Florida. 80s Music Man says, recovery addict. On the dentist note, they did need a break, and they had form plan on how to get the tooth out. They had to form a plan. So it was like, okay, now what? Let's go to plan B. Bring the jackhammer. It's illegal in Minnesota to have anything hanging from your rearview mirror, including an air freshener. Okay, this is good to know, because I have something hanging from my rearview mirror in North Carolina, and I probably now should research and see if that's legal. I've had it there since I moved here. The biggest problem I see is there's no reason for them to have not gotten the warrant. Right. But the ability to get the warrant doesn't mean they necessarily have to, right? So that's the question. Did they have to get the warrant? Being able to get the warrant, I think you should. I think a police officer should. I think it covers them. It's like a safety net. Then anything that follows is definitely admissible. Why would they not do it? But I'm not sure if them not getting it because they didn't need to get it is as big a problem. Mrs. R.A. is such a lovely woman, and her answer on whether or not to convict is very profound and well thought out. I'm switching channels. MB's out. Well, it was nice having you here, MB. I appreciate you. She is great, though. Richard Davis says, recovered addict, you could always use a well-disguised pickle jar. Retire in your pickle empire. On my pickle empire, I would, though. I'm not a big fan of cucumbers. I'm not sure if this is an oxymoron, but cucumbers, I will eat them like in a salad if they're sliced thin. But I don't like them. They're prickly. Is mostly the problem. A cucumber is prickly. So peeled in a salad, they're okay, but I will eat them as a pickle for sure. I can't see coercion for the simple fact that the guy was a cop and he knows the law. He knew he shouldn't have talked. He picked not to just shut up. Well, Patricia, the fact that he was a cop, he should know, but shouldn't the law be the same in every case? Shouldn't the government have to meet a certain standard that can be met every single time? That can be clearly defined and said, yes, they did what they had to do at this point, meaning they followed Miranda. Okay, he was read his rights, he was notified, he waived his rights. Shouldn't it be very clear that so you can determine that in court if it was followed or not, instead of he knew better, so we didn't have to do it? Because that's blurry. That's a blurry line. That would be very hard to enforce. What about a handicapped parking permit? Okay, Rick, this is a great point, because on the permit itself, it says remove before driving. I've seen that. Still nothing from the courtroom. Beginning to wonder about the foreman's writing speed. Let's see. Nope, still nothing. A cucumber is just a future pickle. It should be. All cucumbers should be a future pickle. Prickly the skin. No, AJ, we actually grew them growing up. We had them in the garden, and they have little tiny spikes, like very small spikes, almost like sandpaper type size, but they're spaced apart. I don't know what the purpose of them is, other than to prevent people from eating them whole. Your jaw's tough. Did not want to give up your tooth. Man, did they have to take some of your jaw out? That's crazy. Ed says, in my opinion, on a murder case, they should probably at least review the evidence superficially. Marcy said, thought it was legal to question someone until they say, I want a lawyer. Well, you've got the issue of detainment, right? It is legal to question someone if they don't want a lawyer, but they have to be aware of their rights, because there's the whole issue of being in custody and you're not able to leave. You think that you have to follow the lawful commands of an officer, and they're asking you a question. You might be saying things because you think you have to when you don't. So you have to be informed that these are your rights. You don't have to talk if you don't want to. So that's why they do the Miranda warning at the very beginning. So they can say, he knew he didn't have to talk if he didn't want to, and he talked anyway. But depending on the state, I mean, I guess the jurisdiction, it's done differently, because some police officers, I'll tell you from personal experience, when they question someone and they start, quote unquote, lawyering up, saying, hey, I don't want to talk type of thing, they back off. They're like, no, and they'll reset, be like, all right, we won't talk about that, and they'll try something else, and then they'll try again. They'll get back, and then somebody might talk some more, even though they said they were going to lawyer up about that. It's like, hey, we switched from the case. We were just talking about golf, and then he volunteered this information about the crime. And we're like, oh, I guess he wants to talk now, and started allowing it. So I believe the officers will most of them will do just about anything they can within the law to get a confession out. Lori says, I always remove my placard before driving. Are we on verdict watch? Yes, we are, Lindsay. The jury has been out for 1 hour and 34 minutes right now. Charlie says, trigger warning, I'm back. Had to help my dad drag 2 deer. He's one heck of a shot. Dropped one and then the other immediately. Any news yet? Charlie, I'm no news yet other than we're on verdict watch. The jury is out deliberating right now, or eating lunch, one of the two. But Charlie, I'm interested in the firearm he used to shoot it. Was that like a lever action 30-30 type thing? Because deer are pretty quick at getting away, and hitting one on the run is rough. So I'm wondering how quick those 2 shots were in succession. Yes, on the verdict watch. Hopefully soon. Nothing yet. Any judge in Texas would have given that warrant because he was fleeing from the police. They knew that, and it was just sloppy for them not to do something required by law. Was it because there were too many agencies involved? Everybody wanted to get the win type thing. I know they said they don't take trophy pictures. Was everybody trying to be the person who got the smoking gun, and then it was an oversight? But the Texas Ranger, I mean, he's the top dog, really, and he should know better. A semi-auto 30-06 Remington. Charlie, the semi-auto 30-06 is fantastic. I think there's like a K-bar version of that, too. A coworker of mine had one of those. Fantastic guns. I wonder, with it being semi-auto, typically, from my memory, my experience, a 30-06 has been bolt action. So like a 270. I've never shot a high-powered semi-automatic rifle other than an AR-style gun, a sporting rifle. Let It Be Summer says, hi, folks. Haven't been able to watch most of the case. Missed any interesting case? you pretty much missed all of it if you haven't watched any, but I know you've been here for some. We're waiting on verdict watch right now. The jury is out. They've been out for about an hour and 36 minutes. We're expecting word soon, possibly today. But only one agent opened that first door. Yeah, and he's the one. And okay, so KQD, I was going to bring this up when they were talking about it, and it was just a tough time to talk over somebody. But him opening that door, that question, flip the tables a little bit, right? So he's saying it wasn't a search. I just opened the door to document it. If you were just an innocent person walking along, or a suspect walking along, and the police had caught you opening the door to a car, an unlocked car, is that a crime? If you open a car door that you know is not yours, he knew it wasn't his, so we can assume that you being in the same situation, you're opening the door just to take pictures to prove what it looked like. Would that be a crime? Could you be found guilty of something? Is that breaking and entering, basically? No crime from Cat Law? Cat Law would know as a legal expert, right? Yes, it's a crime, or is the no to something else? Well, at what point does it become a crime? Because you think that the police, they don't have any authority that we haven't given them, right? Police inherently don't have more authority. We as a people, we grant them rights. We give them privileges to do something. What am I trying to say here? We give them the right to do something. They can't just take rights. So we collectively vote. We say, yes, you have the ability to do this. We give you this power. You can't give a power you don't have. They had a probable cause. Okay, but take out the probable cause. Just say that it's just somebody walking up to a car. Is it a crime to open the car door to see what's inside? I mean, say we arrested somebody saying, "Hey, I think you're trying to steal from cars." He's like, "No, I was just checking to see if the door was locked. I was just curious. I just opened the door just to see if they would lock their car." I mean, is that a crime? Any questions sent to the jury by the jury to the judge? None that we've heard of yet. It's illegal once you enter. You can open unlocked doors, says AJ. I don't think it's a crime, to be honest. I think he abandoned the truck when he ran after stating it was his. They had probable cause or reasonable suspicion to do a search without a warrant, I believe. So Tom, I'm with you on this one. I think that the circumstances when we add them all up, I think that the judge was right in saying that was a legal search based on the... Well, I think if they had done the search there at the police station or at the gas station, I think it would have been legal, considering what was going on, what they knew from Erica, what they had seen, the associate. I think it would have been legal for them to do that. I think they probably should have got a search warrant at the police station for that second search. Hey, Sophie, welcome. I haven't seen you in chat before this today. I mean, I've seen you previous days, but this is the first one I noticed from you today. Marlin 336 in 35 caliber, hand-loaded rounds. 35 cal. That is a unique round. Is it a crime to be walking along and go open the door to someone's home? Well, if you open and stay on the outside, possibly not. This is why we need to lock our doors, guys. Whoop. I just noticed that Twitter is making these amazing noises. Listen to this. Not sure if you can hear that. That's the sound of me trying to update to see if there's anything else been announced yet, and I'm not seeing it. I just want a guilty verdict, so I can move on with this day, says Kat. Yeah, I hope it happens. Is it trespass to open, just to open the door? Breaking and entering probably would have to be if it was locked and you gained entry that way. If it was locked, they would absolutely need a warrant. KF7AIK says, police can lie. You were with me in my truck with me coming out of a certain canyon when we pulled us over and claimed my taillight was out. Asked us questions about what we were doing. There's a fun story. Yes, I was there. I remember that. And I remember vividly the ginger beer bottles, not alcoholic ginger beer bottles, that I had stuffed under the seat and was trying to keep out of view, not because it was a problem, but because it would look like it was a problem. That was a very fun experience. What case are we covering next, or to go back to? Well, it was going to be the Aaron Dean case, but I heard they're done, that they rested, and it's not going to be airing until Monday for defense statements. So we might do a wrap up there. Let it be summer. I will say that I want to go back and look at Sarah Boone one more time and probably do a video just summarizing the whole situation. Just before that gets started here on the 20th in a little over a week and a half. I want to get up to speed on that one. That will be a really interesting one to watch. But if you have suggestions on other cases, please let me know. We'll look at that. What's my Twitter handle? I think it's all a variation of this one here. Let's see. My Twitter handle is @recoveryaddict and the number 2. Apparently there was another one out there already. I think it actually is a therapist type thing, helping people recover from addictions. Weird. Why would he choose that name? But so I had to go with number 2. It's trespassing just to be on property, right? But it's not a criminal trespass unless you've been told you can't be there and you refuse to leave, right? Tiffany, you and me both. This Sarah Boone trial is going to just be amazing. It really should be incredible. I'm sure some interesting trial will present itself. They always seem to. They seem to just, rise up from nowhere. We've got a couple coming up. I want to see the eye drop case that Judge Darrow is going to preside over, but that might be in February. I'll have to look at the dates on that one. Okay, so if a dog is in a 200-degree car, break the glass. Yeah, lots of issues. You have to have permission of a type. A mailman has implied permission to deliver mail, but a passing stranger has no permission to open your door. Police, even less. Trespassing requires an uninvitation, hence no trespassing sign requirement. Yeah, if it's posted and you're on there, it's okay. So in North Carolina, as a matter of fact, you can paint your property edges, the borders, with just a little bit of purple paint, square purple paint on a tree or on a fence post, and that's enough that a passing sheriff can see somebody on the property and arrest them without contacting you. Can arrest them, which would be awkward if you were just wandering around on your own property and got arrested. But I imagine they would probably do it for a reason, suspicious behavior or something. My other thing with the truck being searched, being admissible, the jury can decide if it was legal or not, but it helps that the judge allowed it, so it seems there isn't an issue. The judge did allow it, so I believe the proper venue for determining if that was legal or not would be appeal at this point. Hannah Payne has a new trial date set for January 23rd. She's the one whose lawyer ended up in the hospital from stroke, and judge didn't believe him. And he actually did have a stroke, right? We all made fun of him. And he's like, really? You couldn't come up with a better excuse? But he had a stroke. It just happened to be just at that time when it was the most unbelievable time. But that's what happened. That is what happened. What is this eye drop case? DMB, this is a case of someone who killed their friend using poisoned eye drops. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, that's all I know. I really haven't read up on that one yet, other than I know that it's Judge Darrow is the judge assigned to that case. Tiffany says, I have never had a Twitter. I feel like I have enough social media accounts as it is. I have them all, I think. I have most of them anyway, and there are too many to maintain. Adam says, what's up, guys? Hey, Recovery Addict. Hope you had a great day. I missed the stream until now. I was thinking about the verdict. So, verdict something, and possibly they find him not guilty for the one they didn't get the bullets out. You think so? It'd be a split verdict, guilty on some. Would it still be, well, as long as they find him guilty of 2, they'd find him guilty of capital, right? Capital murder, which is 2 different crimes in the same sort of, I forget what the wording was. AJ comes in with the definition. This must be true because it's in quote marks, so please pay attention, folks. Police opening the door of an occupied vehicle is a search. Warrantless searches are unreasonable absent a recognized exception to the warrant requirements, including, and then it probably goes on. So opening a door is a search. I would agree with that. I'm okay with that definition, but I also think that the police probably had reasonable suspicion to perform that search. Who poisons eye drops? Yeah, and what sort of poison? I mean, I'm worried to use any eye drop now if they can be poisoned. Purple paint property line needs to be walked by a game warden. Fact, to stand up. Mac, that's good to know. The property line needs to be walked by a game warden. See, that it probably won't be a game warden that would arrest me if I trespass onto property that's painted purple, because I'm just probably metal detecting on it. But it could be a sheriff or something. These are including exceptions, including search an incident to a search is incident to a lawful arrest. But that, I think the Supreme Court has found that incident to a lawful arrest means it has to be like the immediate area around them. So like if you arrest someone who was in the car, you can search the car. But if you arrest somebody like at the state fair, you can't go back and search his car in the parking lot type thing. I think there's an area where it has to limit it to. A hot pursuit, sounds good. Stop and frisk, which has its own legality issues. Automobile exception, plain view doctrine, consent, and abandonment. So here they're going for abandonment and plain view doctrine, right? Did you see Judge DB did an interview? Another interview? I've seen a couple of hers right around the time she announced her run for Supreme Court. But that's all. I haven't seen anything more recent than that. A few more trials are added to Discord that are happening now. We might have to look at those if this one wraps up and we have Thursday and Friday free. Let's see. I'm getting some follows. Some peeps are following me here. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. They could be discussing the lesser includeds at this point, right? If it's lesser includeds, then there's possibility of parole, right? Because some of those lesser includeds don't have that max or the minimum life without parole type thing. Adam says, sorry, I was trying to fit all that into one message. And yeah, possible they might not find him guilty on every charge, but I don't know. The beginning of the definition says opening a door of an occupied vehicle is a search. This one wasn't occupied. Did I miss that? Opening the door of an occupied vehicle is a search. Yep. Okay, so that's interesting, Tom. I wonder how the definition changes when it's unoccupied. I wonder if the lack of witnesses, even character witnesses for Ortiz, and no real defense presented could qualify him for appeal. Thoughts? Also, do you think it's a plan for appeal? I think if he's convicted, he'll appeal, for sure. Because they feel strongly and have asserted throughout this trial, and even some of the pretrial hearings, that the evidence that was obtained through the search of the truck, as well as the evidence that was obtained through the confession, should not be admitted. So I think they'll appeal on both those grounds. If they win, it's basically a get out of jail free card. I mean, I can't see the case being retried. I can't see this, the DA saying, yeah, we'll give it another bite at this apple with none of the evidence, with our hands tied behind our back. We're going to try to get a jury to convict him when we have nothing to show them. No tire marks, no gun, no magazines, no, the only bullets they have are the ones that were recovered from the body. And we've got shell casings and the actual crime scene view. Reddit is my favorite social media. It's so controversial over there. It is insane, and Reddit can chew you up and spit you out if you're not careful. I would say that is for advanced internet users, but it has everything. Chandra's giving advice on how to give someone the stomach flu. The Visine murders. Pro tip: don't drink eye drops. That'll do it. But I think these ones were actually death by eye drop, like use as intended. So it was like absorbed through the eye. In some places in Scotland, they still walk or horse ride the borders of towns to maintain the rights to the land. Annual events. Yeah, I've heard there are some laws like that, especially when it comes to, say, like you have a piece of land that has a little road, a path through it. And it's a gate on both sides, but you leave the gates open all the time. Like for years on end, you leave the gates open, and all the neighbors come through and they use this little cutoff, this little gate. If you don't block it off, like at least one day a year, and assert your rights to maintain that this is my property and not everyone. I may allow people to walk through, but it's my choice, and I let them through. And there's sometimes that I don't. If you don't assert those rights, someone could go to court and claim that there's a right of way. They have, they've used it for a certain number of years without problem, and now you have to allow them to keep doing that. And there are cases that go through that way, and that's why a lot of businesses that have property like that will gate it and shut it off sometimes. The eye drops, when ingested, are the poison. Okay, so in this case with Darrow, was it ingested eye drops? We're following the Moscow 4 in Discord on new cases, Idaho quadruple murders. It's called. Yeah, toxic on that one, on the Moscow situation. Is that news? Is that, I think somebody posted in here that there was an arrest of somebody who might have injuries and possibly could be like, it sounded like it might be him type thing. He was the guy. What time will the court call at night for the jurors? Probably 6:30 is my thought, which is really bad because I have something tonight. I've got to leave at 6:30 for something. And if they pull like a 7 o'clock, we have a verdict. It'll be awful. Couldn't find your case today. Yeah, we heard Matthew Harris said it was not live streamed. Is he in the chat? I didn't see him pop back in. Matthew, are you here? Why does my phone randomly pause videos on its own? It's the YouTube app. Sometimes if the signal drops a little bit, it just pauses. Mrs. R.A. brought me 2 Lindor chocolates. Right here. A red and a blue. I'm not sure which flavor they are. I think blue is milk chocolate. I'm not sure. I think red is like a caramel. I'll try not to eat that one in front of you, but I might eat this other one. MB is definitely not an advanced internet user, but I can politely, no swearing, hold my own in a debate. So do you get thumbs up when you post on Reddit, MB? Oh, that is good. I'm not sure what that was, but it had like a cream filling in that chocolate, and it was surprise and it was delicious. Yep. Now I'm going to have chocolate on my teeth. Now you guys are going to screenshot it and send it to the Discord. A small price to pay. Still on verdict watch here. Still waiting. Hoping that something happens here soon. The jury is deliberating. Now you have to find something sweet, Maureen. Sorry. Now that you know other people are eating it. And that was good. That was really good. I have a confession for those of you who just followed me on Twitter. The reply you got from me that says your name and says, hey, thanks for the follow, it's a bot. I have a bot that replies to thank everyone who follows me on Twitter, and I don't know where it is. I don't know. I never remember setting it up. I don't know how to turn it off. But forever, everyone who follows me on Twitter gets an automatic response saying, hey, so-and-so, thanks for the follow. And I cannot tell you how many times people have responded to that automated bot and said, hey, no problem, I love the content type thing. I'm like, it wasn't me. So now that was my confession for the day. So now you got a story and a confession. What more could you want, really? Your sound effects make me laugh. I make the same noises when I'm explaining things. Did I make noises? What did I do? I do it unknowingly. Okay. I've rung the bell on the Law and Crime Verdict channel, but they have not posted in a long time. Like since the Dean Cummings was the last time they posted. So hopefully they're up to date. Is the DP in play here? Let it be somewhere. No, it's not. The families of the victims said we don't want him to have the death penalty. And so it was taken off the table. It is. We're approaching 2 hours for the jury deliberation. That's plenty of time to fill out 6 pages and sign them. So, do we have a hung jury? Do we have some holdouts? Lindor is the best. I will save the other one. Should we do this? We have not taken a break. We're going 8 minutes and 36 seconds on live stream of me sitting here without a break, I might add. Superhuman. But that timer, I'm very aware of each second that ticks off the timer now. And so we can do this. I will set up the next live stream. I will schedule the next live stream. And it will be the verdict. We're going to probably wrap up right now and just wait. And I will wait as soon as the notification comes in that it's going to happen, which we should have about half an hour notice before the jury comes in. Once the tweet goes out, we'll go live and we'll be able to cover it. That way you guys won't miss anything. If you do want to watch it live and discuss it with the same group as you have enjoyed today so far, please click like, click subscribe, and click the bell, because we'll be back. The sound effect is choo choo. I'm sorry. It was tasty, but I just got told Mrs. R.A. just came in and said dinner is ready. And I can't believe this whole day has gone just like that. It was that quick. Let's see. Richard Davis, I'm not familiar with the right-of-way murder, but I don't doubt it happened. It sounds, pretty much all of them have happened that you can imagine. The jury has been deliberating for 2 hours. So still nothing from Law and Crime. 2 hours on the button right now. Defendant had any blackouts since the killing? None, Mary Kay. And the prosecution pointed that out. He has a great memory of all of it. Bye, and thanks for putting up your opinions. We'll see you. Have a good night. Thanks, KQD. Say hi to the wife. Rick Thomas says jury had a question. Let's see. What is jury's question? Where are you seeing the info on Rick Thomas? By the way. Not seeing it here. Ann, let me know about that, what the question is. I haven't seen that. Time to show up. Yeah, dinner's served. Those who can make it here in the next 2 minutes are welcome. There's supposed to be a jury question. What's for dinner? I'm not sure. I mean, how do you top prime rib that we had last night and this morning? Stay classy, San Diego. Yeah, really. I'll read anything if it comes up on the prompter too, so careful what you type. The Court TV channel. Okay. We will do that. What we're going to do is we're going to wrap up here. We're going to go on Verdict Watch, and the next feed will be just a Verdict Watch as we sit here and wait for the jury to do what they do best, which is determine if someone is guilty or innocent. We're going to get a little bit of a comfort break. Ribeye with that soft, savory fat on it. I do trim the fat on my ribeye, Adam. Not all of it, but some. See you later, maybe. Maybe. Call me later, Summer. Maybe. Isn't that what the song is? Come on, jury. I'm making fajitas. It is dinner time. Bye for now. We will be back. I will be back with the verdict if it happens tonight. But other than that, thank you, everybody. I appreciate everyone who's joined us for chat, everyone who's subscribed, everyone who's new to the channel as well. Thanks for being here. This is a fun group. I hope you enjoy and come back often because you do have a home here. Please give a hug to everybody you love. Smile, make somebody's day better, and please be safe until we go on the next live stream. See you then.